And a happy Tuesday night, a happy August, a happy primary night. 7:45 right now Eastern time, and all eyes are beginning to focus on Michigan. You're seeing the 7th district. It's not just the 7th district we're focusing on tonight, of course. It's the entire state of Michigan. Most notably, the Democratic primary for United States Senate. Major questions about the direction of the Democratic Party. Major questions about how this seat is going to look in the Senate battlefield landscape in November. Huge implications for this contest tonight. We are going to be picking up results from Michigan, maybe starting as soon as 15 minutes from now. We'll get to that timeline. It could be a little bit complicated tonight. We got 4 other states. Virginia is underway. Kansas is coming soon. Missouri's coming soon later on tonight. Washington State, at least a lot of Washington State. That's one of those that could take a while to vote. We'll explain it all. We'll get to it all. Let me first introduce my good friend, my producer, data cruncher extraordinaire, Adam Naboa. Adam, you ready for Michigan?
I've been waiting for this one since all of July. I'm ready.
Well, July felt long. If you're a primary fan, there wasn't much to talk about in July. There's a ton to talk about tonight. If you're joining us for the first time, we are going to be giving you results, and nothing but the results as they come in, as this map lights up. Let me set this back to the Senate race here, because, again, this is sort of the featured attraction tonight, this Democratic primary for the United States Senate. Haley Stevens, Congresswoman against Abdul El-Sayed. You see Mallory McMorrow's name here. She was a candidate. She dropped out. Her name remains on the ballot. She may be getting some votes tonight. That's why you still see her up there. She might get a couple percentage or so of the vote. The winner of this Democratic primary is going to be taking on former Congressman Mike Rogers. He's unopposed on the Republican side. He ran for the United States Senate 2 years ago. He nearly won. He was defeated by Alyssa Slotkin at the same time that Donald Trump carried Michigan. So it's a bit of a split verdict there in Michigan from the voters a couple years ago. But Rogers awaits the winner tonight, and certainly Rogers and Republicans have made no secret that they would like that winner on the Democratic side tonight to be Abdul El-Sayed. He is running to the left. He's endorsed by Bernie Sanders. We've seen sort of a candidate resume like this before throughout this primary season, and those candidates have had a fair amount of success, some big, high-profile victories for the insurgent left wing of the Democratic primary this primary season. We've been here as they've unfolded, but I think this, for that side of the party, would be the biggest feather in their cap yet. If they could win, if their candidate could win the nomination for a race like this in a state like this, because that's the difference. We've seen these insurgencies on the left succeed in deep blue areas. We saw Chris Rabb, in Philadelphia. We saw Mila Kiros in Denver. We saw the Los Angeles mayoral preliminary election, the Washington. These are places where the general election happens, but the Democrats are going to win. So there's not really a question of electability. Wow, is that a different story in Michigan? Remember, this is the state that Donald Trump won narrowly, but he did win it in 2024. It's a state he lost narrowly in 2020, and it's a state that he won in 2016. 2 out of 3 times Trump's been on the ballot here, he has won. Can a candidate like Abdul El-Sayed, if he wins this primary tonight, win in a state that went for Trump 2 out of the last 3 times? Those are sort of the general election implications. Now, again, polls are going to be closing in Michigan. You can see the countdown clock right there. This is like New Year's Eve, right? We're 10 minutes, 23 seconds and counting for the polls to close. Now, if you've been watching, these happen in all different shapes and sizes when the polls close. There are states where the polls close and then all of a sudden, wham, we got hundreds of thousands of votes. We got tens of thousands of votes. We got answers. Michigan, we may hit 8 o'clock and this thing may look just like it looks right now, and it may look kind of like that for a while. This is a slow counting state. Now, we're always open to pleasant surprises here. Maybe tonight we'll find out that Michigan has kind of, sped things up. They've learned some new things, implemented some new things. Who knows? But it's been a very slow state counting the votes, and that has been particularly true right here in Wayne County, where the city of Detroit is. This is the biggest single piece of the puzzle in the primary tonight. 20% of all the votes in Michigan tonight, roughly, are going to come out of Wayne County. Okay, when did we get results from Wayne County? In the 2024 Democratic presidential primary, statewide primary, 5 in the morning. In the 2024 general election, we got some, but we really didn't have most of them until 3 in the morning. So can we do a little bit better than that? So I think one thing to keep in mind as we start getting results from Michigan, Wayne is very, very significant here, but it may be the last piece of the puzzle to fill in. So we may be relying on stuff outside of Wayne in these next few hours here to give us a sense of where this race is going. So let me give you a quick preview, again, before the polls close here, and we'll get to what else is happening at 8 o'clock, too. Where else are we going to be looking? Well, I'll tell you right now, if past is prologue right here, this is where the action is going to be in the 8 o'clock hour if past is prologue. I'm talking about Oakland County. Oakland County, immediately north of Wayne. It is the second largest county in Michigan. I said 20% of the vote is going to come out of Wayne. How much is going to come out of Oakland? Probably, give or take, 16% of the vote. Statewide tonight, it's going to come out of Oakland County. Okay, so you're talking about sort of the northern suburbs. There's some small cities in here as well. In Oakland County, it's big. It's grown a ton. There are some very wealthy areas right here. Oakland, in the last couple of elections, has given us big batches of votes in that 8 to 9 o'clock hour. Now, I can tell you specifically, and you're going to be hearing a lot about this tonight as the results come in, what we've gotten first from Oakland in recent elections is a gigantic batch of the vote by mail. Remember how they do this? There's vote by mail, there's early voting, there's election day voting in Michigan. There's a ton that gets cast by mail. There's some, not that much, that gets cast gets cast early, and then there's a fair amount that comes same day. But there's a lot of vote by mail. And in Oakland, they have typically been reporting out a big, giant batch of that vote by mail pretty quickly after polls close. Now, why is that particularly significant? Because if you've been watching these, you remember we have seen big differences in how these different types of votes are breaking in each party's primary. On the Democratic side, the vote by mail, the stuff that's been coming in for weeks before the election, that typically has been more favorable to the establishment candidates. Candidate like Haley Stevens, she's got Gretchen Whitmer's backing. She's got a lot of traditional establishment support in this campaign. Why is that? Part of that is demographic. A lot of that vote by mail that comes in early is from older voters. That is something we've seen, a divide in the polling in this primary and a divide that we've seen in primaries elsewhere, where the establishment candidate support tends to skew older. That sort of insurgent left support tends to skew younger. That younger vote typically comes late. It's folks we've seen in other states where they drop off their mail ballots on election day. In Michigan, it means probably they go to the polls on election day and they vote. Long way of saying, in Oakland and elsewhere tonight, I expect that where we get the vote by mail first, it's probably going to be the best number that Haley Stevens sees in that county all night. And then as the election day vote comes in, the picture would probably shift toward El Sayed. So the question is, how good does it look for Stevens when that first vote comes in? And then how much does it shift to Al Sayed as the night goes on? Now, to make things further complicated in Michigan, in some states it's like this. Now, this varies by county, how they're going to do it. And it can even vary within county here. So, in fact, in Oakland, we're probably, after we get that first batch of mail, we're going to get some more mail throughout the night. So there's going to be batches that come in that are friendly to Stevens. We're going to get same day that comes. It's going to be a little bit of a mix after that. But that big initial batch, at least the way this has gone in the past, we expect to be as pro-Stevens as it gets. Now, that's important because if Stevens is going to have a chance in this primary tonight, she's got to win Oakland, and I think she's got to win it by a fair margin. She's got to do that in Oakland County. She's got to do that next door in Macomb County as well. Again, it's say 20% of the vote coming, we say, out of Detroit. Probably 16% or so of the vote is going to come out of Oakland. Probably about 10% is going to come right there out of Macomb County. And then the other one here, right next door to the west of Wayne County, of course, this is supposed to be on this. This is Washtenaw County. This is the liberal bastion. This is the University of Michigan. This is where you expect Al Sayed not just to win, but to run up the score. And these four counties right here, okay, in southeast Michigan, together, that's probably half the vote tonight. Probably half the vote is coming out of these counties. Michigan's a big state geographically, right? But if you kind of drew a line about where US 10 is and you went north of it, okay, look at all that land. Look at the UP. There's no more beautiful place in the world than the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Ton of land. I think there's probably about 8% of the vote in the primary tonight is going to come from all of these counties up here. So keep that in mind as the map fills in, just because geographically it's expansive. The vote is really concentrated. There's also a big concentration right there around Lansing, in western Michigan here, Grand Rapids, Kent County, also next door, Ottawa County, Holland, Michigan. You don't see it, but Kalamazoo is here. You've got Saginaw. You've also got Flint, Genesee County. This is where Livingston County is kind of between. Right here is Livingston County, big, fast-growing. So that's where sort of the population hubs are. I'm looking at the clock, 4 minutes. I got to speed this up, right? There'll be time when the polls close to go over this too, because, right, Adam, we're going to have We could have a lot of time to be going over this. I don't need to do the next 4 minutes.
It could be quite the stretch. We'll have Michigan. We'll have some of these other states coming in too, starting at 8 o'clock. And we'll be joining our friends at News Now. And there's a lot of action that's going to be happening in the next few hours.
Yeah, let me remind folks of that. If you've been watching, you know. If you're not, here's how it works. Our friends at News Now are on all night. They've got a special coming on, in fact, at 9 o'clock. So I'm going to be kind of dipping in and out of their coverage. So I will get cues in my ear from Adam, from folks saying, hey, News Now is going to have you on 2 minutes from now. I will tell you, News Now is going to have me on in 2 minutes. At some point, I will stop talking. I'll do the thing where I look very professional, waiting for the hit to come on. They put me in the box. You'll see it all. We'll put the News Now coverage up in the screen. I will do the hit for News Now. As soon as I finish the hit with News Now, we'll come right back here. We'll pick up where we left off. I always warn you, you'll probably hear me repeat myself in the News Now stuff, so just bear with me. We'll come right back. But you know what? You'll probably hear me repeat myself a lot tonight because, again, there's just a lot of stuff we kind of go over and over as these themes, as these patterns kind of reveal themselves. 2 minutes, 51 seconds. The other things happening here at 8 o'clock, again, just to give you a sense here, a big one is happening down in Missouri, specifically in St. Louis. The city of St. Louis and part of surrounding St. Louis County. You probably recognize these names. This is a rematch. Cori Bush was a member of Congress. She was defeated for a renomination in 2024 by Wesley Bell. She is trying to make a political comeback. Cori Bush, of course, we've seen, again, this sort of left-wing energy in the Democratic Party. She's trying to connect with that here, particularly around the issue of Israel. We've seen that animate some of these left-wing candidacies. So we're seeing if she can get her seat back tonight or if Bell can become a second-term member of Congress. Again, this district is split between the city of St. Louis. That's where we expect Bush to do best. And then a little bit the sort of inner suburbs of St. Louis County. That's where we expect Bell to do better. The vote may be faster in Missouri. You'll get that early vote, that pre-election vote first, then you'll get the same-day vote. And again, what we said in Michigan probably applies here. That means probably the first batches of votes you see in this race will probably be the best for Bell. That election day vote will probably get better for Bush. That's the expectation. Expectations can be shattered on the spot. That's part of the fun of watching this, but that's the expectation going in. Kansas, we're also going to be looking at a gubernatorial primary there. This is an open seat race. The Democratic governor, term limited out. The Republicans, boy, that's a crowded primary. But guess what? Donald Trump is behind this man, Ty Masterson. You know that Trump record in these Republican primaries. We'll see if that holds up there on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, you've got a three-way race here. We talk about, this is an interesting story, the evolution of this county, Johnson County. It has grown massively this century. There's now about 650,000 people in Johnson County, and it's become more and more, this used to be a core Republican county. It's now a Democratic county, and 35% of all the votes in this Democratic primary in the gigantic state of Kansas are coming out of this county, Johnson County. And oh, by the way, these three candidates, they're all from Johnson County. So that's going to be a big theme as we watch that tonight. Much later tonight, we'll get into this later. We are going to have Washington State. That's going to be one of those where we get a ton of mail, like 2/3 of the vote right away, and then it kind of slips. We'll get to that later. Let's get back to Michigan because we're 30 seconds away. Polls are going to, and by the way, House races in Michigan. Sri Tanadar, he's in trouble in Detroit, Democratic incumbent there. Interesting DSA action there. He was DSA. He left. He's being opposed by a candidate who is DSA. We'll be talking about that. The 7th district here. This is, again, right there around Ingham County, state capital. This is an interesting race where the candidate on the left, William Lawrence, 7 seconds. I'm going to reset to the Senate race. Again, I don't know why I try to rush this all in because we have time. Polls have now closed in most of Michigan. Let me be clear. These 4 counties up here in the UP are actually technically they're officially Central Time Zone. Everything else is Eastern Time Zone. So we can now, what will happen here is for the next hour, if we get results from any Eastern Time Zone counties in Michigan, you'll see them pop up here. You will not see anything pop up in these 4 counties. They will not close for another hour. That also means that, hey, if a bunch of results came in the Eastern Time Zone and it was clear to me and to you and to everyone out there that one of these candidates was going to win this primary, our decision desk could not call it. We will not call any race while there are still counties where the polls have not closed. So keep that in mind for the next hour here in Michigan. We are going to have the first of our News Now hits in 30 seconds, so we'll give you a quick read on how that works. And again, The minute we start getting, results here in the Senate election, we're also going to be, well, let me stop talking because we're going to it.
Over to the man, the myth, the legend, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, we know polls in 2 states just closed, plus a lot of polling locations in Michigan. They are closed down now, too. So what's it looking like?
Yeah, well, right now we're looking at the blank map, but the anticipation, this is the hour where we start to find out, I think, Gotti, in this closely contested Senate race here. I think all eyes are on this one. Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens here. Look, there's a question here about the future and the direction within the Democratic Party. We've seen these candidates from the sort of the far left of the party having surprising success in big primaries this year. This would be the biggest win that faction of the party has posted if Abdul El-Sayed can win this primary tonight. And then general election questions here, too, based on this outcome, because Republicans are saying, we talk about the midterm climate may not be friendly to Republicans. Republicans are saying, well, it may not be, but we can win if Democrats nominate a candidate as far left as El-Sayed. Because remember, this is a state that Donald Trump carried in 2024. The Republican nominee, we actually already know this one. There's no opposition in the primary. It's Mike Rogers, former congressman. He ran for the Senate against Alyssa Slotkin 2 years ago. He nearly won. Now he's back taking a second chance. And Republicans really, have not tried to be shy about this. They are hoping that El-Sayed wins this race tonight. So we are hoping to get a readout here. I think if we get results early, it might come from right here. This is Oakland County. This is giant, one right north of Detroit and Wayne County. Also tonight in Michigan, though, the governor's race. There are primaries on both sides. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, is the heavy favorite on the Democratic side. She's running against the sheriff of Genesee County, Chris Swanson. Benson, the heavy favorite there. On the Republican side, this one's gotten interesting. John James is a congressman from Macomb County. He's previously run for the Senate twice and lost. He's endorsed by Donald Trump. He's being opposed by businessman Perry Johnson, who has spent a ton of money and really cranked up the negativity against James, really trying to use those 2 losses in previous Senate campaigns against James. So this might be a close contest here. Cox had dropped out of this race, but this Republican gubernatorial contest, obviously a very important one, too. A number of House races, too, that we'll be keeping an eye on in Michigan. But, and we do. Look at this. We have our first results.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so this is from Kent County, Western Michigan. This is where Grand Rapids is from. Those are the results statewide. They are also the results that we're seeing here in Kent County. So I think one thing we need to figure out right away is, are we looking at early vote? Are we looking at election day vote here? That's going to be key. Adam is taking a look at that. But one thing I can tell you about this county here is this is a place where Syed has to do well. Okay, his support in polling and the support of these progressive insurgent candidates has really been closely linked with age. The younger the electorate, the younger the voters, the better these candidates on the left have been doing. This is a place here, Kent County, Grand Rapids, that is growing very quickly, and it's growing with younger residents. It has a younger median age than the statewide average. So this is a place where progressives have done well in recent elections. Better than they have, in other counties statewide. It's a place where El-Sayed has to do well, and you're seeing that first batch of vote we're getting here. This is probably absentee vote that was cast by mail early, and if it is, and El-Sayed is leading it, that's particularly good news for him because, again, we expect the vote by mail to be better for Stevens. So that's the first readout that we're getting here, again, from a county where Abdul El-Sayed is expected to and needs to do well. And I'm going to ask my producer right here.
It is partial mail.
It is partially vote by mail. And Gotti, that's significant because the vote by mail, we've been seeing this, tends to be an older demographic casting it. It tends to be better for candidates like Stevens, who are the establishment candidates. So if we're seeing vote by mail, that the candidate from the left, El-Sayed, is doing well, and that bodes particularly well for him.
Interesting. It's so fascinating to hear you talk about vote by mail versus same-day voting because, I mean, this is really a race between kind of a very online Twitch-like electorate, and then the very moderate, maybe more like cable news watching electorate. Do you think that we're going to see some of the same trends in terms of urban versus rural voters that we do in like the same day voters versus the mail-in ballots?
Yeah, it's a wonky conversation, but it's an important one because it really has been the defining feature of a lot of these primaries. It's just been areas where you find younger voters, where you find younger college-educated voters, younger college-educated female voters, single. I'm layering these different demographic categories on top of each other. That's where these left-wing candidacies have really taken root, and where there tends to have been resistance to them is places where the electorate skews older. It just becomes a more sort of moderate electorate, an electorate that's more friendly to a candidate like Stevens. So again, just based on Grand Rapids, the Grand Rapids area itself, especially when you're talking about Democratic voters in the Grand Rapids area, you are talking about something that's younger. There are a lot of newcomers coming in there, but again, that's an interesting. The fact that the vote by mail, some of this vote by mail that we've seen demographically, that tends to be more used by older voters than younger voters. The fact that is coming up friendly for Syed is a very interesting early sign.
And again, a very early sign, 9% in there. But real fast, Steve, remind us of like the purple nature of Michigan here. Like this, take us back to Bernie versus Hillary. What does this state sometimes skew?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look. These are the last three presidential election results in Michigan. Okay, there's 24, there's 20, there's 2016, and this is 2 wins for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, this is Kent County. I needed to go to the statewide. You think, Gotti, after 6 months I would know how to use this thing?
No, I was impressed that you were just pulling these out of like thin air and the big board. Of course you have all of these things at your fingertips. This is wild to just see you work here.
This is it. Look, Trump has won this 2 out of 3 times. Remember, before Trump came along, no Republican had won Michigan in a presidential election since 1988. Now he's done it 2 out of 3 times. And that really is part of the story here in this Senate primary, where the Stevens campaign, her supporters have been saying to Democrats, look, Al Sayed is too far to the left to win in a state that went for Donald Trump 2 out of 3 times. These left-wing candidacies have done really well in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Denver, New York City, places like this, where the general election is going to be a cakewalk for any Democrat. Not so in Michigan, and this has been the pitch that Stevens has been making to voters. They're saying this is a risk if you nominate Al Sayed in a state like this. And national Democrats, some national Democrats, again, that establishment wing at least, have been saying, well, hey, winning the Senate for Democrats, if the Democrats are losing Michigan this fall, the math kind of becomes prohibitive on that.
Yeah, and not to put the big board to the test again, but we're already starting to see some results in Virginia, right? I'm not sure if you've got those up yet, but that's an interesting state because, I don't know, because AI, data centers seem to be creeping into politics in a very big way there, especially considering that Northern Virginia has the highest concentration of data centers in the country. You're a different kind of big data guy, I know, but what are the numbers they're showing?
Yeah, I will jump there. We did get one little county here. Part of it is Wexford County. This is small. This is rural. The reason I'm flagging this, even with just 10%, is, again, this part of Michigan here, sort of north of US 10, is just filled with largely very small, rural, older electorates, older blue-collar white electorates. The expectation here is that Stevens isn't just winning up here, but for a few places. She is cleaning up here. And at least in this initial batch, in one county up here, they're kind of close to even. So again, these are oh wow, we just got some Wayne County. What did we get in Wayne? Okay, I couldn't tell you much about it. We just got about, Wayne is the biggest in the state. 20% of the votes going to come out. This is like 300 votes. But boy, that's quite a tease to get Wayne. Again, we've got two small little pieces of clues here that we've gotten from Kent and that we've gotten from Wexford. But again, just those 2 small things we've seen so far are things that Al Sayed would want to see more than Stevens would want to see.
Got it. Any sizable votes coming in from places like Virginia right now?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You had asked about that, and I went. Okay, let's go over to Virginia because we do have a call. I want to show you this in the 2nd district here. 2nd district is around Virginia Beach here. This is the district. is basically dead even in the presidential race. Now, this is interesting. Elaine Luria won this Democratic primary. That's no surprise. Elaine Luria is a former member of Congress. She was defeated for re-election by Republican Jen Kiggins. Kiggins unopposed for renomination in the 2nd District. So this is going to be a rematch. Two candidates who've represented this district in Congress. And again, the backdrop, this is as dead even as they come. This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional races in America this November. This is going to be, kind of one of those bellwether districts. We're talking about, are Democrats going to have a big night, win the House, win it by a big margin? Are Republicans going to actually have a chance of holding on to the House? This is going to be one of those districts this November. Again, it's right there in the Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach area, big military presence, Navy presence down there. This is going to be one of those places we are looking to on election night as an early clue this November. So put that one in your heads. Virginia's 2nd District, Kiggins versus Luria.
Got it. Steve Kornacki, we're going to be checking back with you throughout the night here. Can't wait to see you, Kristen, and Hallie as the night goes on. Thank you so much. And just over an hour ago, polls did close.
All right. That was very nice of Gotti to put me into his show, and you got to see how that worked. That was fun, right? So let me get out of Virginia, and you see what we make sense of those cuts, like something in an eye doctor's office. But let's go back to Michigan here and see if we've got anything new coming in. Adam, I mean, not that, do I even dare ask, do we have any clue what kind of vote this was?
Yeah, so this is one precinct out of Wayne County. It's in Grosse Ile Township, and it's just one precinct that we got results for.
It's in Grosse Pointe, you said? Where'd you say it was?
Grosse Ile.
Oh, okay. And it's one precinct of election day. Again, I'm analyzing a tiny bit of vote here.
I think we'll leave it aside for right now. I can tell you, going back to Grand Rapids, and we talked about it a little bit, we know that this is absentee vote, and we know that this is mostly contained inside the city of Grand Rapids. This is not all of Grand Rapids mail vote, but this is a partial report out from the mail vote. I think we had it at roughly about 16% based on our of the mail vote in our targets.
You said 16 or 60? What did you say?
16.
16% of the mail vote in Kent
of our
County.
Expected mail vote in
we
Kent
think
County.
We just got from the batch in Grand Rapids. Right? So
Exactly.
Grand Rapids. So that's a little bit of a twist here. Again, in the absence of having 15 other things to zoom right in on, Grand Rapids within.
We just got another update from Kent.
We did. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. What? And it was clearly basically the same margin, basically the same spread as before.
And it looks like it's more mail.
That's more vote by mail. That took us up. Now, I guess that's the question. Do we know, is that Grand Rapids mail, or are we now getting into the rest of the county?
Yeah, looking at the website, it looks like this is still more Grand Rapids mail, and this might be the bulk of the Grand Rapids mail, just kind of looking around on the precinct map here.
Okay, so I think we've now got probably about a third of the vote by mail for the county in.
That sounds right. Yeah, let's see. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, the possibility here, if you're Stevens, this is what you have to be hoping for. If you're just looking at Kent County already, you are hoping that when you set foot outside of Grand Rapids, it's a different world politically, and that vote by mail starts to look extremely, the remaining vote by mail starts to look extremely different, because we've seen this in primary after primary. This is the vote that's supposed to be the best for Stevens, and she's losing by more than 16 points right now, at least, again, from Grand Rapids here, this vote by mail. She's supposed to do the best with this. Then, when they start adding in the election day vote, that's when the young vote, that's when that more, sort of leftward vote comes out, and that's where Al Sayed is supposed to sort of make his move. And instead, I mean, yeah, you're seeing numbers there. If you're Al Sayed's campaign, I think you are, again, it's one city in one county. You're not celebrating, but you're saying that's what you want to see. That's the start you want to see. If you're Stevens' campaign, it's quite the opposite of that. I'm trying to pull up here. I have some benchmarks that I had established, and of course, what have I done? I've gone and messed everything up here. If you'll bear with me, right? So, I mean, I give you a sense of this. We're trying to think of what the best benchmarks were tonight. Use it from Stevens' standpoint, right? If Stevens going to win this election night, what does she need to be getting in a county like Kent County? So take a look at three recent, I say recent, it's the last 10 years, statewide elections in Kent County. If you statewide Democratic primaries in Kent County. If you went back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, kind of the establishment candidate, got 37% in Kent County. Remember, she lost statewide. It was close, but Bernie Sanders did defeat her statewide. In the 2020 Democratic primary, now this was held under unusual COVID circumstances. Biden was starting to kind of become the inevitable, but it was 46% of the vote is what Joe Biden. If you say Joe Biden was kind of the establishment candidate, Biden got 46% of the vote out of Kent. And then here's the interesting one. Back in 2018, Gretchen Whitmer got 44% of the vote here in her primary. Whitmer ran in 2018 against Al-Sayed and one other candidate. Now, Whitmer won the primary statewide with 52% of the vote. Al-Sayed was a distant second place, but the other candidate, which was Shri Thanedar, was also a candidate of the left. So there was one way of looking at that 2018 primary to say, hey, the progressive wing actually got 48% against the establishment candidate of Whitmer, who got 52. So Whitmer getting 52 statewide got 44 here. Okay, so I think one thing you'd say is, if you're Stevens, that's probably the floor for you, somewhere right around there in a county like Kent. You don't want to be doing worse than 44% in a county like Kent County. By the way, Kent County was one of the better ones for Al-Sayed in that 2018 primary. He got about 40% of the vote here. It's about 44 to 40% in that Democratic primary. So, if you're Stevens, you want to at least be matching the 44 that Whitmer got out of here, because I think there's a lot of demographic overlap likely between the appeal of these two candidacies. And this is a big one. So she's running at 39 right now with what's supposed to be the better type of vote for her in this county. Again, the thing that could change that, we get outside Grand Rapids, we get vote by mail from the rest of Kent County. Maybe the political complexion of it's very different, and Stevens is able to boost that number. But even if she does, in the remaining vote by mail in Kent County, what comes after that? The election day vote. And we'll see. There's always room for the pattern to be broken. But what we've been seeing with this election day vote is it's been very friendly to candidates like Al-Sayed. So Stevens, through the vote by mail, if what we've seen in other primaries roughly holds up here, when you get the vote by mail counted in Kent County, she wants to be well over 44% with it, to give herself a pad for Al-Sayed really having a big day on election day. And then that number for Stevens could come down and maybe land around 44%. That's a rough benchmark here for her, but I think mid-40s for her, in Kent County. She could probably dip a little bit lower if she can make up for it elsewhere. There is one big place where she could make up for it. We can get into this later. There's an opportunity here, I think, for her to do much better in Wayne County, than Gretchen Whitmer did. So that's why I say that's a rough benchmark. But somewhere in that, 43, 44 range here, I think Stevens doesn't want to really start going south of that. So that's not too encouraging for her, what you're seeing first there. But again, this isn't the Grand Rapids primary. This isn't the Kent County primary. This is the Michigan primary. And we're just waiting for more numbers here from the rest of the state. Again, we got just a precinct somewhere in Wayne. We told you a little bit about Wexford. I want to see, this becomes interesting if this is replicated across the upper lower peninsula into the upper peninsula, if counties consistently do this. Because again, if you're using that Whitmer model, Whitmer just cleaned up the upper lower and into the upper peninsula. These are places where she was getting 60, 65% of the vote in that primary, places where Al-Sayed was getting 15, 18, 20% of the vote. So to see Al-Sayed getting 46 here, potentially, but we don't know the vote type here. If this were vote by mail too. In fact, I can tell you what Al-Sayed's number was in Wexford. Yeah, he got 23% in the 2018 primary in Wexford County, and Gretchen Whitmer got 60%, right? So again, if you're saying Stevens is kind of, wants to kind of use that Whitmer model from 2018, this is the kind of county where she wants to be getting 60%, maybe even higher than 60%. At least this small batch we got, you want to see if that extends elsewhere there, because it's very limited. Yes?
If you do want to take a detour, we have our first few results out of Kansas as well, in those statewide races.
Is there anything from Missouri? keep
Not
me honest
yet.
on that one.
I will.
The Missouri one, I think there's a lot of interest in it. I want to make sure we get to. So okay, but take a look here at the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. And I don't think it's a surprise what we're looking at. We've got, that's going to boost Masterson. Wichita, we just got Sedgwick County, a big chunk of it. Masterson is his state Senate district. He's from Butler, which is right next door. This is his neck of the woods. Again, Ty Masterson is running in this gubernatorial primary with the endorsement of Donald Trump. And you could see in Sedgwick, no surprise he's running up the score there, but it appears he's doing it elsewhere. Johnson County, there it is. This is 35% of the vote on the Democratic side. In a Republican primary, a quarter of the vote, 25% of the vote in Kansas, Republican primary is coming out of here. And Masterson's winning it 2-1. Okay? So he's posting landslide numbers. And Wichita's big. Wichita's a city of 400,000 people here. Okay? This is a big area, his neck of the woods. He's posting landslide margins there. He's posting a landslide in Johnson County, where a quarter of the vote is going to come out of. Take a look here. He is losing in Shawnee County to Vicki Schmidt barely, and next this is small. So it adds up to, these are exactly the numbers that Masterson wants to see early. Democratic primary. Now this is interesting. Okay, we've got Cindy Holscher leading Ethan Corson. Ethan Corson has the endorsement of the outgoing Democratic governor here. Kurt Skoog is the mayor of Overland Park. That's in Johnson County. They're all from Johnson County. And here's how Johnson County is ranking the candidates. Corson is leading there by a small amount there. But Johnson County is basically driving the results that you're seeing right now. And then Holscher, interestingly, though, outside of Johnson, Holscher with an 18-point advantage. These are small. Oh, Wichita's what we want to see, of course. Now, this is interesting. This is sort of like Michigan. We don't have a ton of evidence to point to, but this is the biggie. As we said, 35% of the vote in a Democratic primary is going to come right out of Johnson County. Put the numbers up on the screen for you. 35% of the vote's going to come there. 15% or so is going to come out of Wichita. About half the vote is going to come from those two counties. Yeah.
Back to Michigan.
We got Michigan.
We do have results in Eaton County.
Okay, that's big. Put it just a way of saying this here. It's interesting that Holscher's support, at least in the big counties we've seen, getting away from Johnson County, she is running ahead of Corson, not by much, but she is running ahead of him in both those counties. That might be significant. But we want to go back to Michigan. I got to click on one of these House races, go to the Senate race. What did I just do here? Michigan. Go to the Senate race. Okay, this is significant. Okay, wow. Now we think this is vote by mail in Eaton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the story on Eaton, and the number is, if you're an Al Sayed supporter.
Let me clarify. I see mixed returns in these votes. It looks like I see some mail-in here, mostly election day, and some early in person.
Mostly election day.
Yes, it looks like it's about 1,500 pre-advance votes and 3,000.
Okay, 2/3, 1/3.
Well, or early election day votes.
This is interesting because we're using this. I'm using Whitmer's 2018 primary as a rough model here for trying to set some benchmarks for Stevens. The area right around here is where Whitmer massively overperformed in 2018. Why? Because that's her political base. She was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. She was a state legislator from this area. She did really well in Ingham County. She did really well in Eaton County, in Clinton County, Shiawassee County, Livingston County. She did really well. So, long way of saying, we're using those three benchmarks. I'll give you a sense of Eaton, right? Clinton, we say the establishment candidate of 2016, got 44% of the vote in Eaton County. Biden in 2020 got 52% in this county. And then Whitmer, we say she overperformed. When I say she overperformed in that race, I lost my place here. You're looking at 65% of the vote. She got 65% of the vote here I can't make a 5, can I? 65% of the vote here in Eaton County. And Stevens is running 28 points less than that. As Adam says, a mix here of the presumably Stevens-friendly vote by mail and the Al Sayed friendly election day vote here. But look at that. That's lower, obviously than Whitmer. We knew it was going to come down, but that's significantly lower than Clinton got. Any of these establishment candidates here, okay, two of them won. Whitmer won, Biden won, Clinton lost by a point. Any of these establishment candidates, Stevens is running right now with the vote we just got, a third of the vote in Eaton County. She's running lower than their total there. So this is, it continues, small pieces of evidence here, but that's if you're Stevens, not the start you want there in Eaton County. I see we got a little bit of UP. These are tiny. I warn you in advance, but I want to take a look. Delta County, okay, but the significance here, it's only 4%, but you're looking for, if El Sayed is close, if he's close in anything essentially north here of north of Saginaw, if he's close in any of those counties, that's like a bonus for him. That's like, cherry on the cake. He's close in the little bit we have in Wexford. He's close in the tiny bit we have in Delta. Again, these are small. Okay, he's winning in algebra. This is actually a bit of an outlier. Marquette here. Marquette is right here. That's sort of the capital of the UP. That's where Northern Michigan University is. He actually did okay up here in 2018. The progressives do a little bit better here. But again, anything that's competitive for Al Sayed up here is encouraging news for him. I think, Adam, you have something.
Well, I just wanted to note Eaton gives us our first result out of Michigan 7 as well in the Democratic primary there. Let's check in there. Okay. And this is, let's just call this up on the screen right here. So Michigan 7th District, this is Republican Tom Bear. Alyssa Slotkin had represented this district. She left to run for the Senate. She won in 2024. Tom Barrett, the Republican, won this seat by a few points. He's going to be running for re-election. This is a district, look, Trump won it by a point. Biden won it by a point. So this is one of those that's going to get a ton of attention in the fall. This is also one of those where that question of electability here has come into play. William Lawrence is the candidate of the left. He's got the Bernie Sanders endorsement. He started the Sunrise Movement. He's very much powered by many of the same sort of political, ideological forces that are behind Al Sayed in the Senate race. And the same question has been raised by Lawrence's candidacy. If Democrats nominate him in a district, this is not a deep blue district. This is a Republican-held district that Donald Trump won. Can a candidate of the left win there? That's been an issue in this primary. But the other thing that's been an issue in this primary has been this. Lawrence is the candidate of the left. Both of these candidates, Matt Mosdem and Bridget Brink, are kind of in the same lane, fighting each other. Mosdem has the endorsement of Alyssa Slotkin, again, the former congresswoman from this district. Bridget Brink was the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. They've both kind of presented themselves as sort of moderate establishment figures. And look at this. Between the two of them, if you could unite that vote, well, this would be a close race. They'd have about 51-48 over Lawrence, but they are splitting what's come in here so far in Eaton County. And meanwhile, Lawrence is sitting there 20 points, a little bit more than 20 points ahead of both of them. Now, the way it works in this district is the two big population centers. This is by far the biggest. Right next door is Ingham County. That is where Lansing is. That's where East Lansing is. East Lansing, Michigan State University, right? College town. What do you have in Ingham County? Big state university, college town. You got a lot of government employees. It's the state capital. This is a very liberal county. Kamala Harris carried Ingham County by 30 points over Donald Trump in 2024. This is going to be almost half the vote in this primary tonight is going to come right here out of Ingham County. The next sort of big one here, almost a quarter of the vote, maybe a little bit less, is going to be next door in Livingston County, okay, to the east here. You're looking at probably about 13% or so of the vote is what you're looking at here out of Eaton County. But I think the point is this. This right here, Ingham County, is where Lawrence, I think the expectation was that's going to be sort of the epicenter. That's going to be the hub for Lawrence, the big liberal college county, right? It's not just a college county, but this was going to be the place that powered Lawrence. But here he is next door. Okay, Eaton County, a little bit of Lansing extends into Eaton County, but you're talking about bedroom communities here. You're talking about more of sort of like a suburb of Lansing. And again, I think a big part of it may well be this split, divided opposition here. But here's Lawrence getting, at least in the little bit that we see, it's only 4%, but there he is running 20 points ahead. So that is going to be 4%. It's 30% Eaton County. It's 4% of the district. So that's a significant thing, because if Lawrence is having a big night in Ingham County, someone else was going to have to step up and have a big night throughout the rest of the district. But if this is what's happening in the rest of the district, Lawrence has got to love what he's seeing right here. Back to the Senate race. A little bit of Macomb came in, not a lot.
Okay. You are right. A little bit came in. We got about 250 votes here, even less out of Macomb County.
It looks like that's coming from Roseville.
Okay. Macomb has been super slow in past primaries. Well, again, this doesn't mean they're going to be fast. While I have a minute, nothing in Missouri?
Nothing in Missouri 1 that we've been watching. I will say in Eaton County, since it's the one, and I think we just got some more Eaton as well.
We did.
Yes. So we've been, I know you and I were talking a lot today about, the vote modes and the way these different votes might break. So we can check in a little bit here, especially since we have, 40% of the vote in. In the advanced vote, which is vote that was cast before Election Day, I think this includes early and mail vote. That is breaking for Stevens 49.5 to El Sayed 44.
5.5. Okay. Yep.
And the Election Day, he's winning 64 or 65 to 32 for Stevens.
Wow. So look at that. And we've got, it was 2/3, 1/3 before. What we just got was more.
Yeah, it looks like we're tapped out of the early now, and it looks like we're expecting a little bit more Election Day and some more mail.
There is more mail, because that was the early vote that just was added into the mix.
That's what the early vote is, a small pool. So
Right.
I think it was vote across all modes that just came in.
Right. Okay. So this would be even if we were just showing you vote by mail, I think this would be a little bit more pro Stevens. The early vote, I think, might take it a little bit away. But this is the gap we're talking about. Stevens is winning the vote cast before Election Day by 5.5 points. Remember, we said we think that vote that comes in earlier is an older demographic that's more favorable to the establishment wing. Okay, she's winning it by 5.5 points. The Election Day vote is going 33 points for Al Sayed. So, even just a little rough back of the envelope math here, you could see that if one side is plus 33 for one candidate and the other side's plus 5.5 for the other, it's a big advantage for this candidate. And again, you say Stevens here, what's the kind of number? What's like a bottom line number she would want to get out of Eaton County if you just take the lowest of all the establishment candidates, right? We said it was 44%. Maybe if she could compensate for it somewhere else, that could drop a little bit, but she doesn't want to be getting much lower than that.
We just got Washington.
Okay. This is big. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. This must be a big bunch of vote by mail that we just got.
Taking a look.
Holy cow, that's,
I see a mix here again.
Yeah. Well, okay, if you're able to
I'm taking a look into it more.
While you're doing that, let's just take you through. Again, this is sort of the liberal heart of Michigan here, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. This Al Sayed this was his best county, as a matter of fact, I believe, in 2018. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, in 2018, he basically fought Whitmer to a tie here, 46-46. But the key, using that Whitmer model, Whitmer was able to get 46% support out of Washtenaw County, right? Washtenaw County this is going to be roughly 6% of all votes. All votes statewide, about 6% of them are coming out of here in Washtenaw County, right? So you don't want to get blown out in a county like this. Whitmer in 2018 didn't get blown out. She got 46% of the vote right there. How did the other establishment candidates do? Biden in 2020 got 48% of the vote in Washtenaw County. In 2016, running against Bernie Sanders, right? He'd be the college town guy, you would think, right? Hillary Clinton, well, she didn't do great, but she got 44% in Washtenaw County. These are establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in this county. That is where Stevens is running, we think, with a mix of early vote by mail and Election Day vote. She's a light year behind the other establishment candidates. We say, again, if you're an establishment candidate running against a progressive insurgent in a Democratic primary in Michigan, I think you go into it saying you're going to lose Washtenaw County, but you go into it saying, I want to be here. I want to lose it like this. I want to be in the low 40s, the mid 40s. You don't want to be in the 30s. You don't want to be in the low 30s. You don't want to be in the 20s. Now, that is 22% of the vote that's come in right there. There is more to come. That can change. Though I would say, and Adam, you can check on this if you have any of this information, the way it's gone in recent elections in Washtenaw County is like at the very end, one of the last things that gets reported out is the vote by mail, specifically from the city of Ann Arbor. And that's not the entire county. That's a big chunk of vote. So, That's why I'm curious to see how the vote by mail is breaking here, because if it's, Adam can tell me if there's some chance. You have it?
Yeah, so right now I see in the vote that just came in, we have 39, according to our estimates, 39% of the election day vote in this mix, and we have 11% of the advance vote in this mix, which includes some mail. But as you're saying, I think you're right that we would get more advance vote and more mail vote specifically later on in the night. Looking at the county results site, it's also a pretty broad-based precinct results, but I do see precincts with zeros in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, so we're getting more from those populated towns.
Do we have a sense how that advance early is breaking?
Yes. So in the early vote right now, it's breaking for El Sayed 74-24,
right,
or 25. In the mail vote, it's currently breaking for El Sayed 50-45.
The vote by mail, yeah. So El Sayed's winning the vote by mail right now, 50-45, and that's not included. So, okay, again, something significant is going to have to change in the pattern Adam just said for Stevens to avoid getting clobbered in Washtenaw County. Because again, we say Ann Arbor's vote by mail comes last. We think Stevens is going to do better with vote by mail. She is doing better with vote by mail than election day. So in a way, that's good news for her. You say maybe she's saving sort of saving her best for last. But even in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, she's a couple points behind El Sayed. And I would think, this is me guessing, we'll see, when you get to Washtenaw, a place like Ann Arbor, such a liberal town, that even the vote by mail there, it may be more friendly to Stevens than the election day vote, but that doesn't mean she's winning it. She may just be losing it by a lesser margin than she's losing the election day. But this is if you're Stevens, the early discouraging signs are adding up.
We have some election day vote in Livingston as well, right there in the Detroit area.
Yep. Now you think this is, wow. You think this is election day?
This is a mix, but this is primarily election day, yes.
Okay, so with the caveat that there's a vote, and if you can, whatever vote by mail we have, if you're able to calculate that, with the caveat that we think this is the most friendly type of vote for Al Sayed, he's 26 points ahead with a little bit more than a quarter of the vote counted in Livingston. Livingston is sort of the big, fast-growing, exurban county there. You got Detroit, you got Oakland, you got Macomb, and then a little bit further out, you got fast-growing Livingston County. That's sort of where you are. Sayed leading this by 26 points. To give you, again, the benchmarks we've kind of been using are three establishment Democrats in Democratic primaries here. How does this compare? Okay, Hillary Clinton, well, she got 38% here in 2016, okay?
Steve, we have our first result in Missouri 1 as well.
Okay, we'll go right over to that. I just want to put these benchmarks up because I've been 38% was Clinton. She got clobbered here by Bernie Sanders. Biden did much better. He won it. He got 52%. Whitmer, remember, this is in that area where Whitmer really overperformed. She got 61%. So we knew that the Stevens number was coming down from 61. Clinton was really low there at 38. So look, if you're Stevens, I think you're looking at this number and you're saying, okay, Clinton was competitive statewide, getting 38 in this county. This is primarily election day vote. That should be more friendly for Sayed. Is there vote by mail that's going to boost this number and put it somewhere between the 38 and 52? That's where Stevens would want to land here. So put a pin in this one here. If you're El Sayed, that's a good start for you. But you can see a scenario here where Stevens could get into a range here that's a little bit more comfortable for her. That's Livingston right now. Adam says we've got a little bit of Missouri 1. Let's go and take a look here. Okay, now the key. The district here is split sort of in half. All right, this is the city of St. Louis on this side. This is the inner suburbs of St. Louis County on this side. That's where we're getting the vote from. Bell here, and what you're seeing, 30%, that is their early vote. That's being released in one batch. So we said two things coming into this, that we expected that Bell was going to do better, much better in St. Louis County, and he was going to do much better with the early vote. So this is as good as it can get for Bell, just in terms of the type of vote we're talking about. We're talking about early vote in St. Louis County, but we're talking about nearly a 60-point margin over Cori Bush. That is significantly better than Bell was able to get out of the St. Louis County port. He won this narrowly by a couple points over Bush in 2024. That is significantly better than what he was able to win the county by in the primary in 2024. So that is initially, and what that basically takes us to, 30% of the vote, that's the early vote from St. Louis County, gets us to about a sixth of the vote in now, district-wide. That's an awfully good start if you're Wesley Bell. That's an awfully good start. Now, obviously, it raises the question, since we know there is a county-city divide in these results, and Bush did much better on the city side, looks, at least from this vantage point, well, it looks like Bell might be doing significantly better in St. Louis County than he did last time against Bush. Can Bush do significantly better in the city of St. Louis than she did last time against Bell? Also, again, we want to start to see what the election day vote looks like, because there have been some wild differences between how the election day vote looks in these Democratic primaries with these candidates on the left. So is the remaining vote, does it really change dramatically there to bring that county? So anyway, if you're Bell, obviously, that's about as much as you could expect to get out of that first batch there. But those are the questions that remain after seeing that first batch there in the first district of Missouri. So, Adam, thank you for keeping me honest. If we get more there, we'll go right back to it. We're not going to miss it. Before going to Michigan, I will just check in here on the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. Masterson continuing to lead there. In the Democratic primary, continues to be an extremely close race right here. Ethan Corson, less than 1,000 votes behind Cindy Holscher. We've got, this is where Kansas City, the city of Kansas City, Kansas is, the place where the Chiefs are going to be playing starting in 2030. Corson is leading there. He is leading narrowly, to put it mildly, in Johnson County. Leavenworth, that's small. But again, it does just catch my eye that when you're getting out to the bigger population places outside of the immediate Kansas City area, even you're getting to Lawrence, the college town here, Holscher is leading there. But again, this is statewide. This is 921 votes. We got Michigan.
Yeah, we have more vote out of Washtenaw. I think we have about three-quarters of the election day vote coming in now.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So this, when we last checked in, this was sitting a little bit north of this. So what did the most recent vote look like?
So the most recent batch, like I said, I think it was mostly election day. I'm just loading it up right now. El Sayed wins it 66-31, basically.
Okay, it was all election day vote.
Primarily. There was some other mix in there. But remember earlier I mentioned some of those counties or some of those precincts in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti that had zeros. Those now have numbers. So we're just filling in.
We're getting election day vote
precincts.
from Ann Arbor in here.
Yes.
And how much actual just mail do we have?
Our current estimate for just mail, let me take a look.
And what this means statewide, I'll show folks, adding that big batch. We just doubled the vote in Washtenaw County. It takes us to 5% statewide. Again, what's driving this is what you're looking at right there. We got some Saginaw. Okay, it's only a couple hundred votes here. It's not big enough. This is when you get sort of a scattering. So that is, let's not lose sight of Saginaw, because that becomes significant as we get more right there. But let's go back to Washington.
16% of our estimated mail vote.
16% of the vote by mail, and what share of the election day vote estimated is in?
77%.
Okay, so the one thing you would say is the by vote type here, what's counted so far is much more from the Al Sayed side, favorable type of vote, than it is from the Stevens type of vote. So, she was running at about 28% when we got that first batch in. Again, with election day vote, which is not her best, she popped that up to 30. She needs big numbers in vote by mail. Again, we showed you the past establishment candidates in this county have been in the mid-40s. She just got it up to 30.0%. There is a fair amount of vote by mail to come right there, and I think that's the big question, Adam. It's really not just more vote in Washtenaw, but when we get vote by mail, if that number, if it's coming in at some kind of a rate that's going to move that needle for Stevenson. That's Washtenaw.
We did get another report out of Eaton. We're now half in Eaton overall.
Okay, and now now Stevens has moved up a bit here. Did we just get some vote by mail?
Yeah, she won this most recent batch. I'm trying to take a look. Let's see what we can see. It looks like, yes, this was mostly mail.
Okay. So with half the vote in Eaton County, we can go deep here because we don't have a ton. let me ask it this way. Of the expected vote by mail, how much has been counted in Eaton?
I see this is right now 24%, a quarter.
Okay, about a quarter of the expected vote by mail. And of the election day vote, how much?
89% is what I have in my
So this is interesting. Okay, so this is heavily skewed towards Al-Sayed friendly vote. I don't know if you have the number in front of you, but the vote by mail was running Stevens plus 5.5 before. Have we got any more that's changed that?
In specifically in Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 59-34 in the mail vote.
She's now winning it by 25 points.
Yes.
So we got a significant new amount of vote by mail.
I think we just had a few votes before, and now we have more, and it broke heavily in her favor.
Okay. Well, now that's very interesting because now the picture for Stevens is getting a little bit more favorable here in Eaton County. Put those numbers back up on the screen. Remember, Whitmer, this was the outlier area for Whitmer where she was just performing much better than most Democrats because it's her home area. But it was 52% in Eaton was the Biden number, and 44% was the Hillary Clinton 2016 number. 41% is Stevens' number here. Yes.
We just got some City of Detroit and Wayne, like 4,000 votes just came in.
Okay. City of Detroit. Now, Detroit has typically put vote by mail out first.
Yeah, let me see what's tabulated here in the system.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me set the scene in Wayne, because I said there was one place on the map that stood out as where Stevens might be able to improve dramatically over Whitmer, and it is right here in Wayne County. In the 2018 gubernatorial primary, in the 2018 gubernatorial primary, Whitmer got 44% of the vote in Wayne County. Okay, that was considerably lower than how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Clinton got 60% of the vote. Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer so? Really, she struggled. This was one of her worst counties in the state in 2018. Clinton, if you remember that primary with Sanders, was doing extremely well with black voters. She was beating Sanders 90-10, things like this, among black voters nationwide. This included Wayne County. Wayne County, biggest city by far, Detroit. Detroit is 3/4 black. Hillary Clinton won Detroit overwhelmingly in that 2016 primary. Now, in the 2018 primary, Gretchen Whitmer did not win Detroit. Neither did Abdul Al-Sayed. Sri Tanadar, the third candidate who also ran to the left, who's now a congressman, who, by the way, we're going to check in on his race in a minute. He's got a serious Democratic primary challenge this year. He actually won. I think it was 38 to 36%. It was Tanadar 38, it was 36 Whitmer, and it was 26% for Al-Sayed. So when I say the opportunity exists for Stevens to improve on the 44% that Whitmer got out of the largest county in Michigan, it's right there. It's in Detroit. Because the polls have shown that Stevens has been beating Al-Sayed by a very healthy margin among black voters. And it calls to mind potentially something akin to what you saw in that Clinton race in 2016. And if Stevens is able to win Detroit by a big margin, that number, if you're using that Whitmer number as a baseline, that's a way for her to move it up. That's hugely important for her.
Yeah, so I think that vote that came in Detroit was early in-person vote.
Okay. And again, this is a couple thousand votes here, so we're still waiting on much more. But it does speak to that being Stevens friendly, at least to have her ahead there early. Again, from Detroit, though.
From Detroit. And just a reminder, we're about 10 minutes out from the top of the hour. We'll be rejoining News Now for some hits, and we'll have all of Michigan close excitingly at the top of the hour.
Okay, I see we just got a little scatter in Grand Traverse County. This is the one area just to, again, there's not a ton of vote up here. There's very, little vote up here. This is actually one of the more populated areas sort of north there of Saginaw. This is where Traverse City is. Traverse City, Leelanau, Charlevoix, this sort of area up here is different. It's demographically different than the rest of the upper lower peninsula. In the upper peninsula, this is sort of, it's vacation land, it's retirement land, not just for Michiganders, for a lot of folks around the Midwest. They call it the Midwest Coast. There's actually some wineries in Leelanau. There's high incomes here. Okay, so it's a different, we talk about northern Michigan being blue collar, older, white. These areas here tend to be, there's some growth population-wise. There is a lot of older population. It's a lot of retirees. It's retirees with money in a lot of cases. So Grand Traverse County is one of those places. This is just 2%, so hard immediately to discern. I mean, obviously it's a huge number for Al Sayed, but you see the categories we're trying to make sense of here, and with only 2%. But a little bit different around here, so keep that in mind as you watch northern Michigan fill in. We also, I see, had some Cass County. Again, it's just a very small amount out of Cass County.
Some more Livingston just came in.
You got more Livingston a lot more Livingston just came in. Okay, wow. Tell us what kind of vote we just got there in Livingston.
This looks like it's a lot of election day. It looks like, according to my estimates that I keep here in our tracker, that should be all of our election day vote.
Well, that's interesting. So again, we said this is the outlier area and how much time do I have till this hit?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. So again, we said that Livingston is part of this area where Whitmer ran up the score in 2018. So look, she got 61% of the vote here, but we knew Stevens is not going to match that. That's just a product of Whitmer being sort of the local candidate. Okay, the other two, we put this up a minute ago. We'll put it up again. Biden in Livingston County got 52% of the vote. Remember, he won statewide. Clinton only got 38% of the vote statewide. Now, Clinton was able to get away with that. Well, she lost, but it was this close. She was able to almost win statewide, even only getting 38% of the vote in Livingston, because she did so well in Wayne County, which is like the mother lode of votes. She was able to compensate for it. So, say that if that Clinton is a benchmark for Stevens, it would require Stevens to get a Clinton-like number out of Wayne County. I don't know if that's in the offing because there are other parts of Wayne County that are not as demographically friendly to Stevens. We'll talk about that as the night goes on. I think Stevens could perform better potentially than Whitmer did in Wayne County, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to reach the Clinton number of 60%. So I don't think 38 is the benchmark, is the low end of this for Stevens, if you're using the Clinton example. I think she wants to be higher, but she is higher right now. She's a point higher, and this is what we've seen now in Eaton and what we're seeing now in Livingston. It's the election day vote. It's the Al Sayed vote that's really kind of overwhelmingly making up this. So is there room here for Stevens to move this number up? Is there room here for her to move it up substantially? In fact, can you tell us what the vote by mail is breaking by here?
In Livingston?
Yeah.
I was just taking a look. We just got Shelby Township in Macomb as well.
Okay.
But before we get there, let me take a look at Livingston right here. So the vote by mail currently is breaking 40%, 39% for El Sayed and 57% for Stevens.
So she's winning it by 18 points.
Yeah.
And how much vote by mail is left? Like how many votes? Just give me a rough number.
Taking a look here, 13,000.
13,000. So if she wins it by 20 points, that's give or take 2,600, 25. I mean, at that pace, she could net 2,500 votes or so. She's down by 2,032 right now. So there's some opportunity there for Stevens to get something to come away from Livingston with something closer to what she wants. Okay, Livingston, Eaton, we've got Grand Rapids, we've got nothing more. Wexford is still at 10. We showed you Grand Traverse, it's almost nothing. Benzie, we got about 8%. Well, 8%. Again, this is closer to, this is still a little bit into that vacation land, the Sleeping Bear Dunes that sort of start around here. But again, we're looking to see if Al Sayed is substantially overperforming here, how he did in 2018. We're going to need a little bit more signal there. Saginaw still only just a scattering of votes there in Saginaw. Saginaw is substantial once we start getting votes. Adam said we got a little bit from Macomb here. And again, just tell me, was it mail or
It was early in person from Shelby Township.
It was early, so it was in between. Okay. Most complicated. Yes.
Yes, and we also got all of the election day vote in St. Joseph down there at the border.
Okay, so what we got all the election day vote here.
Yes.
And Stevens is okay. So this is interesting. More than half the vote is in. This is the most Al Sayed friendly. Okay, St. Joseph County, to put you in terms of where you are, Kalamazoo, a little bit north there. If you went south, west, you'd be in South Bend, Indiana. You're kind of getting to that part of that's that Dutch Western Michigan right there, kind of getting closer a little bit to the distant Chicago area. So anyway, St. Joseph County, we got our benchmarks. Let me get them here. Okay, so Clinton got 38% of the vote here in 2016, the establishment candidate. Biden got 53% of the vote here in 2020, and Whitmer got 52% of the vote here in 2018. And there's Stevens just getting through the worst batch, we think, the worst type of vote that she's got to deal with, the election day vote, and she's sitting at 48%, already 10 points north of Clinton in 2016. Again, that Clinton model in 2016 really leaned on running up the number in Wayne County. That's why she could almost get away with numbers that low in places like this. So Stevens is well ahead of that. She's 4 or 5 points off these other establishment candidates. And the rest of the way now, we're talking about largely a pre-election vote. So that, if you're Stevens, you have a chance there to exceed potentially how those others did.
And not to lose it before we get to the top of the hour here, that most recent update in Wayne County got us our first results out of Michigan 13 as well.
Yeah, let's
if you want to check in on that House race.
Yeah, this is in Detroit right here, Wayne County. So the dynamic here, we told you Sri Tanadar ran for governor in 2018, ran as a very progressive candidate, came in third in that primary with Whitner and Al Sayed. He got elected. He later got elected to Congress. He affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, and then he left the Democratic Socialists of America. This was in response to the reaction he said he saw from the left, from the DSA to the terrorist attack on Israel in 2023, and he left the DSA. So now the DSA is trying to knock him out and has their own candidate, Donovan McKinney, going against him. So this is ex-DSA against DSA in a deeply Democratic district here. And again, it's just 2,500 votes or so that have come in, but the DSA candidate right there jumps out to the quick advantage. Sri Tanadar was certainly thought coming into tonight to be very vulnerable. I'm going to check if we have, we got more out of, we didn't check in here since we got Livingston. So this is that race again. The candidate of the left, William Lawrence, the two sort of establishment candidates who we think are kind of 2-minute warning to the hit. I just heard in my ear. So we've got almost half the vote in Livingston. Remember, this is, Adam has told us, this is largely election day vote. So this might be about the high water mark for Lawrence here in the Livingston County portion. This might be about the high water mark for Lawrence in the Eaton County portion. That's the good news if you're one of Lawrence's opponents. The bad news is you see in both places how split that vote is between them. Maasdam a few points ahead of Brink here, but both very close. Brink a few points ahead of Maasdam here, but both very close. So even if in the remaining vote that Lawrence share comes down, if that reduced Lawrence share is just sort of a bit more for Maasdam and a bit more for Brink, is anyone really pulling that much closer to him district-wide? And again, remember, what I think the Lawrence folks think is their ace in the hole is still to come here in Ingham County, which is, the biggest, and it's distinct politically from the rest of the counties. And this is also a sliver of Oakland County. It's distinct a little bit here in that it's overwhelmingly Democratic. There's Michigan State University, those sorts of very liberal county, those sorts of things. Zoom out here, statewide Senate race. I know we have an update coming at the top of the hour. This is what it looks like statewide. I know we're throwing a lot at you with this vote in this county and that vote in that county. We think 6% of the vote counted statewide. Al Sayed is leading that tally. So much of that is coming from a few places on here that we have been showing you, these big counties where we've got returns, and those returns that we're showing you, as Adam has shown us, tend to be from the most Al Sayed friendly type of vote. That's the context for the 6%.
Just about 60 seconds out here, and it looks like in my system we may get a big update from Oakland soon, so if you see it jump, take a look there.
Okay, it's important. So folks, I'm going to stop here for a second. This is Oakland. I promise you, if this lights up in the next few seconds, it's the first thing I'm going to click on. Oh, they still tell me it's a minute. We still got a minute. So You may get it before they get it on News Now. Let's all sit and watch. We think would be to vote by mail from Oakland, right? That's how.
checking in on every single piece of data coming in from Michigan all night long. There he is, Steve Kornacki, posted up at the big board. Steve, give us a sense of how this one's playing out so far.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing just happened literally in the last 30 seconds, so why don't we start right there? This is the statewide tally. We think 16% of the vote is now counted. That was at 6% until about 30 seconds ago when this happened. Holy cow. Oakland County, this is the second biggest county in the state, like 16% of all the vote in the primaries coming out of here. And we just got more than half the vote from Oakland County in one fell swoop. And you can see here that Haley Stevens is leading that over Abdul El-Sayed by 2 points. Now, the important context for this is a lot of this we think is vote by mail. That's typically what has come first in Oakland County. Now, this is going to be a little weedsy here, but this is important because it's the trend that's been revealing itself as these results have been coming in tonight and in these past primaries that we've been seeing. The vote by mail tends to be older. It tends to be older voters, tends to be more establishment friendly. It tends to be more favorable to a candidate like Stevens. That is what we're seeing in other counties around the state tonight. She does her best with the vote by mail. And so she does have the advantage over El-Sayed with this big batch that just came in. But I would say it's only a 2-point advantage with what we think is sort of the best type of vote for her. What other type of vote is there? Well, Election Day vote, folks who went to the polls and voted in person today. And what we've been seeing throughout the rest of Michigan tonight and what we've been seeing across this primary season is that Election Day vote tends to be younger voters, more progressive voters. The fuel for these sort of left-wing candidacies that have won in these Democratic primaries has come in that Election Day vote, meaning that's the vote. We've seen it across Michigan so far that's more friendly to El-Sayed. And so Stevens, this is a county. This isn't just any county. There's 83 on the map. This is one of paramount importance to her. She has to win Oakland County tonight. She has to win it by, I'd say, a substantial margin. She leads by 2 points with 60% of the vote in. But if that remaining vote that's going to be coming in here is the Election Day vote that's as pro El-Sayed as we've been seeing elsewhere, the opportunity for him to pass her here and for her not to get that kind of number she needs out of Oakland, I think is very real, because I think that's really been the story that we've seen. As I zoom back out here and look at the statewide total, 17% right now, El-Sayed with that 8-point advantage. He has been absolutely cleaning up with the Election Day vote. Stevens has been holding her own with the vote by mail. Some of these big counties that have reported, a place like this right here, decent size, Eaton County, decent size, Livingston County, exurbs of Detroit right here. We do think the Stevens number might improve as that absentee vote comes in, that vote by mail comes in right now. And I just see some more sagging. I thought there might be a little bit more there. I apologize for that. But the bottom line is that Oakland number, well, it is higher for Stevens than it is for El-Sayed. Is it as high as Stevens wants it to be?
Right. Yeah. So Steve, and I've been talking to folks with the El-Sayed campaign. To your point, they have been laser focused on this same day vote, specifically looking at younger voters, African-American voters. So take us inside some of the counties where those votes are reflected. Wayne County, I know, slow to vote. We're probably not going to get that for a little while. But what are you seeing so far? Any indication about those two constituencies?
Well, yeah, Wayne County, we have very little. There's a little bit here from the city of Detroit that's come in right now. That's the one hope, I think, for Stevens in Wayne County, where we have seen in polls that she's been doing better than El-Sayed with black voters. The city of Detroit is 75% black. It is in Wayne County. It's not all of Wayne County. There are other parts of Wayne County that I think are very fertile ground for El-Sayed. But the opportunity there for Stevens, if she really is getting a big number among black voters, you would really see that in Detroit, and that could help her there in Wayne County. But you ask, too, about younger voters, and take a look next door in Washtenaw County. This is Ann Arbor. This is the University of Michigan. I keep saying the University of Michigan. This is also Eastern Michigan University. I don't want to leave them out. But El-Sayed here, look at this, up nearly 40 points in Washtenaw County. And I think this one's significant. This is a big piece of the puzzle, too. It's a little bit more than 5% of all the votes cast statewide are going to come out of Washtenaw County. And this is the kind of place where if you're Stevens, I think you knew going into the night you were not going to win Washtenaw County because of what we're talking about, college, young, all of that sort of thing. But you want to hold your own. You need to tread water. You need to be running at like 45%, 44%. Other candidates who are sort of like establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in Michigan who've been successful That's what they've done in Washtenaw County. She's barely breaking 30% right there. And there's still a lot there left in Washtenaw County that could be very friendly to Al Sayed. So that's, between what we just showed you in Oakland County and what you're seeing there in Washtenaw County, we haven't really even touched Wayne yet because we don't have much. But those numbers, if you're Stevens, I think in both places, you might be looking for a bigger number than you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, do not go far. We're, of course, going to come back to you every few minutes throughout the night. Every minute. Yeah, Steve, thank you so much for starting.
Okay, so there you go. You see how that works? That was great. And I think you saw the moment, right? I mean, look at that. I don't need to repeat it. You just heard it. But this is such a huge, yes. Okay, we're going to do another News Now hit in 5 minutes. This will be about Missouri 1. So we'll check in there in a second. But I just want to see, did we get any more Macomb? We did not. We don't have any more Wayne. Nothing significant, Adam? I see a little bit. We got
more out of Washtenaw. We got more out of St. Joseph. We got more out of Eaton.
How much more? Complete. So did we just got some vote by mail, I'm guessing, out of Washtenaw?
Yeah, let me take a look.
Because I see Stevens bumped up half a point or so. Okay.
Some more Macomb just came in.
Yeah. Okay,
The Washtenaw was election day vote. Oh, yeah, it was mail-in election day.
Mail, right, and that's Stevens' number ticked up right there. We're over half the vote in Washtenaw. Again, she's trying to get to 45%, I would say, give or take right there. That's the kind of hill she's got to climb. Kent, I think we just got a little bit more. There was at 18% before. We were at Eaton, we got more. So she's made her way to 42% in Eaton County. Stevens has. Livingston County, she's at 39. Again, I think she needs to be getting, into the, mid 40s. Saginaw, we're still at 3. This is small. We got Bay, a little bit in Bay. Again, I'm just looking for more vote than this. But this is the kind of thing. It's tiny, but I do think it says a little something. You're, in the upper lower here. You're in northern Michigan, and yeah, this is, Whitmer got. The number for Whitmer here was 62%, right? The number for Stevens, 54. These are all counties where I'm looking to see not if El Sayed's winning them, but if he's able to be more competitive than the progressive wing was against Whitmer. See a little bit of it there. We showed you our friends in Wexford County earlier. It's only 16%. Again, these are tiny counties, but if it's a trend across the board. First of all, they add up to a little bit less than 10% of the vote, but also I think that could speak to a broader trend in the electorate. Again, just getting a little bit more here. This is Charlevoix, but again, they're giving us, a precinct or something in these places, so it's not too much to work with.
Steve, to give you a little bit more on Oakland, so the things that did come in that most recent update was that mail vote from the countywide voting center that we've been talking about. That broke for Stevens 66-30, and that was about 54,000 votes. And then we have some election day vote that was about 74,000 votes, and that broke for El Sayed 59-39.
Right. Okay. So that, again, you could see Stevens took a big swing there with that absentee, and she's up 2. There is election day vote that's helping El Sayed there. But again, I think Stevens needs to be in the, we didn't give you the benchmarks. Why don't we give you the benchmarks in Oakland? Right. In fact, it's very, because 54% was the Whitmer number. This is in Oakland County. Whitmer 18 got 54% of the vote right here. It was 56% for Joe Biden in 2020, and Hillary Clinton in narrowly losing the state in 2016, 51% of the vote. So again, all of the establishment candidates won Oakland. This is the candidate who lost statewide. These are the two candidates. Whitmer got 52% statewide. Biden got 53% of the vote statewide. So these in those cases were winning numbers. And again, that's where Stevens lands after. Yes, there is some election day vote that's part of that too. But what that equals out to, 17% of the vote. How much time till this hit? Okay, 2 minutes till Missouri 1. Let me check in there, so bear with me, and Adam shout if there's something major that happens. So, okay. Oh, wow. Well, we missed this one, folks. Sorry. What happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter in St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as he get out of St. Louis County? The short answer is she didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat from Missouri's 1st Congressional District, has won renomination. He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2024. This one's decisive. This one's decisive. Again, what you're looking at is, early vote in both these places. The Election Day vote may make this closer for Bush, but you've seen it now replicated across this divide here between the city and the county loomed very large in 2024. But in both places, again, we knew Bell would do well there. He's even up 26 in the early vote there. So that adds up to our decision desk being comfortable to call that race. So that's an incumbent who is not going to lose. And that is, we've had this trend, seen this particularly in cities with these left-wing sort of insurgencies, winning. Here's one where that's not going to happen. Now we got 3 minutes still, so we can go back to Michigan right here. Let's just, unless there's something big in the statewide, I want to go through the congressional races so we're not missing these. We told you about the 13th district. This is McKinney, Tanadar. This is DSA versus ex-DSA. The 7th district here, again, we've got a little bit more vote coming in. That Oakland vote also affected here. This is a slice of Oakland County, southwest Oakland County. It's in this 7th district. Remember, Tom Barrett, Republican incumbent. Trump won the district by a point. That's the backdrop for this Democratic primary here. And the Oakland portion, even there, by 5 votes. But Lawrence with the lead over Brink. And again, just that split vote between Brink and Maasdam. And so Lawrence, it's narrow, but he's running in first in Oakland. He's running in first in Livingston. We got more, as we said. We've got, we're up getting close to 2/3 of the vote in Eaton County. And Maasdam has moved his way into second place here. It looks like that Election Day vote may be favoring him a bit, but he's still 11 points behind Lawrence there. So district-wide, I don't know why it does that. District-wide, we got about 1/5 of the vote. Lawrence has a double-digit lead over his nearest competitor, and we keep saying Ingham. That's where I think the expectation has been Lawrence would do best. So if he can survive the way he is outside of Ingham and then get to Ingham, I think that's certainly what he wants to see. Let's take a look at the 11th district here. We don't have any results yet to talk about. Let's take a look here. It's Missouri's first, excuse me. And I wanted to look at the 10th district here. Can we get let's see if we can get the 10th up. Now, this is, Christina Hines here. She was the best funded candidate. This is the seat here. This is the Macomb County-based district that John James, he's giving this up. He's running for governor on the Republican side. Christina Hines had the most money in this campaign. Tim Grimel was the former mayor of Pontiac. There's a portion of this district that actually bleeds over into Oakland County. That's where his base was, not the base you want to have in a district like this. Eric Chung had been in the Commerce Department. Hines leading there. Again, that's Oakland vote that's come in, too. That's Grimel's. We've got some Macomb, too, but you've got some Oakland vote as well. That's Grimel's base, Oakland County. Republican side here, no surprise. I don't see a check mark yet. That might be coming soon. Michael Bouchard, this is the Trump-endorsed candidate. He's winning this thing. He's leading this thing easily right now. Again, this is a Republican district. Trump had won this by 6 points in 2024. He won it by 1 in 2020. It's represented by John James right now, who is giving up the seat to run for governor. Let's see how James is doing in this race. Remember, James here endorsed by Trump. He's run twice statewide as the Republican nominee, 2 Senate elections. He lost both of them. This is his 3rd statewide campaign. Perry Johnson here, a businessman who has spent a ton of money. If you remember the name nationally, he actually ran for president in 2024, spent some money, didn't get a ton of attention. Now he set his sights on the governorship. He's really going after James hard in this campaign. You can see here, just taking a look at where the vote is coming from. I'm seeing, that's the James shade of red there. A lot of the James effort was focused here. His base is down here, and a lot of his effort was focused in Southeast Michigan. The criticism of him was that his campaign might not be aggressive enough, that he'd been skipping debates, that maybe he'd been a little bit presumptuous about being the nominee after picking up the Trump endorsement. But taking a look here, again, Livingston County, you're seeing consistent numbers here, about half the vote in these places. These are not quite as big in a Republican primary as they are in a Democratic primary, but they're big. They're very big, and you're seeing something consistent there in Southeast Michigan. And to the extent we're getting anything up north here, the only place you're seeing Perry Johnson ahead is by 1 vote. There it is. The only county where Perry Johnson's leading, he's leading by 1 vote right now. So that's what it looks like. How much time we got on this?
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Okay.
Steve, I do have a note for you.
Yes. Okay.
disruptive for Wesley Bell in that district as you're watching that one, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I remember being here 2 years ago in this primary when Bell went after Bush. That was a very close race here. Bush, obviously, her affiliation with the squad, she'd been a national figure. And the story of that race 2 years ago is this district is split between St. Louis, the city of St. Louis, and then right over here, these are the inner suburbs of St. Louis County, some of them St. Louis County. And the story then had been Bell was strong in St. Louis County, Bush was strong in the city of St. Louis. But take a look at what we're seeing so far. St. Louis County, no big surprise. I mean, Bell getting more than 3/4 of the vote right there. But go over to the city of St. Louis and you see Bell ahead. It's not as decisive, but you do see a solid margin. At least this is early vote. The final margin may end up not being quite this dominant here. Bush may do better. I think she will do better with the Election Day vote. But you see it extending across county lines. And this split with the early vote is not something you saw in 2024 when these two candidates ran against each other and Bell won in a close race. And so, yeah, it kind of bucks the trend that we've been seeing. How many primary nights have we been up here, particularly in city districts? You know, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. in the mayoral election there, Denver, New York City. That's where we've been seeing these sort of left-wing candidacies succeed, topple incumbents. Here, the formula didn't work. Bush doing worse than she did 2 years ago when she lost the seat, and Bell, certainly the establishment candidate here, based on his endorsements, his backing in this campaign, securing his seat.
Question tonight, Steve. Would we see a sweep for progressive candidates? Would there be a patchwork? This is certainly a loss for progressives, for Senator Bernie Sanders, who endorsed her. And of course, the big race, the big marquee race that we are watching, the Michigan Senate race. Yeah. Bring us up to speed there. What's the very latest you're seeing? Yeah,
let's take a look back up in Michigan. And I'm going to just have to go to a house race. Okay, so again, about 20% of the vote here is in statewide. This looks about what it looked like the last time we checked in terms of the margin there for Al Sayed over Stevens. I think there's a lot here. I'll zoom in on Wayne County. So Wayne County, where Detroit is, you'll hear me say this a lot tonight. 1/5 of the vote statewide is coming out of Wayne. We only have 2% of the vote right now, so there's not much to be read into that. What there is from Detroit, largely from Detroit, what you're looking at right now. But Wayne, keep in mind, is not just Detroit, okay? There are inner suburbs in here. There's also, this is where Dearborn is. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States. There's 110,000 residents in Dearborn. Abdul Sayed ran for governor in 2018. He won Dearborn big. Dearborn Heights, very similar demographically. That's in here. Hamtramck, that's a majority Muslim city. That's a place where Al Sayed did very well in 2018. They are all also in Wayne County. There's also a lot of other places in here, too. So there's a diversity in here. In some of those cities, I expect Al Sayed to do very well tonight. But the opportunity, and this may take a while for us to see, and we'll see how it shakes out in other places around the state if it comes to it. But the opportunity for Stevens, we're saying, is in the city of Detroit, because the polling has been indicating that black support is very strong for her. And we said Detroit is 3/4 black. And this is an opportunity. If she can run up the score in Detroit among black voters, she could get a big number out of there. She could get a big number out of Wayne County. That could carry her a long way. In terms of looking at where black support really can swing, a primary, or at least loom large in a primary, there aren't a ton of counties where there's a very significant black population. Another place we'll look tonight, though, that does have a pretty large black population is Genesee County. This is where the city of Flint is. We don't have any votes coming in right there yet. There is a substantial black population in Saginaw, too. We don't have many votes coming in right there. So from Stevens' standpoint, we'll be looking at those places, but really going to be looking at Detroit as the night progresses, because I do think it's been interesting in some of these counties, the degree to which we're seeing this difference between the Election Day vote and how overwhelming it's going for Al Sayed and that vote by mail, and how strong that's going for Stevens. In a place like this, I'm just checking in because we're slowly getting more and more updates here. What's been happening in this county, this is sort of the suburbs of Lansing here, outside of Lansing. A little bit of Lansing's in here too, but it's largely outside Lansing. This number for Stevens has been ticking up all night because basically what happened was they counted the Election Day vote. Al Sayed got a huge number on here. Now as the vote by mail has been coming in, as this percent in has been ticking up, so has Stevens' number. And so what we were looking at the start of the night here were numbers for Stevens that were like, whoa, these are, I don't see how she could win with these numbers. But if this number can continue to tick up for her, that could get interesting out of a place like Eaton County. Also, Same thing here. The same thing has been happening in Livingston County. This is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing counties in Michigan. It's big. There's like 200,000 people here. This is like the exurbs of Detroit right here. Okay, it's very high income too. We expected Stevens, to have maybe an opportunity here to do well. Well, she looked like she was getting clobbered early because we got the election day vote was counted right away. Al Sayed went way ahead, but as the vote by mail has been coming in, getting more vote in, and that Stevens number has been ticking up more and more, where it's not looking as much for her like the disaster it initially did. And so to the extent that can continue in places like that, and another place we're looking here is around Grand Rapids, I say Saginaw, to the extent that can continue, that's a huge question. It heightens the stakes for what I just outlined in Detroit.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes in that hotly contested race.
What's so interesting here, too?
Okay, and I just need to reply. You're getting a little bit behind the scenes. I just need to reply to a message here, so bear with me. This is, and of course, you know what I did? I mashed my fingers together, and I typed a word that doesn't exist. Okay, there it is. Okay, did anything substantial come in, Adam, while we were doing that? I think I was going through. I didn't see anything.
No, nothing super significant. I'm trying.
I see. Oh, this would be if we got more. Ottawa County, where Holland is, Western Michigan, it's only 2%, so we'll hold off on that. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through these Oakland County results right now and pull out. We are getting our first look at some of the precinct results, so I'm trying to take a look into those right now, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Let me just check in on Kansas for a second, and then we're going to take a tour back around Michigan here. But I want to update you on this. In the Republican primary for governor of Kansas, the Trump-endorsed candidate, Ty Masterson, you saw him leading in those first votes that came in real fast there. We've now called it. NBC News' decision desk has declared that Ty Masterson will be the Republican nominee for governor of Kansas. Again, with that Trump endorsement, the track record that's had this primary season, not necessarily a big surprise over there. We are not yet calling what you're looking at right here on the Democratic side. Cindy Holscher, I think the last time we checked in, this was about a 1,000 vote gap. It's moved up to about we got about half the vote. She's leading by about 3.5 points right now over Ethan Corson. Again, both candidates right here from Johnson County, where we still got 2/3 of the vote in. What's changed, I can see, is they've played leapfrog here. Holscher has taken the lead in Johnson County, not much, but she was trailing Corson there the last time we checked in. Corson continues to lead in Kansas City, Shawnee County, where Topeka is. Holscher with a solid margin right there. Wichita, Holscher with an advantage there. Next door, Butler is smaller. We had 1/4 of the vote. Holscher leading there. And again, the candidate, the outgoing Democratic governor, backing Corson in this race. You see, the Trump endorsement has carried the Republican candidate. We'll see on the Democratic side if the leader of the Kansas State Democratic Party is able to get her candidate over the finish line right there, but right now trailing by about 3,600 votes to Holscher. I want to go back, though. I know folks are here. I want to make sure you see this, but I know you're really interested in Michigan. We're all interested in Michigan. We're still sitting at 18%. Nothing substantial's happened. Every time I see these small rural counties, I want to check just in case we showed you Iosco earlier. Okay, so we got half the vote in Alcona County. I keep wondering, not that Alcona is a particularly significant county with about 1,000 votes coming out of it, but we're trying to see if Al Sayed is running better in these areas with older white voters than we've seen, than the progressive candidates did, like against Whitmer in 2018. So looking at Alcona County here, what our benchmarks would be, Whitmer got 68% of the vote here in Al Sayed, this is one of his worst counties in the state in 2018. He got 13% of the vote here in that gubernatorial primary in 2018. Biden got 63% of the vote here. Clinton got 49%. Clinton actually lost it to Sanders. That's interesting. It's a point to note here, because you say Sanders won this state in 2016. Is what Sanders did in 2016 what Al Sayed? Is that the roadmap for Al Sayed? I think one of the things that got revealed between this being the number for Clinton and this being the number for Biden in 2020, was that Clinton had some particular struggles with older blue-collar white voters. And so these areas in Michigan in the primary were a total disaster for her. It might have said less about Sanders and his appeal than it did about the issues between Clinton and that demographic. And that got reinforced in Michigan in November of 2016, when that was a big reason why Clinton, in a shock to everybody, lost Michigan in the general election. First time a Democrat lost in 28 years. So I read that Clinton number not as necessarily a sign that Sanders had strength that would be transferable to another progressive candidate in these places, because you see, 4 years later, Sanders run, and he got clobbered in places like this by Biden. So Whitmer got 68, Biden got 63. I think these might be the two most relevant sort of establishment numbers here in a county like this. And here's Stevens running at 49%. Now, I think we've been seeing that might be election day vote that got put out there first. And if it is, Stevens has a chance maybe to move that number north. But that's in these small counties. That's the kind of number she wants to be landing at here. Again, these are small. They add up. Everything here adds up to about 8%. But we're trying to detect a pattern. We're trying to get some counties that are close to complete or completed so we can do that. Yeah.
So I was looking a little bit at Oakland County. One of the places that kind of piqued my interest was Southfield City. We have a 65% black population out there. And so I was just going through some of the precinct results. I saw a lot of the Southfield precincts missing election day vote. Mm-hmm. So I think I can give you kind of what I have right now as unofficial totals.
Well, so how much of Southfield? Yeah, how much vote do you think we have in Southfield?
So I right now I see 2,500 votes out of Southfield.
Okay. Do we know roughly what we're expecting total?
I don't have an expected total for Southfield. Uh-huh. But the margin right now, I have Stevens 61, El Sayed 36 in Southfield.
And so that's interesting because Southfield, this is in southern Oakland County, in 2018. So Stevens right now, again, we're going municipal level here right now. Again, in the absence of having big numbers in these others, let's zoom in on the big place where we got a ton of votes right here. So this is Southfield in southern Oakland County right here in the 2018 primary. So right now, Stevens is getting 61% of the vote right there. In the 2018 primary, Whitmer, where he's saying maybe that's the benchmark, 61% was Whitmer's number in Southfield. You're saying El Sayed right now is running at 36% in Southfield. What was his number in that 2018 primary? It was 33%. But you're saying this is election day vote.
And a ton more just popped in Oakland there.
Oh, boy. This is a big moment, folks. Okay. It didn't move the needle substantially, but it is 10% more. We were at 60% in. Now we're at 70% in. What can we tell right away what we got?
I don't know municipality-wise, but yes, this new vote broke Stevens 49, El Sayed 48.
Is there an indication? Is this a mix?
I don't have detailed breakouts for Oakland, but I'll take a look.
I know I'm putting you on a spot right there because it takes a second to make sense of these. So let us know when you do. But that's an important point here because we talked about this a little bit at the top. Maybe we need to reinforce it right now. Oakland typically has put out a giant batch of vote by mail first thing. And then what's happened is the rest of the night, there've largely been batches that are kind of mixed. They'll mix them in. You'll get some vote by mail. You'll get some election day. You'll get them both at once. You'll get them, in quick succession. So the pattern is very difficult in a county like this. In other places, it's very, think of a state like Florida, a state like Georgia, a state like Kansas, Missouri, if you're watching these, where you get all the early vote reported out at once, and then everything else that comes in the rest of the way is election day vote. There are places in Oakland County where it's like that. There are places in Michigan where it's like that. There are places in Michigan where you get the election day vote, then you get the vote by mail. And there are places where they just kind of, end up, it's almost like staggered. And that's, I think, what Oakland is. So that's making this a little confusing, and that's why I'm asking Adam to take a minute there to crunch that. But again, we've set these benchmarks here. And I think if you're Stevens, you want this number to be popping into you want to be into the 50s here. Whitmer was able to get this thing into the mid-50s, in Oakland County. Sanders was able to get this thing into the mid-50s. Clinton, right? We had her number here. I should remember this. What was Clinton's number in Oakland County? Clinton was able to get 51%. And again, when I give you those Clinton numbers, remember, they're on the low end almost everywhere in Michigan except Wayne County. she was really able to make up for it in a big way in Wayne County. For the reasons, if you were watching that hit I just did for News Now a minute ago, I don't know that they're coming to, okay, what time is that? Okay, about a minute, they're going to come to us in Oakland County. Do we have some?
Yeah, the best I can tell, it was one of those municipalities reporting their mail vote, or one or maybe probably a few of them based on the vote totals.
Okay.
But I can't give you more than that.
Okay. We got 1 minute right here. We're going to talk about Oakland County. So we're going to go through a little bit of what we just did. I'm going to put this back up on the statewide screen. 22%. So that Oakland batch we just got, I think, has helped move us to. Was there anything else substantial?
There was another 11,000 Washtenaw votes.
Okay. So Washtenaw, and the Stevens numbers moved up a little bit here. I mean, you've got, this has been a trend here where, we showed you this in Eaton, we showed you this in Livingston. Remember, she started the night, I think, like at 28 and change. Oh, good. Okay. Adam, I got to give you this.
Kornacki at the big board. So, Steve, you're getting some new numbers in from Oakland County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so now take a look here. The biggie here, we've got 70% of the vote in. Remember, it was 60% all at once the last time we checked in. We just got another 10%. And the bottom line is it looks like it did before here with Stevens with, a little bit less than a 2-point advantage over Al Sayed. We're trying to figure out, this is what it comes to in Michigan primaries, trying to discern exactly what type of vote you're looking at. We've been talking about that vote by mail being so friendly to Stevens, that election day vote being so friendly to Al Sayed. I think one of the things we're seeing here in Oakland County is a mix of these two types of votes here. So they've each had some favorable batches that have been part of this. And actually, sorry, if you're watching, I want to explain what just happened. This number that was at 70% in just came down to 67%. Why is that? It's because this is an estimate that our decision desk makes of how many votes total are going to be cast. Obviously, we don't know in advance how many people are going to turn out on election day and vote. So our decision desk is making that estimate, and they will adjust it as returns come in. It can be adjusted up or down slightly. And what just happened was it got adjusted down slightly, meaning that our decision desk thinks that there are more votes there will end up being more votes cast in Oakland County than they thought at the start of the night, than they thought going into tonight. That's what that means, to knock that down from 70 to 67%. That might mean higher turnout, Steve, here on election day.
Just because the folks in the peanut gallery have a question for you on this. As you're explaining that, does that mean that turnout is more than was projected? Is that the TLDR on that?
Yeah, that's what that could mean, and that's what we're seeking to get clarification on. But that's often what that means. Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting. So, Steve, just recap big picture. You got Oakland County. Any other counties with any more vote count since we last checked in with you?
Yeah, the other big batch we just got was next door in Washtenaw County. It was next door in Washtenaw County. I'm showing you Livingston. We're up to about 2/3 of the vote. Remember, Ann Arbor right here, sort of the liberal heart of Michigan. And Stevens' numbers, we talked about this in other counties. Stevens' numbers have been ticking up in a lot of places where you're getting that vote by mail counted later. She's now running at about 33% right here. I think a benchmark for Stevens, a fair benchmark for her, she wants to be getting this into the 40s. She wants to, she has room here for this number to come up. She's doing okay, better with the vote by mail. But it's got to come up, I think, more for her right here. But we knew going in that Al Sayed, this was going to be one of the best counties, if not the best county in the state for him. It's just that the establishment candidates like Stevens, they typically have been able to, kind of tread water here, not get totally submerged. But that Stevens number was at about 28% when we first got numbers at the start of the night from Washtenaw. It's now worked its way up to about 33%. So again, what that nets out to, 21%. We think a little bit more than a fifth of the vote has been counted statewide, and Al Sayed there with that 7-point advantage. And as I say, the huge, in addition to everything else that's not filled in right here, we have next to nothing out of Wayne.
Well, and we're gonna have, buckle in. Ben.
Yes.
We got a minute before we're going to get more from them, right? So
we're patient. We're patiently waiting for Wayne.
Steve Kornacki, appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to check back in with you in just a second.
Yeah, we're also.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, yes. Oh. Okay, folks, the battery is dying. This is going to take 30 seconds. They're going to take a quick break to fix these batteries. I don't know if they leave the camera on or whatever. Don't go anywhere. It's just, you won't hear me for 30 seconds. I don't know if you were watching that, but if you did, I was talking. I thought I was back on the air, and I wasn't. So you missed everything I was saying, and I'm trying to remember now. Remember what I was saying. What I was saying was we got more vote out of. Okay, let me go back and show you where we started.
Steve, I got one note from the decision desk here.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts. They're still waiting for more data in their models right now, but it looks like, as we see in the vote totals, El Sayed has the lead. Can't say more than that until we get some more different places. That's what we're hearing from the decision desk.
And can you ask the decision desk, adjusting the expected vote, does that indicate higher election day turnout? Because I think that might be where this is coming from.
Yep.
Okay, so what we just got more, 22% statewide. There you go. We got more out of Macomb County. When Adam finishes trying to get an answer to that, I'm going to ask him a question about Macomb. But again, you're looking at here the two suburban giants, Oakland and Macomb, next door to each other. This is Oakland is sort of the upscale suburban one. Macomb is the blue collar, traditionally, sort of made by the auto industry, big suburban area. Between the two of them, it's like a quarter of the vote statewide. Oakland, the much bigger one. Macomb is probably going to be 8% in this primary. But Adam, if you have a second, I would love to break down what we have out of Macomb in terms of type.
Yeah, so let me take a look. In Macomb County, fairly broad-based, but I see 23% of our election day vote in, 6% of our mailed vote in, and 32% of our early vote in.
Okay. And how are they breaking?
So the early vote is currently breaking 65-34. Mail vote for El Sayed, sorry.
And that's the smallest of these. Yep.
Yep. The mail vote is the smallest of these. Yes, I understand. Sorry, I saw what you were saying. The mail vote is currently breaking 65-30, and the election day vote
65-30 for Stevens.
Yes.
Yep.
And the election day vote is currently breaking for El Sayed 64-34.
64. So they're basically this is interesting. So El Sayed is winning the election day vote by 30, and you said Stevens is winning the vote by mail by how much? 30.
I clicked out of it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I think I would love to just kind of run through this for a second because I think it's interesting.
Yes. So the mail vote, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
65-29.
36. Okay. Roughly, how many election day votes do we think are left in Macomb County?
37,000.
Okay. And roughly, how many vote by mail do we think are left out of Macomb County?
59,000.
59,000. Okay. Right. So at that rate, and you think we basically have the early vote done?
Have about 4,000 remaining early votes.
Okay. So at the rate that this is coming in, there's more here for Stevens than there is for El Sayed, but there needs to be more for Stevens than for El Sayed. Needs to be much more for Stevens than El Sayed, because what was Macomb? Let's use our benchmarks that we've been going to all night right here, right? Whitmer got 57% of the vote in Macomb County in 2018. Remember, she got 52% statewide. That was 57% in Macomb County. Biden got 51 here in 2020, running against Sanders. Sanders was strong there. Clinton got 49%, right? So this was the Clinton number, this was the Biden number, this was the Whitmer number, this is the Stevens number right now. So when we say she needs to be getting much better with what's left, so now if we just extrapolated this is very rough math right here, but with 37,000, give or take, election day vote to come, 3774, that would be about 11,100, an additional, that would net El Sayed an additional 11,100 or so votes. This is small, so we're just extrapolating this. That would give him about a 14,000 vote margin right there. And if Stevens then were to win the remaining, say, 60,000 by 36, 6, 12, 18, 20, that would put her ahead by about 7,000 or so votes countywide. I wanted to go through that in my head because I know we're only at 14% here. There's still a ton to come in right here, but just wanted to get a ballpark figure of if they're both breaking that way, Stevens could get ahead here. She absolutely has to, I think, get ahead here in a place like Macomb County. Zooming out, again, just with some more trickling in, I think. still just at 22%. Looking for, I'm just going to quickly go through this. I promise I won't get bogged down. I just want to see if there's anything in these small counties that is like close to complete. Delta, well, okay. Again, Delta's I thought I wouldn't get bogged down. Now I'm going to get bogged down. Delta, yeah, this was actually one of the let's see, 56, 56, 43 are the sort of establishment numbers. But again, if that's same day, that can come back up. Looking for something complete. I won't. Luce County, we're at 3/4 here. Okay, small, but just looking for anything complete. Whitmer got, yeah, this was a 70% Whitmer County. This was a 57% Biden County. 3/4 in, Stevens is running, lower than those numbers.
Steve.
Yeah.
I do have some more messages for you.
Yes.
On your phone.
Oh.
I'm also looking for some of the complete counties as well. We do have a couple, and we can also probably get to those.
We have some complete.
Right on the
we have some complete counties.
Wait, we're up to 85% in 2 counties as of our latest vote results.
And did the decision desk tell us if we do believe there is more election day vote higher election day turnout than we thought initially?
The expected vote in Oakland County got raised a few minutes ago. We don't know. We can't say overall what you're saying about the election day vote. Decision desk is not saying that yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, full disclosure, we pass notes back and forth. We're sort of comparing notes because we're trying to think out loud. So
we do have a completed county now.
Give me the completed county.
Luce. We were just there.
We were just up there. Okay. So sorry, I lost Luce. 4th time's the charm. Okay. So we got this is tiny, but again, just sort of. I think this is key because we're spending all night saying it's this type, it's that type. If it goes this way, here's a place where all the types are now in. There's no conditionals here with this one. I know it's tiny, but I do want to just start this exercise, and we'll show you this elsewhere because I think, look, Luce County, Upper Peninsula right here, and the Whitmer got 70% of the vote here. Again, establishment benchmarks potentially for Stevens here. Biden got 57, and we think we're done in Luce, and Stevens is going to win it, but she's going to get 49. Okay? 70, 57, 49. Meanwhile, Al Sayed lands at 43% right here. When he ran for governor in 2018, what did he get in Luce County? He got 12% of the vote, right? So Luce County is tiny, okay? But like we've been saying, if this is what we're going to be seeing, okay, sort of from this point north, Stevens wins, but not anything like the Whitmer margin from 2018, okay? Whitmer was running up huge, like 2-to-1 victories in these places. If these counties end up looking much more like this, high single digits, 15, but things like that, then even though this is only, I keep saying, only 8% of the vote lives up here in this northern part of Michigan. But if Stevens is getting like half the margin out of that Whitmer got out of that adds up. Okay, so it could be significant from that standpoint. But I think it could also be a little bit more broadly significant in matching a little bit of what we're seeing in bigger counties where Al Sayed, I think it signals potentially that Al Sayed may have a little bit of strength there. You're talking rural northern Michigan, you're talking blue-collar white voters. You're talking blue-collar older white voters. And Al Sayed this is all from Luce, but we're seeing little hints of this elsewhere in northern Michigan. That's why I'm sort of leaning on Luce here. So it might be a sign of some broader strength for Al Sayed. And I think that's what we could say if we zoom out statewide here with only 22% counted. We see a number of big counties right here where, as I've been telling you, Al Sayed got a running start with that election day vote and got a huge lead. And, in places like Washtenaw, oh, look at this. I mean, he's still, we showed you, Stevens is still just under 33%. She probably wants to be getting into the 40s here. This is a real, even with Stevens ticking up, Al Sayed's, sitting in a good position in a place like Washtenaw County. But we've shown you like Eaton County, where that Stevens number, look, we're up to 84% in Eaton County. The Stevens number is sitting at 45.6%. Let's do our little game again with our benchmarks. Let's check in because earlier it was a little bit of a different story here. 65% was the Whitmer number. We're in that zone of Michigan where Whitmer overperformed. So that's sort of an outlier number, but I put it up there. And then you look to the 2020 Sanders number here, it was 52%, okay? Biden number was 52%, and then the Clinton number was 44%. Now, we said Stevens can't use this as a benchmark because the Clinton got such a huge number out of Wayne to offset numbers like this. So Stevens has to be north of 44, getting closer to this. Well, she is north of 44 now. She's at 46, okay? There is still some vote to come out of Eaton County. So this number can climb farther, okay? I think she wants to be getting this, high 40s across 50, something like that. I think that's what we're seeing in some of these counties. I think we're seeing it in like a place like Livingston County as well, where we now have 71% of the vote. Again, let's just take a look at these benchmarks. These are establishment candidates here. Whitmer, outlier, 61%. Biden, 52. Clinton, 38. The 38 won't work for Stevens as a benchmark because Clinton overperformed so much relative to her, we think, in Wayne. So again, you're looking more, if you're Stevens, at coming closer to the Biden number. Again, she's north of the Clinton number. She still has vote to come here. She could close in on that Biden number conceivably here. Let's see how that continues to go. I'm seeing her get to the edge, maybe the edge of where she needs to be in places like this. I'm not seeing her do that in a big place like Washtenaw. We have very few votes. We just took you through what we got a little bit more now in Macomb since then. We went from 14 to 20%. Seems like it did not get any better for Stevens with what came in, but that might be Election Day vote that came in right there. We have the possibility that there's been higher turnout on Election Day than I think maybe was expected. That would benefit El Sayed. So there's a lot here that if you're El Sayed, you're looking at and you're very encouraged by. And there's a lot here if you're Stevens and you're looking at and you're saying, well, maybe with a little bit more here and maybe with a little bit more there. And then I think what it all kind of comes around to is this, Wayne County. Because the Stevens thing is maybe with a little bit more here, and here. And then even with all of that, what would she need? She would need something big out of Wayne, and that really is something big out of Detroit. And we're sitting at 3% right here. We've told you, I don't want to send anybody away, but 5 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when we had Wayne, all of it, the last two Democratic primaries. But we're going to find out. I think what's happening right now is we're going to find out as the rest of these fill in, as we start to get more loose counties, okay? Loose, L-U-C-E, where we got all the vote in. We're going to have a much clearer picture of whether it really is going to come down to Wayne and whether it really is going to come down to Detroit. Because there are some things here, if you're Stevens, that have gotten better as the night's going on. There's a lot of things here that are encouraging for Al Sayed. Where does Eaton County land? Now we're up to 89% right here, and Stevens is up to 46%. See, it continues to tick up. Is it at the level she wants to be at here? How much higher does she want to get it? Livingston County, 71%. We've not heard from Ingham County. That's a pretty big one. It's about 4 or 5% of the vote statewide. It's where the state capital is. That's where I think El Sayed is expected to have a very big night. Okay, it's a very liberal area. Saginaw, we're still sitting at 4%. If you're Stevens, Genesee County, you're kind of counting on Genesee County. Flint, counting on doing very well with the black vote. Oakland County, we had that number get knocked down to 67. We're still there. Macomb, 20. We've gone through to UP. Do we still have anything in? We have very little in Ottawa. Okay. So, they're going to come to me in 1 minute. We're going to talk about Wayne County. So what I'm going to do in the minute in between is leave this up and take some water.
Steve, we've been keeping tabs on what you're watching and what you're looking for, and you got a lot of interesting stuff coming out of there in Michigan. Specifically, well, I'll let you tell us.
Well, I'll tell you what we're waiting on, I think, but we got about a quarter of the vote statewide. It's a 6.5-point margin here for Al Sayed over Stevens. We do have, I want to pick up this story. I think we started to tell you a little bit ago, but Eaton County, this is a decent-sized county. It's bedroom communities, sort of suburbs of Lansing here. I think the interesting thing that's been happening is how much closer it's been getting here in Eaton as the night's going on. And it speaks to, don't mean to be a broken record, but that difference between, the election day vote that got counted fast and put Al Sayed way ahead, and the vote by mail that's been trickling in, the updates have been trickling in that Stevens' number has gone from a place through the course of the night here in Eaton where you're looking at it initially saying, oh, getting clobbered here, to like, is she putting herself in a range of where she'd need to be to have a real chance at this statewide? You're seeing that in Eaton. You're seeing that, to the east of Lansing in Livingston, where, again, that numbers continue to tick up. I think it's got to tick up more for her, considerably, but there's more vote to come. And it looks like it is that vote by mail, a lot of that vote by mail that's been so friendly to her. And so I think the story that's kind of taking shape here is there's a lot of questions like that on this map. There's a lot of blanks, on this map right now. Okay, like a place like Genesee County. This is a big one. This is where the city of Flint is. This is one of the higher black population counties in Michigan. One of the key ingredients that Stevens is looking for to have a shot tonight is to do extremely well, run up the score with black voters. How does that look? Does that happen? And how does that look in a place like Genesee County? Her formula for victory absolutely depends on it. We got nothing there that we can really show you right now. We don't have much in Saginaw either, where it's a bit of the same story. The counties are, there is a substantial black population there as well. All of these sort of questions that we're seeing here, with the way Stevens has done as these votes have evolved, have raised the question, if she can do this, if she can do that, if she gets a big, all of that is coming around to, if she can answer yes to all those questions, then what she would need on top of everything else out of Wayne County would be big, big numbers. And I think specifically from Detroit, where the population is overwhelmingly black, and where we have a very small amount of vote right now. What you're looking at, as a matter of fact, in Wayne, you see 4% in, that's just about 12,000 votes counted. One thing we just got in Wayne was an update from the city of Dearborn. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States. It's a place where Al Sayed won huge in 2018. He lost the primary statewide for governor in 2018 to Gretchen Whitmer, but he won big in Dearborn. And so we just got votes from Dearborn, place where we knew he's going to do really well, and those votes are election day votes. That's the type of vote he's been doing particularly well with. That's not all of this, but that's part of the mix you're looking at here. It's Al Sayed friendly. What we're waiting on is what happens in Detroit, specifically with the black vote in Detroit. Because Stevens, again, you're trying to stitch together through this patchwork of, partial returns, blank counties, very, very little that's close to complete right now as a county. You're seeing the hint of something from Stevens, but there's a lot of conditionals in that. And if they all kind of come to fruition for her outside of Wayne, it would come down to Wayne and to Detroit. And again, I say, like, the fact that we're sitting here at 10 o'clock Eastern and we got 4% in Wayne, this is par for the course for Wayne County.
Yeah.
But and to that point, what I hear you saying is we may be in for a fairly long night, Steve, right? I mean, if that's what it's going to come down to.
I'm saying I'm not sure it's coming down to that yet, because she still has a lot of work to do outside of Wayne County. There's been some encouraging numbers here throughout the night. If you're Al Sayed, I'll put this back to the statewide. There have been a lot of encouraging things in these numbers, for Al Sayed. So Stevens has got to establish a bunch of things in places that I was just showing you right there.
Yeah, exactly.
To have it come down to Wayne.
Steve, and can you just give us a sense how much of the early vote has been counted yet? Do we have a sense of that?
Actually, if you give me a second, Adam, do we cumulatively have how much early?
Hey, this is our first appearance by Adam DeBose, producer extraordinaire. Hey, bud, there he is.
We have about 20% of the vote, early in-person vote, that's currently in expected.
The early vote.
Yeah.
But how about the vote by mail?
Oh, the vote by mail, 9%.
Okay.
Right. So there's still, and that's Stevens' friendly vote,
Yes. Well, and when I talked to them today, they were feeling very confident about the early vote for all the reasons, Steve, that you are laying out there. We will come back to you early and often, Hallie. What's so fascinating is...
Okay. We have a minute. Okay, so we have, top of the hour, we're going to do another, I'm on this one now. Hi, folks. Top of the hour, we're going to do another update for the News Now, folks. I see one, that's the poll close countdown to Washington. We haven't even mentioned Washington yet. In an hour, the polls are going to close there. The vote by mail, this is a state, it's like Colorado, it's like California. It's largely vote by mail. They get a ton of it counted up ahead of time. They just press send, basically, as the polls close or close to it. So between 11 and 11:30, 11:45, a ton of vote to come in Washington. Some congressional primaries there. We'll get to them that are pretty interesting. That's going to happen an hour from now. I'm telling you this now because I'm not sure between now and then how many chances I'll have. So we've got that. They're going to come to me. The clock just disappeared. I'll look at this one. They're going to come to me in a minute, and what I'm going to do is my producer has put another note together. I'm not going to let you see the notes. Maybe at the end of the night, I'll let you see the notes, but he's put another note for me, and while I read the note, I'm going to drink water, except I don't. Is there any more water in here? All right, we can get a little bit more. Say again? Oh, okay, so we have a few minutes here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to tell him about our note. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. The key, this is the thing. It's like Adam is telling me things, I'm asking him, and he's looking at things, and I'm looking at things, and I think besides our conversation, we're obviously each thinking in our own heads, what's happening here? Where is this all going? And so that's what the notes are. We're trying to see, are we both, and here's the good news, folks. Maybe it's bad news if we're wrong. We're aligned. So we seem to be seeing the same things here. So that was encouraging to get. So we have a couple minutes until the.
Yeah, and we checked in on Luce earlier. We have a couple more full or near full counties that we can look at.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you want to do that.
Yep.
Ionia.
Yep.
And Alcona.
I think we did Alcona, didn't we? Yeah.
I may have missed that. I apologize.
I just spilled water.
Water spill.
At the computer, I don't want to get this thing to break. Oh boy, the monitor went off. I'm sorry. I just don't want to. We have to tend to this computer so it doesn't
catch on fire.
Is there? Oh, there's tissues here. Oh, my map. No. Oh. No. Oh, jeez. This is all the benchmarks.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry about this. Okay. Well, that was fun. Ionia, you said?
Yes, Ionia.
Okay. See how much went into that paper? Okay. All right, Ionia County here. It's right around Lansing. Here we go. Okay. We got, basically complete. And fortunately, I have my friend, the benchmarks that did not go away. So what do we got in Ionia County for benchmarks? Okay, again, we're using progressive lane. We're using the establishment lane right here. This was 60 for Whitmer. Again, this is that outlier zone for Whitmer where she did so well. It was 52 was the Biden 2020 number, and 34 was the Clinton 16 number. And we've said, in this part of the state where the Whitmer number you can kind of dismiss because, again, it's just the home field advantage for her, basically. So dismiss the Whitmer number. We're looking at two benchmarks, Clinton 16 and Biden 20. And we keep saying the Clinton 16 one, it's going to be really low in a lot of places, and yet she nearly won the state because she did so well down here. Even if Stevens gets the kinds of numbers I'm saying she might get out of Detroit, she's not going to do in Wayne County what Clinton did because of what I just said about like Dearborn Heights, places like that. So it means the Stevens number tonight, the benchmark, can't be down here. It's got to be closer to here. How close? That's an art, not a science right now. But look at this. It's really close. She's landed in this county 14 points north of Hillary Clinton and only 4 points south of Joe Biden. And remember, when Joe Biden got 52% of the vote in Ionia County, he wasn't barely winning Michigan. I mean, he won Michigan big because it was a divided field, but his percent, he got 53% statewide, right? So he got a majority with a little bit of a pad, getting 52% out of here. And here's Stevens running at 48%. So that's a, if you're her and you said at the start of the night, 48% in a place like Ionia County, I'm not sure what exactly their benchmarks are, but it's got to be close to that. And that's that's why when I'm looking like nearby at Eaton County, that's why we've been saying, is that Stevens number, it's already close. Is it going to land in Eaton County, kind of where we just showed you in Ionia County? Is it going to land, I see Ingham, is it going to land in Livingston like that? I say she has to do a lot. Those are the things, what she just did in Ionia, can she replicate it in play? Here we go. Ingham County. This is Lansing. Now, okay, this is 13% of the vote in Ingham. Is this vote by, what are we looking at here?
It's a broad base of vote mode. I'm trying to look if it's from a particular municipality, but I haven't quite nailed that down yet.
Okay, so Ingham, and we're going to check in on the congressional race in a second because this is key to that congressional race in the 7th district. And I haven't been meaning to give those congressional races short shrift here, but Ingham County, again, Gretchen Whitmer was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. So when I said she had the home field advantage, she really had it there. So as our benchmarks go for Stevens, Whitmer got 63, but put an X through it. That's her home county. Okay, realistically, though, when I say this is like a very liberal county, the number that Joe Biden got out of Ingham was 45. Number that Hillary Clinton got was 43. And Adam's trying to figure out what type of vote we're looking at, but the number Stevens is starting at here is 40.
It doesn't look like it was from Lansing. It looks like it was from some of the perimeter townships. And maybe Mason as well.
And in a mix of vote type.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so, what are we talking about? Sorry. Okay, we're doing a Michigan hit in how long? Okay, folks, we're going to do another Michigan hit in a minute.
We do have another update out of Oakland as well.
Yeah.
We got another 11,000 votes there.
Yeah.
Stevens wins this most recent batch 51-46.
Okay, and again, this continues to be like a mix, huh?
I think this continues to be a mix. We have a little bit less transparency into what's going on in Oakland in our system here, so it's a little bit rougher.
Okay, so we're going to go do this hit here in a second. I'll stop talking, but we're now inching up, past a quarter of the vote. Stevens has got this down to 6. You've seen the statewide margin, 8, 7, 6.5. It's sitting at 6 right now. Again, there's a lot of blank space on this map. We did get a little Genesee, but a little. County clerks, municipal clerks in Michigan, if you want to be like nationally famous, report out a ton of vote, and I will make you a star for the next time. I need a county to give us a ton of vote. All right, here we go.
Charcuterie platter,
Julie.
a little Kornacki at the big board.
It doesn't
My
get any
God.
better.
Joined
was great.
joined by you.
That's right. I mean, it is.
Only 10 o'clock, folks.
It's only 10 o'clock.
It's late somewhere.
Speaking of Kornacki.
Oakland County, let's talk about it, because I think we just got some new numbers in from there, pal.
Yeah, we did just get a little bit more in Oakland. I can show you. Remember, it was at 67% expected vote in. It's now ticked up to, to 71% here. Stevens continues to lead here, a 2-point margin, a little bit more than 2 points over Al Sayed. Again, this continues to be a mix of different vote types. So it's in terms of the trajectory here in Oakland of, who's on course, is Stevens on course, is Al Sayed on course to do better in the remaining quarter or so of the vote. It's a little bit tough to discern. That's what we're sort of trying to figure out right now. But this Stevens margin, remember when we first got that big initial batch, which included a lot of vote by mail, it did also include, and I didn't emphasize this enough at the time, it did include a lot of Election Day vote as well. So it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, and Stevens has maintained that small advantage he had over Al Sayed there as Oakland has continued to come in. Again, just statewide, what this looks like here, an advantage there of now it's just under 6 points. That the margin between El Sayed and Stevens 2 statewide has been ticking down a little bit lower. It was 8, it was 7, it was 6.5, it was 6. It's 5.9 right now when you're looking at this. And part of that really is she has been in a lot of these counties posting some very big numbers as the full picture has started to come in. A lot of counties gave us election day vote right away, and it gave Al Sayed a really running start in this thing. And then what's been coming in much more slowly and in trickles in a lot of cases has been more vote by mail, which again has been overwhelming for Stevens. And so I'll give you an example here. It's a relatively small county here. You're about 40 miles outside Lansing, Ionia County. But this is now,
I think we updated our expected vote there.
Boy, wow, I took a big swing and I whiffed. Our decision desk, we thought this was complete. We thought we had 100% vote here, and our decision desk has updated it. So I will pause the thought right there.
That's not your fault, Steve. That's not on you. That's not on you. That's okay. Is there anything interesting happening in some of these other smaller rural counties, Steve, that we should be tracking?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's interesting if you kind of look. I've been drawing the line here basically saying north of Saginaw, and there's not much here in the way of population centers. But the key in this area, is that the establishment candidate here you would expect would be getting 60% plus of the vote in these places. Al Sayed, when he ran for governor in that 2018 Democratic primary against Gretchen Whitmer, really had some low numbers in northern Michigan, in the UP. We do have a completed county up here. It's very, very small. But Luce County in the Upper Peninsula, we think all the vote is in. And this is one where, Stevens is going to win it. But this is a good number up here for Al Sayed. Okay, a place he got like 12% of the vote here when he ran for governor in 2018. He lands in the low mid 40s here. This is a place where I think Stevens, again, if she whiffs in Luce County, it's no big deal. It's very, very small. But if, as these other counties, as we start to get completed results in these other counties in northern Michigan, if this is the pattern, underwhelming Stevens victories, much stronger performances for Abdul El Sayed than he had in 2018, those do start to add up, and they could signal broader kind of demographic strength for El Sayed that extends outside the region. I say that because when you're talking about small-town northern Michigan and the UP, you are talking about a lot of blue-collar, older, white voters. And if that's a demographic in any way that he's overperformed with, who's to say it doesn't extend outside of this? So again, I don't want to make too much, maybe I already have, out of one county in the UP, but we've seen a number of counties come in. I mean, you could just see it right here. This is the Al Sayed shade of blue, right? I've been saying north of Saginaw, and these are a lot of partial results. These are not completed counties, but you are seeing hints in some of these counties that maybe what's happening in Luce County is broader.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a second. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you being there for us, walking us through all of it.
Okay, so we went through Ionia, and do we have any other completed counties or newly? I see we're up to 28%. We are getting some more stuff. Do we have anything big that just came in? What do I got?
Keweenaw is the closest.
Keweenaw, there's like 18 people. We'll give Keweenaw
is the one that's closest to all in up there.
Okay, but it is okay. Keweenaw, though, this is summer vacation land, right? It's tiny. It's UP. But it is. I mean, just as tiny as it is the same story as Luce. This, instead of being like a 60% Stevens place, Al Sayed might win Keweenaw. I mean, it's tiny, but okay. What else?
We got 4,000 votes out of Ottawa County and another 4,000 votes out of Oakland as well.
Oh, okay. Oakland was 4,000 in addition to, okay. Oakland, that last Oakland batch, whatever it was, favored Stevens, huh?
Yes. She wins that 54-43.
Can you tell me, Oakland, do we have what we think are completed municipalities? That might be the way to tackle this.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
Because that would be our answer to where this is gonna, what direction this is going. If this is going in a direction where that remaining quarter is gonna push the Stevens number north, or is gonna be beneficial to Al Sayed, or is gonna be a wash, which is a critical question. We got some, Adam said, in Ottawa County. Again, this is western Michigan. right outside Grand Rapids. Holland would be the big community here. This was an area, pardon me, actually where Whitmer didn't do that well in 2018. Al Sayed actually had some strength out here. Again, one of the reasons there's a lot of young people who have moved into Western Michigan. There's a younger population here, and younger is translated into strength for Al Sayed. Again, a quarter of the vote in Ottawa County, but just to give you a sense of it, using the benchmarks that we have been applying everywhere tonight. If you look at Ottawa County, it was 48%. I say Whitmer got, oh my gosh. I have to remember when I selected the pen and when I haven't. The pen is selected. Okay. Whitmer got 48 in Ottawa County, right? Remember, she got 52 statewide, so it's one of the places where she didn't get a majority of the vote. Biden got 51 here, and then, Clinton, again, as we saw in so many places, the bottom just fell out for her, 34. So Stevens running at 40, but this is a textbook example of what I've been talking about in other counties, right? 40 in Ottawa is like a disaster for Stevens, if that's where this lands tonight, okay? But what we've seen in these other counties around Lansing and some of these other places that have been filling in is that as the vote has come in, there's been a lot of vote by mail that's come in late. It's been very favorable to her. Her numbers continued ticking up. So if another way of looking at this is, with a quarter of the vote in, is this her starting point? Is she starting at 40 in Ottawa County, and could she then tick her way up to 48, to around 50% of the vote? Because I think that's probably about what she needs to get out of a place like this tonight. And we've seen that happening in some other counties. So that's as Ottawa starts to come in, that's what we're kind of going to be looking for. Grand Rapids, Kent. We got 18% of the vote out of Kent in like 6 minutes, I think, at 8 o'clock. It's 10:15 and we're at 24%. Eaton, I just want to see, we've been at 89. We're getting close to complete in these places. That's why I'm showing them. Livingston's ticked up to 78. Stevens is sitting there basically close to 46%. Ingham County, we've ticked up to 15%. Stevens is running at 40. I did want to check in. Ingham is very significant in this congressional primary here. Yeah, okay. Let's take a closer look now, because what's been happening with Stevens, you can see has a spillover effect to this primary. I think did we call it?
Yes.
Oh, hey folks, we got a call we're going to share with you. Oh. Ingham. Wait, they're in an interview. Okay. Okay, folks, there is going to be another News Now hit. I don't know if you can hear the show or anything, but that's what I'm... Oh. Yep. Okay, folks, I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can hear. They're interviewing a member of Congress. I obviously wait my turn, but that's why I'm being silent here. But 7th District, just as that late counted vote has favored. Sorry. Okay. Okay, folks. I'm sorry, folks. They wanted to talk about the result in the Kansas Democratic primary. We've called Cindy Holscher the winner of the Democratic primary here. So it's going to be Cindy Holscher, the Democrat, against Ty Masterson, the Republican. Again, this is a term-limited Democrat. This will be the Trump-endorsed candidate. The candidate of Governor Laura Kelly loses. Okay, she had not endorsed the let's go back to Michigan. That's where we want to be. Okay, I was looking at Michigan 7 because what's been happening in the Senate race there, okay, in that Senate primary where you've seen Stevens in. Are we?
Back to Steve Kornacki at the big board on what just happened in Kansas. Cindy Holscher will be the Democratic nominee for governor. Steve, how did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, take a look. A very close race here. By the way, Kansas is very quick at counting their vote. We got more than three-quarter in. Holscher now opening up a very healthy advantage there over Corson. I think one place to take a look right here in Johnson County, because Johnson County is more than a third of the vote statewide for Democrats in this primary. Okay, you're right outside Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas for that matter. Rapid, explosive growth here. There's like 650,000 people. And all three of these candidates, Holscher, a state senator, Corson, a state senator, Kurt Skoog, the mayor of Overland Park, all three of them from Johnson County. So in some ways, to me, the question tonight was going to be, is this a Johnson County primary? One of the winners, they got to decide from three of their favorite sons, favorite daughters. Johnson County ends up going for Holscher here, wins this by about a 4,000 vote margin. You can see she also posts a win here of a similar margin. This is Kansas City, Kansas right here. She did extremely well here. Douglas County, where the University of Kansas is. Shawnee County, where the state capital Topeka is. Still vote to come right there. But these are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is. And so she did, as the night goes on, pull away from Corson. And so you have that dynamic. And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said, Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this, does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this, too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s. But it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like this maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one thing we've seen is gubernatorial races can kind of defy the tribalization, polarization of national politics much more than federal races can. Races for the U.S. House, races for the Senate. So you'll see a state like Kansas that's a reliably red state in a presidential election have circumstances where it will elect a Democratic governor. You'll see a state like Massachusetts, not too long ago, one of the most Democratic in the country. Charlie Baker was a 2-term Republican governor from 2014 to 2022. Vermont, does it get more Democratic than Vermont? Currently has a Republican governor who's running for re-election. So I think you get a little bit more of that sort of ticket splitting is not a thing we see that much at the national federal level. You do still see it a little bit under some circumstances at the gubernatorial level.
So, Steve, obviously, the big race we're watching, we have to go back to it in Michigan. Any update you can give us on the Al-Sayed Stevens race? We were just talking about it with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who talked about, Steve, the fact that tomorrow, whoever wins, if we have results by tomorrow, hopefully we'll have results by tomorrow, that they're going to have to unify. But what are we seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to dive right back in here because in the last couple minutes, the vote here has ticked up. It's coming in slowly. It is coming in. We were at about a quarter of the vote. Now we're getting close to 30%. One thing, very big picture that we're seeing, it continues to happen here, is that Stevens in that sort of bottom line number against Al-Sayed, it continues to tick down. 58, 45, 6. It's now 5.2. We said 8. We said 7, 6.5, 6, and inside of 5. Now we're getting down close to so this continues to shrink here. There is still a lot to come here. It's sort of uneven where the vote is coming from. I'm going to look here. I'll see some of these for the first time myself. I just want to see. We started to get vote in Lansing, state capital, big Democratic bastion. This is a place where Al-Sayed wants to do very well tonight. I think he sort of depends on it. Livingston County next door. I will say, and to Grand Rapids, did we get anything more? No. I'm just checking these kind of for the first time here myself. Genesee County, Saginaw County, so not a ton more in those places. The story really has been, though, that there was a bit of a mirage early, I think, in that the Election Day vote in some places got reported out very quickly and huge for Al Sayed, and in a much longer process, in not all, we haven't seen this in all counties, but we've seen this in a fair number of counties now, where Stevens has chipped away at that early advantage that Al Sayed has had and has given herself numbers, Eaton County. She's getting close here to a number that I think coming into the night she would have wanted to have. It didn't start out that way. That's the same story next door here in Livingston County. We're looking for other counties on the map we can measure where we've got this much vote in. There aren't many counties right now where you're looking at 75, 80, 90, 95% of the vote in. We showed you last time there is some evidence, some limited, in northern Michigan in the rural parts that Al Sayed might be outperforming there too. So that becomes a factor, maybe a bit around the edges, but it certainly could become a big factor. But it's been notable to me. I think there were some initial big numbers in some of these places that suggested at the start of the night, this could be a runaway for Al Sayed.
Wow.
I think it's come back around a bit the other way. The question is, how far back around is it going to come? And I think what we just need, we say Wayne, that's true. But what we really need right now is some substantial counties to get to basically 100%. Because so much of what we're doing right now is, well, she's doing good with this vote, he's doing good with that type of vote, if it does this, if it does that. When I can see a couple of these actually get to 100%, I think it'll clear up fast before we get to Wayne.
All right. Well, we are on pins and needles. Steve Kornacki,
we got more vote out of Detroit.
Much. We appreciate
pre-process
we got more vote out of Detroit.
I'm sorry. Yes,
that pre-process absentee just came in out of Detroit. It's another 45,000 votes.
Okay. This is the vote by mail in Detroit.
Yep.
This is all of Wayne County. This isn't just Detroit that you're looking at. But if you were seeing this before, Al Sayed had a narrow lead with a very scant number of votes counted in Wayne. We've now added the vote by mail for the city of Detroit. And Adam, what were the margins on that?
Yeah, Stevens gets 74, Al Sayed gets 22.
Wow. So, now, that's a very, very big number for her, obviously. She's winning the vote by mail.
This is what you wanted to see.
By 52. What we now need to see is the second piece of it. This is like a boxing match, right?
Yeah.
She just took her best punch. Now Al Sayed's going to take his best swing with the Election Day vote. Right? Yeah. How does it look compared to that? But I think one thing that's interesting that we've been looking at as these votes have been coming in, one model we've kind of had in our minds here is that gubernatorial primary in 2018. When Gretchen Whitmer won, Al Sayed was sort of a distant second, but Whitmer only got 52% statewide in that primary, as the lone establishment candidate against two progressive challengers, Al Sayed and one other. And so we've been using the Whitmer number in a lot of these counties as sort of maybe a rough benchmark of where Stevens wants to be tonight. And the interesting thing is Whitmer really struggled in Wayne County. She lost Detroit. She actually came in second place in Detroit. She got 36% of the vote in Detroit. She got 44% overall in Wayne County. And again, I keep saying how big Wayne is, 20% of the vote, statewide. So this was core to the chances Stevens has tonight is getting a substantially better number out of Detroit and by extension out of Wayne County than Gretchen Whitmer did in 2018. This is consistent with that. The question now is, as you start to get that Election Day vote, how much is Al Sayed able to offset that?
So then, can I ask you this, Steve? And I don't want to, I'm reliably told by our source in the room at the Stevens camp that they are literally hanging on your every word as we speak. So just, know the audience here. What is the number that Al Sayed's camp is going to want to see for that and that Stevens' camp is going to say? In other words, what is the ballpark that we should be looking for when that comes in?
Well, I mean, I think you use the Whitmer, I said the city of the, I'm sorry, did we just get a little bit more? It just changed. What did we just get?
Yeah, we got another 3,000 votes.
Do we know from?
I don't know from where.
Okay, so again, Wayne is not just Detroit, so that might be what just happened there. We said Detroit in that 2018 primary, it was 38% went for Sri Tanadar. Okay, one of the two progressive, he's a congressman now. 36% went for Gretchen Whitmer, and 26% went for Al Sayed. So, and now the number that Whitmer got out of Wayne, there's the Wayne County number for Whitmer was 44%. Was 44%. So I think if you're Stevens, right, you want to try to move that number close to 50% out of Wayne. So you want this, you want this 36 number to be over 50. You want to be winning Detroit. You want to be winning Detroit by a very, substantial margin tonight.
So, Steve, just to reset, what's the statewide look like? Just remind us where we are statewide with this new vote coming in.
And that knocked, now take a look at this. Now we're over a third of the vote statewide. That was a big batch right there. And again, this has been the shrinking margin. That is now 3.1 that separates Stevens from Al Sayed. This has, I think, starting at about 16, 17% of the vote. We were looking at Al Sayed by 8. Every update since, almost without fail, this has ticked a little closer. It just ticked down to 3. Adam, what just came in? Anything meaningful?
During our last update, we got a bunch of Kent. Nothing meaningful just in the last 10 seconds there.
Okay, but we did get a lot of Kent.
Yes.
Now, this must be Election Day.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, do we think we have how much of the Election Day vote do we think we have in Kent? This becomes a key question. This is where Grand Rapids is. This is a big piece of the puzzle.
About 60% of Election Day, according to our current tracker.
We have about 60% of the Election Day, and how much of the vote by mail do we think we have?
44%.
Okay, so there is more. Now we got to run a few numbers on this, but
Grand Rapids is interesting because I think that Stevens was there today. I want to say, do I have that right? Yesterday and today. I mean, this is another place that she had been
swinging parts
exactly,
of the state,
exactly. Spending some time there for sure. So Steve, we're gonna live in this for a second, bud, because watching you think is entertaining for all.
What was that Election Day vote that just came in? How did it break?
It broke overwhelmingly for El Sayed, trying to take a look here. It was 80% for El Sayed and 19% for Stevens. Okay, I mean,
this is a great example, folks, because we're saying that Election Day vote has been so pro El Sayed. This is how pro El Sayed. 80% to 19% in that batch that just came in, right?
So that punch counter punch you're talking about.
That bucket of this is the Election Day vote, right? Where El Sayed is getting numbers like this. Okay, Adam, you said that number is 60% full?
Yes.
Yeah, that bucket is 60% full right now. So there's still 40% of the bucket where Al Sayed's putting up numbers like this. Right now, the other bucket is the vote by mail. How is that breaking right now? Do you have that number handy?
In Kent?
Yeah.
In Kent, that 53% for El Sayed, 41% for Stevens.
The vote by mail?
Yes.
He's leading the vote by mail there?
In Kent, yes.
How many votes is that?
20,000.
Okay. Well, that's wow.
It's interesting.
That's a twist.
If you're Stevens, you said 53-41.
Yeah.
For Al Sayed.
Yes.
Okay. So Stevens is losing her best batch by 12, and she's losing her worst batch by 61. And I think Adam said this one's about 44. We got about 44% from this bucket. The only thing I would ask about that, though, is this heavily skewed to Grand Rapids?
Potentially, yeah. I can look into it.
Okay, that's the only. This is Grand Rapids, but it's not just Grand. So there could be more to this. But as a benchmark, since we've been going through these, right? Like in Kent County, we knew coming in Kent was going to be a good one for Al Sayed. He got 41% of the vote in that 2018 primary. Right. He got 41% of the vote. Whitmer got 44% of the vote right here. Okay, right? Like Joe Biden, when he won the state's primary in 2020, he got 46% of the vote right here. Hillary Clinton got 37% in 2016 when she narrowly lost Michigan to Bernie Sanders. And, again, I want to look more into that vote by mail number, but that vote by mail number has to, I think, turn around for Stevens here. She can't be getting 30 in a place like Kent. She's not going to win it, but I think for a candidate like her, given what we're seeing elsewhere, she needs to be in the 40s, in a place like that. I think she needs to be cracking that at least. That's what the other establishment wing candidates have been able to get here. And again, Whitmer only got 52% statewide, right?
Yeah.
Sanders got 53% statewide in 2020, and he got like 49% statewide in 2016. Clinton and Sanders both got like 49% in 2016. So mid-40s, low mid-40s for those candidates, high 30s even for Clinton, got them right to the kind of cusp of a majority. So Stevens at 30%. That's, and again, Grand Rapids, what is it? This is fast-growing, and it's young. So much of the Al-Sayed support correlates with age. This is one of the younger median ages you're going to find. So it's true next door as well. In Ottawa County, one of the younger median ages you're going to find in the state is right here. So it's part of the reason why we expected that to be a big number for him. And in fact, I just want to check in because it occurs to me, speaking of young voters, do we have more? We don't have. Washtenaw County is another one here where, again, we thought would be one of the best for Al-Sayed tonight. And again, where I think Stevens knows she's going to lose, but wants to be getting closer to something, 40 here or something.
Yeah.
It's one of those. So that's what I'm saying when I said to bring it around to Detroit for Stevens, she's got to do a bunch of other things. And those are the kinds of warning signs that exist on this map. Kent County is a clear warning sign for her. Washtenaw, maybe. There is a thing in Washtenaw where typically, at least in the last few elections, the last thing they've reported out, or one of the last things they've reported out, is specifically vote by mail from the city of Ann Arbor, where the University of Michigan is. Yeah. Is that if so? There could be a batch late in Washtenaw that's useful to Stevens. Something to keep in mind when you see her number right there. But Washtenaw, that's low for her if it were to hold in that area. Kent's low for her if it were to hold in that area, and maybe some indications, in those rural areas where you need them collectively, where she may not be. That's preliminary, but she may be lower than she wanted to be there as well. So there's when I say there's encouraging signs in this statewide for Al-Sayed, it's that. And as a matter of fact, that update in Kent County, I think, was so significant in that we say the shrinking margin, right? Now it's going a tick the other way. Remember, it got down to 3.0. Now you're looking at 3.4. I think what happened in Kent County has a lot to do with that. So, a little bit more now. Now we're getting closer to 40% of the vote in, and Al-Sayed leading 3.4 statewide.
All right, Steve Kornacki, fascinating. It is coming in fast and furious. And this is a real race.
My brain is still. It's.
I know.
It's a lot of
It's
math.
fascinating.
It's
fascinating.
And Adam, the voice of God, was just incredible.
Adam
was just incredible. Steve, we're
voice
going to
of
get back
God.
to you very soon. We're going to just unpack everything we learned quickly here at the table.
Where do we stand in terms of being close to completed counties? Anything, any size?
Yeah, let me take we just got our first in Genesee. Charlevoix looks like it's complete. I think that's our only new one.
Here. Okay. This is a little, let's just dwell on this for a
We
second.
just got another in Kent, another update.
Okay, let's go there.
I was looking at the Kent update. We were asking about the mail vote. It does look like it's mostly come from Grand Rapids right now.
Okay.
Not from Wyoming, not from Kentwood, not from some of the surrounding
Okay,
places. There's a scattering throughout the county, but it's primarily from Grand Rapids.
That's vitally important. So the possibility, again, those are real, if you extrapolate them, those are real low numbers for Stevens. But that was the question. Are they skewed, that vote by mail, to the city of Grand Rapids, where that's going to be as bad as it gets for her there in Kent County? And it looks like the vote by mail is. So the possibility that vote by mail, the complexion of that vote by mail could change dramatically, that possibility is there. Again, for Stevens, it has to be there because she's got to get that number. She can't be sitting there at 30%. We'll just go through right now anything close to complete, because anything close to complete, we don't have the questions of this type, that type, this, we could just give you the benchmark and how it did. So with that context, here's Charlevoix. Now, Charlevoix, I keep saying, older, middle, working class white. This is sort of the exception. This area here in the northwestern part of the Lower Peninsula is sort of the exception. Charlevoix, you have income, you have money here, you have retirees here. It's beautiful if you've ever been to this area, to downtown Charlevoix, at least in the summer. I like the winter. Not everybody does. But anyway, look, Al-Sayed's going to win Charlevoix, okay? Again, the demographic here is this is not just white working class. This is, you got liberal, progressive, some money here too, some of that. But in terms of benchmarks here, right? Whitmer, 64% of the vote in Charlevoix County in 2018. Biden got 54%, right? And then Clinton got buried here. She got 37% in 2016. And yet we continue to say, I'm giving you the Clinton number, but the Clinton number is almost always going to be the low one, with the big caveat that she really almost completely made up for it in Wayne. We don't think even if Wayne goes Stevens' way, she's going to make up for it. So again, these become the more applicable benchmarks for her, and she's running south of it. She's running 20 points south of Whitmer, 10 of the Biden number here. And again, we've seen this, we saw it here, tiny, but we saw it. We're seeing it in Charlevoix. Any other near completed in the northern part? Alcona, we saw it in Alcona, didn't we?
Yes. Watch out with that water. Misaki, Delta.
Mississauga, Delta. We did we do Delta? Yeah, Delta we showed. Yeah.
Delta, yeah, and they're still not even complete. I'm just trying to.
Is there any, I'm saying UP, is there any, Northern Michigan, is there any just other close to complete counties?
Cass, we're at 85, but that's about it.
Cass, we're at 85. Did we go through this one yet? Okay, I think we might have, but if you remember this, you have better memory than me. I know we touched Cass. I don't know if we did the benchmarks. We're not complete yet. Stevens leads this thing right now, 47-44. We're at 85%. Whitmer got 60 here. Okay, 63 was the Biden number here, and 48 was the Clinton 16 number. Right? You're not. We keep talking about that zone of overperformance for Whitmer. We're not in that anymore, okay? You're getting South Bend, Indiana, almost more of a Chicago influence, this part of Michigan here, southwestern Michigan. So you're away from Lansing here. And Stevens is running at 47, and again, benchmarks there close to 60 or so, realistically. Question being, is what's left vote by mail?
In Cass specifically, yeah. Let me take a look.
That's
that's what it looks like.
Vote by mail, and roughly how many vote by mail ballots do you think it is?
1,400.
1,400. So if she went nuts with what's left and won it by, well, that would be interesting. Let's play that out. 1,400. What's she winning the vote by mail by?
Pulling it up.
Okay.
She is currently winning it by 59-28.
So there's a lot of McMorrow here.
What's that?
McMorrow's picking up. Well, yeah, McMorrow's picking up like 13.
13%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, the vote by mail people would have cast this before. Okay, so 31-point margin. Okay, 140. So that would net out to about an additional 420. It's a 31-point margin for an additional 420 vote margin. So it would be a margin of about 500. If she wins it by 500 votes. And what's the expected vote in Cass County?
The expected, this is where we see a little bit of imbalance because our estimated remaining mail vote is 1,400. Overall, it looks like 600. I think there's some reconciliation.
Wait, say what looks like 600?
That 84% that you see there expects 600 more votes for the county.
Oh, I see.
In our per mode estimates, it's a higher number.
Right. It expects 600. So this might be okay. Let's play the game here.
Yeah.
This is very risky, but let's live on the edge. Let's take the expected vote and use. Let's say there are 1,400 votes left. What would that bring the expected vote to? That would, I'm assuming this doesn't include, then it would probably be 1,400 votes because I don't see other. No, I mean we've got 25. We got about 2,800 in right now. What would the total expected vote be? So you're saying about 4,200.
I see what you're saying. Yes, exactly.
We would be at 4,200.
Yep.
Okay, and she wins by 5 with McMorrow getting about 420, and so she wins. She's winning by about 5 points. She's winning by 500 votes, I should say, right? So 4,200, 38, 37, 80. So 2140. 2140 into 4,200. So if that were all to be, she would land at about 51%. Stevens would land at 51%. So look, we're saying we're going with the highest remaining vote number here, which we're not even sure is. Sorry, decision desk. But we're going with the highest one, and we're extrapolating 59-28 Stevens for the remaining 31-point margin. And what would that do if that were to happen? Oh, shoot, it would get her to 51%, right? And you just saw it, right? The Whitmer-Biden numbers were in the low 60s. So even with a boost here, That's what we just saw elsewhere, too. I forgot the county, Charlevoix, 10 points south of what I think a realistic benchmark is. Anywhere else big coming in or close to 100?
Yeah, another one that looks complete, Mecosta County, just
home of Big Rapids.
95% in.
Oh, and this is a college town. Ferris State University is here. Okay, let's talk Mecosta. Stevens wins it, 51-45. Let's go to our trusty benchmarks. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, Whitmer 63. She just did really well in this part of the state. Whitmer got a 63 here. Biden only got 50, and Clinton got 39. One thing that's interesting, I don't know, right? This Whitmer primary in 2018 was in the summer, right? These two primaries were during the academic year. Ferris State. Did that make this more progressive friendly versus the Whitmer number? I don't know. Whitmer was also doing really well. So again, if we really zoom in on the Biden and Whitmer numbers, it's 50 and 63. Here, Stevens hits just a point north of, but she does hit the Biden number. So she does hit the Biden number. So this is not a bad number here for Stevens. It's just if she's missing it elsewhere, if she misses it in other counties, places like Cass, she's got to make up for it elsewhere, And so in that context, 51 here. But again, the opportunity for her to make up for it a little bit in Wayne County, to make up for it a lot in Wayne County, is also there. Do we have other completed?
Yeah, a little bit further up, Oscoda County, near complete.
Okay. 95. So this is northern Michigan. Okay, this is not, this is blue collar Michigan right here. And let's do our benchmarks. 64, right? Whitmer cleaned up. She got 64. Biden up here got 60. Clinton, again, she got, crushed up here. 45 is what she got. And there's Stevens landing at 58. But it is a little bit, it's not to the extent we've seen elsewhere, but it still lands south of that Biden and that Whitmer number. Again, small county. What else we got that's and again, I don't want to lose track of the statewide. We've ticked up a little bit more. We're at 38%. It's a 3.1 point margin outside over Stevens. Has there been anything from a significant, county of size that's come in the last couple minutes?
Yeah, we just got another 2,000 votes out of Kent. It looks like it's more mail update and probably from one of these outside Grand Rapids municipalities. I don't have exact numbers.
Yeah.
But Stevens does win this batch 49.5 to 44.
Geez. So even outside of Grand Rapids,
Yeah.
her vote, the vote by mail, she only wins it by 5.
Yeah.
Right. And it does. How many rough votes was that?
2,000.
Right. And so it took us from 20 to 22,000 vote by mail counted, and it ticked her to 31.6. Okay. Again, there is still a long way from here to 100, though. Right. So can she engineer something where she gets up to 40 plus, which I think she probably has to do? I'm looking at Oakland. We do have some more Oakland. Oh, do we have completed Oakland municipalities? I think that might be the most useful thing we can do right now.
I don't have that for you right now. I will continue to work on that. I think we got a little distracted, but I'll get back to it.
Go ahead and do that, because shout if you have any completed Oakland municipality, because I'm sorry I got distracted in Mecosta. No offense to Mecosta, but that's going to be hugely significant. Okay, do we have more Ingham County here? We do have more Ingham coming in. Al Sayed now opening up again, this is Lansing, state capital. We knew this was going to be a big place for Al Sayed. Needs to be. More vote does come in there, and that does likely election day vote, just because it was so clearly pro Al Sayed. That might have ticked him up statewide. But what that also does is that affects the 7th district congressional race. Yeah. Okay. See what just happened here? We said if Lawrence could kind of hold his own outside of Ingham County, right, it was expected this is where he's going to really hit pay dirt in Ingham County. And so what's happened here around, right, we've got most of Eaton. Lawrence looks like he's going to win Eaton. Marsden separated himself a little bit here, but they're so split that Lawrence, the left-wing candidate in a county that not necessarily conducive to it on paper, looks like he's going to win that county. Okay, then we don't have anything yet from Clinton County. Shiawassee County. Now here, Lawrence is likely. This is the most kind of rural. It's small in terms of its share of this district. It's kind of the most rural, getting away from Lansing, and so Lawrence, running third right here, although not getting blown out. And again, it's not like one of these two candidates has separated where they can build a big margin over Lawrence that'll help them catch him district-wide. Then go down to Livingston County, and again, same dynamic as you just saw in Eaton County. Go over to Oakland County. This sliver of Oakland is like 5% of the district. Brink is ahead here, 5/6 of the vote counted. But that is, I would say, everything I just took you through is Lawrence holding his own. And that was the name of the game for his campaign. Hold their own and then do this. There it is. Look at this. A third of the vote in, and this is the big one, almost half the vote in the district comes out of this county. And look what Lawrence is doing there. And still divided opposition, just much smaller slice of the pie for them to divide up. And so what that does district-wide, with half the vote in, I'm going to zoom in on this. I know I'm like losing it. Okay, with half the vote in, Lawrence is back up double digits here with still a ton of vote to come from Ingham County. So this is, okay, we said in a way this was a version of the Senate primary, okay? At least the Senate primary as it originally was playing out. The Senate primary originally, Democratic primary, was playing out as a three-way race, right? McMorrow was in the race, Stevens was in the race, and then you had Al Sayed. Now, McMorrow got out of that race, but the question about Al Sayed was, can he win this primary? And then, interestingly, this would be a left-wing candidate trying to win in a red state. And the story in this district was, could the left-wing candidate, right, win the three-way primary and then try to win in a red district? Trump won this by a point, right? 2020, Biden won this by a point. Currently represented by and unopposed in tonight's Republican primary, Tom Barrett. Barrett won the seat in 2024. Alyssa Slotkin had held it, left it to run for the Senate, and Tom Barrett picked up the seat in 2024. So this is going to be, if Lawrence does indeed hold on here and win this, no check mark yet, but if he does indeed hold on and win this is going to be a congressional district level test of everything that's being talked about statewide with Al Sayed. Lawrence, again, this is a guy who created the Sunrise Movement, far left platform, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, checks off a lot of those same boxes that Al Sayed does. And so this is going to be potential. I say, let's wait for a check mark. But if it does become that, this is a district-wide test of that. And I think one of the interesting things in this race is when initially the field kind of took shape here, national Democrats were very excited about Brink. Brink coming in as the former ambassador to Ukraine, bringing those credentials. They were excited about her. And then Mazdam also got in the race with a similar, sort of ideological profile to Brink. And Slotkin, senator now, used to be the representative of this district, endorsed Mazdam. And I think there was a lot of head scratching among Democrats in the in the area and nationally about why she did that, because I think a lot of them looked at this and said, did that help a candidate who was only going to split the vote with another candidate in the same lane, thereby allowing the third candidate, the left-wing candidate, to have the progressive lane all to himself and be able to, is that what has happened here? So that was kind of the dynamic that was playing out beneath the surface a bit in this race. And again, just look, almost all the vote is in, 42, but it's small, 3/4 of the vote. These are the 46% of the vote here, about 20% of the vote right here. But we only got a third of the vote from the county that accounts for half the district. Okay, enough on that one. 13, Sri Tanadar. We got a quarter of the vote, right? Detroit, this is, remember, former DSA, left, renounced the group. Current DSA, endorsed by the DSA, trying to get revenge on Tanadar. Overwhelmingly Democratic district. Now Tanadar with, again, that largely a big part of what you're seeing right here is what we talked about in the Senate race. Vote by mail, city of Detroit. And Tanadar, that has powered him. Remember, he was losing in the early vote that we got in. He clearly has done well with that vote by mail in Detroit, has taken the lead here. But remember what we say, the same day vote has favored the insurgent candidates. If that's what you consider McKinney here, DSA challenging an incumbent member of Congress who's being targeted by the DSA, then that election day vote is looking awfully juicy if you're McKinney and the DSA folks right now in this district. Okay, the 11th district here. Well, we now have a call. State Senator Jeremy Moss is going to win this primary. We didn't get to talk too much about it. Aisha Faruqi was running, again, was sort of on the left, the candidate of the left in this race. Moss, a big issue in this race had been Israel. Moss aligning himself sort of on the pro-Israel side. And NBC News, 3/4 of the vote has been counted. Moss has been declared the victor here. Taking a look next door here in the 10th district, right? Again, this is the seat. The Republicans here are going to nominate Michael Bouchard, who was endorsed by Trump. This is the district that was represented by John James, who's giving up the seat to run for governor. Christina Hines had the most money in this race, and she is with a third of the vote. I want to just see where it's coming from here, right? The Oakland part of the district, right? This is Grimel's best part of the district. He was the mayor of Pontiac. He represented Rochester Hills in the state legislature, or as a local elected official, I should say. His base is sort of in this Oakland portion of the district, which is much smaller than the Macomb portion of the district. And you can see there two things. You can see most of the vote is in from Macomb. It's where Grimel did best. It's the smallest part of the district. Much more vote in Macomb, much more vote to come in Macomb. Grimel doing very bad there, and Hines so far has attained separation there from Chung. And so, district-wide, with a third in, if you're Hines, that's a very good place to be right now. And again, this is a district that will be one that will get a lot of attention in November. Trump won it by 6 in 24. He won it by a point in 2020. This is largely a Macomb County district. That reminds me that if we're talking John James, we ought to check in on the gubernatorial primaries. Democratic side, no surprise here. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, she will be the Democratic nominee. She wins that primary easily. Republican primary has been called now. I am sorry we didn't give this one more attention. The Senate race has been, I'll stop making excuses. I'm sorry we didn't give this one more attention. John James, though, does decisively end up defeating Perry Johnson in this primary, a third of the vote but it's a clear, we'll just show you, I think we were seeing this earlier, nothing in Wayne, but the margins that James was getting in the population centers of Southeast Michigan here, were pretty consistent. There's Livingston on the Republican side is a lot bigger than it is on the Democratic side. A lot of those exurban voters, leaving Detroit, higher income, they tend to be much more Republican. Washington. So again, this is a pretty thorough victory here for John James. There'd been a lot of talk that he was in trouble. Johnson spent a ton of money going after him. It got to be a pretty heated campaign in the end. So we will see. John James, twice before, has been the Republican nominee for statewide office in Michigan. Twice before, he has lost. He will now try in the race for governor against Jocelyn Benson this November. And by the way, one thing certainly that the James people are hoping for, the Republicans are hoping for in Lansing, they believe that one of the ways to win back the state house is if the Democrats in the Senate race nominate Al Sayed. Remember, Mike Rogers will be the Republican candidate in that Senate race. The Republicans trying to win back the governorship believe a Democratic ticket that features Al Sayed would have a trickle-down effect, or would have an effect across the ballot, I should say, that would enhance their chances of winning the government. It would keep people away from the Democratic column. It would sort of have an effect on the entire Democratic ticket. That's the theory. We'll see what ends up if it ends up happening. But that's one thing the James folks are certainly thinking about as they, like the rest of us, watch the remaining vote coming in here in Michigan. Now at 40%, and I'm seeing it's 3.1 is the margin, 17,000 vote difference. I don't want to interrupt you on Oakland, but did anything come in meaningful here in the last?
Yeah, I think we're complete in Mackinac. You want to take a look at there.
It's the resort, ever gone to no cars allowed on Mackinac Island, the Grand Hotel. So it's sort of like, look, this is, we won't spend too much time. Mackinac Island, and then you're into the UP, into sort of a more, rural blue-collar area. So Stevens is going to win this 49-45. I think this was actually a place where Whitmer struggled didn't do that well in 2018, but I may be wrong on that. Whitmer actually is a part-time resident of Mackinac County. The governor has a summer residence on Mackinac Island, so she can they fly the flag when she's there. She got 57% of the vote here. Biden in 2020 come on, I saw this a minute ago. Biden got 55, right? We keep using the Clinton one, but it's not necessarily operative here. 57, 55. Yeah, look, it's not huge by itself, but we keep seeing smaller counties, places like this where Stevens is, she's not hitting those previous establishment wing marks.
I think we got another municipality in Oakland County.
Yeah.
We got another 10,000 votes. Stevens wins it 57-38.
So, okay. Stevens won. We got a municipality. Which municipality?
I'm still trying to work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think it was a completed one, or I don't want to interrupt the work here. I apologize. I'm trying to put you on the spot. I just want to understand the.
Yeah. No. I mean, I generally think that's kind of how they are reporting in Oakland, and that's why I say that. And we're seeing a mix of mail and election day in this most recent update, and so I think it's from a municipality.
We think we got a municipality, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor it, but we think we got a municipality. How did it break? You said it broke for Stevens.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't know what to. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, full disclosure, these are the municipalities of Oakland County. We've got the 2018, we've got our benchmarks here. So that's why I'm excited to get a completed meaty municipality in Oakland or two, because, I mean, I say the rest of the vote, we're at 80% now. There's not a ton to come. But I want to be able to put in context what 50-47 Stevens over Al Sayed looks like, if she's, how that compares to like a Whitmer in 2018, for example. But again, 41, yeah.
I think I'm ready to go through it. Just saying off the top, it's difficult to say which municipalities are exactly completed. So I'm trying, kind of estimates here. But the one it looks like maybe the biggest that may be completed would be Royal Oak.
Okay.
And in Royal Oak, I have Stevens getting 37% of the vote.
Okay. Wait, are we doing a? I'm sorry. Say it again.
3 minutes to Michigan 7.
We want to do Michigan. Oh, is it 10? Polls are closing in Washington too.
Yeah, at 11.
Okay, hold on. We should just. Let me just go over there and tee that up, because 41%. Al Sayed leading this thing. It's 2.9 is the margin. I just want to show folks Washington State. Yes, Washington. It's Oregon. Okay. Remember, these are top two primaries. Democrats, Republicans. Everybody runs on the same ballot. And what's going to happen is the counties in these districts are going to come in. You're going to get tons of vote all at once from these counties. And then the rest of it, it's a slow trickle that can take through the night. It could take days. It's a lot like California, Colorado. But where are we going to be looking tonight? For instance, the 3rd district. This is one, obviously, that's going to have a lot of attention this November. Marie Perez, the Democratic incumbent here. John Braun, expected to be the Republican candidate who comes through this top two primary. Other candidates here. The context here, Trump district. Perez represents a district that was won by Donald Trump. He won it in 24. He won it in 20. The thing we're looking for tonight is not who's going to advance to the general election, but is there some kind of a readout here on the relative strength of the two candidates and the two parties, right? It's more than just Democrats, Republicans. Every party's on here. But can we see that two-party vote, which we won't really know for sure? We won't know the full vote for a couple days till all the results come in. But do we get a feel for, like, is there an advantage to one side or the other here? We can talk about that, the significance of that as the numbers come in. Here, the Republican incumbent, Dan Newhouse, not running for re-election, overwhelmingly Republican district. So we would expect the Republican to win here. The question is which one. The 5th district, Spokane, based here. Most of the vote comes from Spokane. The interesting thing in this race is the incumbent's Michael Baumgartner. This is a reach target for Democrats. This November, Trump won it by 11 points. Carmela Conroy ran against Baumgartner last time. This is one of those, you're seeing this in some key Senate races. Okay, this is an independent who's kind of running on a lot of Democratic themes. Can he get to the general election? Sorry, we're going to Michigan. That's them talking to me when I do that. Okay.
this one. We're talking about this from now till November.
Kornacki joins us from the big board. Steve, we got to get right to Michigan. What do you have there?
Yeah, you were talking about that 7th congressional district race, and there it is. This is sort of a microcosm in a way of the dynamics we've been talking about in the Senate race, where Lawrence, the very progressive, candidate here of the left, is going to win this, has won this primary, and the context is Trump won the district. This is a swing district that Trump won. Lawrence, a candidate of the left, will be the Democratic nominee against Tom Barrett, who was elected in 2024 in this district. So the question we've been asking statewide of if Al-Sayed wins the Democratic primary, what would that mean in terms of a swing state that Donald Trump won and the implications for Senate control? Well, we're seeing this now. We're going to see this at the House level in the same state, because this 7th district, around Lansing and then Livingston County, they're getting closer to Detroit. You are going to see a candidate very much part of that left-wing insurgency who's won this primary in a Trump district.
So what about the big Senate race there, Steve? Are we getting in any more vote there?
Yeah, we did. So we're up to 44%, and you can see Al-Sayed's lead now has moved up to close to 4 points, meaning, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think we just got a big batch from somewhere in the last.
Yeah, we just got 7,000 votes from Macomb.
We got more Macomb. Okay, so let's go over to Macomb County, and this must have been Election Day vote that we got out of Macomb. This was Al-Sayed friendly Election Day vote.
Yeah, he wins that one a little bit. There was also a Kent update that he won a little bit more.
Okay, let's go through both of those. So Macomb County, again, big suburban county, more blue-collar suburban county, north of Detroit here. One of those places that Stevens needs to be winning tonight. The vote that's come in, I believe, the update that just came in was Election Day vote, was very friendly to Al-Sayed. So Stevens is going to need to do significantly better with what's left here. I do think there's a fair amount of vote by mail that's left here. Adam can check on that. But in the meantime, we had set this up before, what was going on in Kent County, where we are now up, this is Grand Rapids area, we're now up to 2/3 of the vote in Kent. And you can see, if you remember before when you checked in, Stevens was running at about 30. She's moved up to 32. We said there was a lot of vote by mail to come. Two things about that. When you last checked in, she was actually losing the vote by mail. And we said that's catastrophic for her. That vote by mail that we were looking at the last time you checked in was from the city of Grand Rapids. So that's as friendly an area within Kent as Al-Sayed's going to have. So what happened was we've gotten more vote by mail from outside Grand Rapids, and Stevens has been winning it, although not by landslide margins, okay? Because Al-Sayed, we showed you, he's winning Election Day votes by landslide margins. So what it's meant is that as more vote has been counted here, it's been Stevens friendly. It's not been that Stevens friendly. She's been able to move up 2 points here, okay? But again, we said in a county like this, she wants to be in the 40s, right? She needs to be in the 40s. So she's got to move up a lot, she's got to move up a lot more. Now, there are still some votes to come here, but that vote by mail right now that we're seeing, at least right now, is not trending necessarily as pro-Stevens as we've seen in some other places and as she would need to reach that number. So that's Kent. And again, in Macomb, her number's right now a bit low right there. Did we find out what that was? Adam is still working on it. Okay. So again, what that means statewide, 44%, just checking in, 3.5. We did. Again, this means we did get another update that just was favorable to Stevens. Where was that from?
That was from Oakland County. That was another 7,000 votes.
Okay, yeah. So now Oakland, what's been happening here is a lot of this we've seen now is coming in. It's sort of one municipality at a time that's reporting out. That's what you're seeing, and you're getting all types of vote kind of all at once. And now this is two or three municipalities in a row that have reported out here that have been friendly to Stevens. So Stevens' margin now, remember it's been sitting at about 2 points in this county. Now it's ticked up to 4 points with these last two that have come in. So again, that's 5/6 of the vote in Oakland County. Now a 4-point advantage for Stevens. And we said she wants to be in the 50s here, in this county. It's a must-win county for her, certainly, but also a county where I think she needs to have some degree of a pad here. And it's interesting because she's now moved this up to 4 points. Can she move that? Can she move that further? We're trying to figure out what the remaining municipalities are there. and if there's the opportunity for her to do that. Because again, what that did statewide was when you came to me, it had gone up to 4 for Al Sayed. That Oakland update knocks it down to 3.5. And anything else big, significant in the last couple minutes?
No.
Those are the most recent.
I feel really bad. I had a follow-up question for you, but my mouth was stuffed full of fruit snacks, and I wasn't able to speak. So I'm sorry about that, Steve. But you covered it handily.
Get some water. You covered it all. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes.
Appreciate you. You know, Steve was talking about Michigan 7, and this is such an interesting.
Okay. I want to check 2 things. Let me.
We are getting our first results out of Washington, if you want to take a look over there. And yes, we can go through some Oakland if you want to look at those.
We have some Oakland municipalities.
Yeah, so maybe Bloomfield Township is one I think may be complete.
Okay.
I have Stevens getting 58% in Bloomfield Township.
Okay.
El Sayed getting 39.
You have 58. Okay, wait, let me write these down. 5839 in Bloomfield Township. We think it's complete.
Yeah. Yes. Or
And
close to it.
okay, Stevens 5839. The number in Bloomfield Township, there's about 45,000 people here. Okay, so that's bigger than some of these counties that we've been showing you. Okay, so in Bloomfield Township, 5839 is the Stevens number. The number for Whitmer in 2018 was 56. So Stevens is 2 points north of Whitmer in this, pretty good-sized township in we're talking about Oakland County right here, okay? Right, remember, 16% of the vote statewide is coming out of here. Here's a township of about 45,000 people, and Stevens we think it's complete, and we think she's done a little bit better. Al Sayed, the Al Sayed got 35% here in 18. The combined Al Sayed, Tanadar sort of progressive share here was 44. Okay, so, but 50, this is the number, 56 then, 58 now, an improvement for Whitmer. Where else do we have?
Oak Park.
Okay.
5938 is what I have for Oak Park.
Okay, I am, full disclosure, I am looking for it. What else do you have while I'm scanning this?
Ferndale, right there.
Okay, now this is super progressive, yeah.
It is super progressive. I have Stevens getting 22% there, and Al Sayed getting 76% there.
Yeah, okay. So Ferndale is like a famous liberal enclave here in southeastern Oakland County. And El Sayed got 57% here. El Sayed got 57% here in 2018. Okay, the share in 2018 though for Whitmer was 37. And so that speaks to that speaks to what you just saw there in Ferndale, speaks to the intense progressive energy here, because that's the kind of place you would see it, and how much that is behind El Sayed in this.
One more we can maybe do Independence Township.
Adam, I don't think I have that one either, so
all right.
I apologize. My numbers were incomplete.
I think we are, Southfield, West Bloomfield, Farmington Hills, Troy. Like, we're still waiting.
Yeah,
for
Troy, Rochester Hills.
Some of these places that are, bigger municipalities, substantial vote. So we'll see what's.
Do we have Rochester
there.
Hills? Like any indication there?
Rochester Hills, I currently have at her getting 33%. Stevens getting 33%. But we're missing vote there.
But that's okay. I'm almost sure that's early.
Yeah.
Early vote, because 57% was never there. Rochester Hills got 80,000 people. It's over in that other congressional district.
We have a few more completed counties.
Yep.
And we also made
what are the completed counties? What do we got?
Wexford.
Yeah, our friends up in Wexford.
That's another one.
It's close. I'm close. Where is it? It's one of these right up here, isn't it? Okay. Wexford. We started this one. We were at 10%. What do we got?
Completed county.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh,
what do you
I'm
want me to-
waiting for you. Okay. I'm lost in my own head there. 60% was the Whitmer number here. 53 was the Biden number. 33 was the Clinton number. So she lands just a little bit south of it right there. What I want to figure out here, with a quarter of the vote in Wayne County, has anything else come in from Detroit?
We've been getting a couple more batches out of Wayne County. I'm trying to see maybe the latest from Detroit.
And I want to, keep going. I want to find something on here.
In my current tally, I have about 10,000 election day votes out of Detroit.
You have 10,000 election day votes, and how are they breaking?
54 for Stevens, 43 for El Sayed.
Oh, wow. So, okay, hold on. And we had the vote by mail went 76-22.
72-23.
We had that initial batch. I thought it was 70. Okay, but
Yeah, maybe they're or wading into some different sourcing territory, and maybe some of the votes are uneven here.
Okay, but we think we got the vote by mail for Detroit.
We got that pre-process absentee mail vote. There could be additional mail vote that gets reported in.
Okay, it's on this destroyed paper. That's why I'm looking through my phone right here. Okay. I have a Detroit number I'm trying to get, and so if you bear with me, let me. I want to. Is this it? Yes. Okay. Hang on a second. Give me a second. How many? Here's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the expected vote in Wayne County right now?
The total expected vote is 304.
Okay. 304 is the Wayne County expected result.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to just, oh, for goodness sake, click the wrong thing. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. I had this on a piece of paper that was destroyed in an unfortunate accident here. 32, 38, 304. Okay, so that's. Sorry, this is great television, folks. I know, but I just need to. I need to redo this math that I had done before I came here. 93. Yes. Sorry about this. Okay, how many votes? Jesus. How many votes total are counted in Detroit right now?
By municipality, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult because I don't know exactly, if our what you see in the board is synced up with the county or synced up with what's seeing in other sources, but maybe 57,000.
Okay, okay. Here's the thing. The city of Detroit on its website has a real-time count.
And what do they have?
They've got 39, 54, 54, 8, 54, 9, 47, 56. About 57, yeah, they have 57,000 votes. They have 57,000 votes in, and they have Stevens overall leading in Detroit 69% to 27%. Okay, they have 69-27 right now. They do it by vote method. Okay. I'm just looking at this myself. 40 absentee election day, pre-process absentee election. Yeah. Yeah, 57-287 is what they're at. So if Stevens is able to win Detroit, right, she's leading it by 40 points right now, and there's a fair amount. There is much more pre-process absentee. She's winning it, but not as much. So if she won't win it by 40. She wins this thing, let's say she were to get. Yeah, I mean, if she could net, 30,000 votes out of Detroit, when all is said and done, how do you? I mean, she is trailing by 15,000 right now. So with what's happening in Detroit, where she is, we see it, she's crushing it in the absentee, the vote by mail. She is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to the Al Sayed does better with election day vote, but we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening in the actual election itself with black voters, in Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now, okay? And so in Wayne County, you got 1/4 of the vote that's in. There's still a ton of election day vote to come. What's counted so far, what are we doing right now? Okay. Was there a call in Michigan 13? Okay, they just want to go to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So,
we just got an update in Genesee.
Yeah.
13,000.
And sorry, I'm going through that. What we said about this coming all around to Detroit and to, Stevens' ability to get a big number out of there, I think it's coming around to. And what I'm trying to get through in my head right now, and we're going to do a hit, and then we're going to, I think this is becoming the question. This is what we're going to go focus on. How many votes do we think are going to come out of Detroit? What share of the vote do we think Stevens is going to get? Because she's going to win it. Okay, the question is, what's the margin she's going to win it by, and what plurality is that going to translate into? And then that just comes into play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through, there are places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, okay, when we use that Whitmer benchmark, is Wayne County. Okay, because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this. The wiggle room. What? Okay, sorry, folks. I'm navigating with the control room and the. Adam, can you try to find out what we expect for the total vote out of Detroit?
Yeah.
We are back, keeping a close eye on that critical Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well. There's a lot of action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet. We are dying to know. We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki throughout the night. He is joining us now from the big board. Talk us through it, Steve. Let's start with where we are statewide in Michigan, I got to flag. Welker is going to be joining us in a second. If you saw an empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, look, statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the vote right now. In that margin, again, which is a little bit more just ticked in right there, 3.5 points for Al Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote, and Al Sayed is getting 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes for Stevens, and there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay? Now, a lot of that, the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting in that Detroit number I'm giving you right there. Again, that vote by mail is so friendly to Stevens. The election day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning. Not by any kind of margin, that she's getting the vote by mail by, but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what we expect the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000 statewide. But if she's romping in Detroit, if that's what ends up happening, okay, and this is a place where I should back up a second. We keep talking about the election day vote powering Al Sayed. This is the one place where, it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's doing, I think, so well with the black vote that she may be able to do good still with the election day vote there and really get a margin out of Detroit, okay? And could that margin, right, how much, could that margin eat into this? What Al Sayed is leading, by statewide right now. Other things that we're looking at, other big sort of places that we're looking right now that loom as key, Genesee County, where Flint is. This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About 4% of the votes statewide is going to come out of here. This has, outside of Wayne, this has the second largest concentration of black voters in Michigan. So again, what we're telling you in Detroit, it applies not quite as dramatically, but it applies to Flint and to Genesee County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote, 23% that's in. In Saginaw County here, again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit, but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary. Quarter of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county and vote by mail is kind of trickling in. Her number's sitting at 33%, with 71%. That's got to go up for her. But the variable in this, I think, really is what she can get out of Detroit and what Wayne ends up looking like at the end of this. And I just say that because, pull it back up there. This is what the county looks like, what Wayne County looks like right now, Detroit and everything else that's been counted so far. And you can see the advantage she's getting there. And to put that in some context, right? We keep talking about this Gretchen Whitmer when she was elected in 2018 in the Democratic, when she won the Democratic primary in 2018, she got 44% of the vote in Wayne, right? And you see where Stevens is running with that right now. And again, Wayne is, I keep, go blue in the face saying, it's 1/5 of the vote statewide. So that kind of a difference, when we're using Whitmer as kind of a benchmark here for Stevens, and we're saying, she's hitting it in this county. She's close in this county. She's just, maybe Kent, she's not so much. We'll see. But if you're getting anything like this, right, in a county where Whitmer did that makes that as they say at the horse track, that forgives a lot of sins. And so that's, we're trying to get that the Detroit thing. We're working on it. We want to get a handle on that. But I said, whenever it was, an hour, 2 hours ago, if a bunch of other things could kind of connect for Stevens and come into focus, it really could come down to Wayne, and it really could come down to Detroit. And I'm looking at this and seeing that opportunity for her.
So, Steve, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but based on how much we have out of Wayne right now, what do you think it looks like in terms of when you will have enough to have an even clearer picture?
That's the thing I know least, because Wayne's full of surprises and full of disappointments, right, in terms of the timing. Again, what's in my mind, 2024 Democratic primary, 5 a.m. 20.
We're just, Steve.
Okay, that's a good reality.
But I will tell you, though, the general election in 24, a more complicated election, they got done by 3. So maybe,
Is it? Can I ask you about the statewide number? If we can go back to statewide really quickly. Is it interesting to you that Mallory McMorrow, the numbers that she has is about, earlier I think it was more than the gap between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens?
Yeah, it's right there. 46-4, 49-9, it's 3-5, and it's 3-7. And a lot of where that's coming from is, the vote by mail. Folks who voted early, I think, and we see her getting some double. We just did one county where she's getting double digits in the vote by mail.
Yeah. We also have pulled up a graphic, I think we did it a couple minutes ago, but of incumbents who are facing primary challenges. And there's an outstanding one in Michigan in the 13th district. Can you take us there, Steve? This is Shri Tanadar, obviously the incumbent here, up against Donovan McKinney. Again, establishment versus progressive. This is that graphic. Also an age story, I think a generational story. I think Tanadar is 71, McKinney's 34. What's going on in that district? Because that's also a story of let's wait on Wayne County, right? Yeah, Wayne and Detroit. And so what you see is, remember, we got that big batch of vote by mail in Detroit that Stevens did so well in the Senate race. It helped Tanadar, the embattled incumbent here, who in the initial votes that had come in this district was trailing. That vote by mail batch from Detroit helped him. It put him ahead of Donovan McKinney. The challenge for Tanadar here is that a lot of what's left here, largely what's left here in Detroit, is going to be, as we say, that election day vote. Right. And we've seen those DSA candidates do best with the election day vote as opposed to the mail. If that dynamic kind of obtains here, then McKinney's got a real path.
All right, Steve Kornacki, stay right where you are. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes. We really appreciate it, Steve. Thank you so much. Let's head out to Sahil Kapoor, who's with us.
Steve, it looks like we just got a chunk of what I would guess to be election day vote in Wayne County. I just got 17,000 votes. 17,000 votes. How did they break? It looks like, how'd they break? Stevens 52, El-Sayed 44. 52-44 election day. That could be Detroit, because that's what she seems to be winning the. Let me just reset this again. I'm just looking, folks, at the. I think that's right. Yeah, that the Detroit. Yes, they are now. Detroit is now up to 85,000. Oh wow, they're really Detroit's got a ton here now. 85,000 counted. Based on estimates we had prior to the election, there may be another 10,000 or so mail ballots we still expect from Detroit. Yeah. And that's, I'll have to see where we are with election day, because I think that last update may have been substantial into cutting into that election day vote. Yeah, it does. It looks like a very substantial one, because I'm seeing now, right, 82. 82. Well, the turnout, though, in the 18 primary in the city of Detroit has updated their website where they say election day is fully reported now. Really? Yes. And so that's checking it too. It sets about 85,000 votes, huh? Mm-hmm. Turnout in 2018 in Detroit in the Democratic primary was 93,000. So we are elsewhere going much bigger than that 2018 primary. With, again, potentially these 10,000 plus mail votes. Yeah, that would which would just draw it level. Yes, I think. So not a ton maybe left out of Detroit. And do we have municipal level, the inner suburbs?
Do we have a sense in Wayne? Because there are some areas of Wayne where Stevens could do very well as well. Do we have a sense if that's what's outstanding? Is it Dearborn Heights? What are we?
I think that was what. I think that was one that we're still kind of waiting for.
Okay, they're coming to me here again in a minute. What's that, Adam?
I said that's one we'll still have to kind of dig into. It's not all in one place, but we'll take a look around.
Okay.
And maybe another Wayne update just came in as well.
Was it Detroit?
Steve, we're told there's been a bunch of Detroit ballots that have just come in. We've been waiting for some of these. No, was that to me? Did Adam say it wasn't?
No,
sorry. You're picking up on our ongoing. I apologize.
Okay, my bad. Stress.
We did. We just got a bunch more from Detroit, and I'm looking at the Detroit results right here. That's why I'm kind of leaning over here. But we've got. We're getting close to done in Detroit right now. We got a big batch there, about 20,000 of the election day vote, and Stevens 62 in Detroit citywide, 62% for Stevens, 34% for Al Sayed. So a 28-point margin for her, but she might have just that might be about it for Detroit. I'm hesitating because that number's low. Their turnout in 2018. A lower interest primary statewide was higher. It was 93,000. That adds up to about 85,000. So that's lower, even substantially lower than back in 2018. Now, there'd been talk that, hey, Stevens is doing well with the black vote, but was enthusiasm, was turnout, was energy going to be an issue? But we're just trying to make sure that is actually it for Detroit, or if there is some more still to come. There might still be some outstanding votes right there, but it's looking at a 28.62-34 margin there for Stevens right now. Again, 62% for Stevens. We said when Gretchen Whitmer ran in 2018, she got 36% of the vote out of Detroit. There is still, though, a ton more to come out of Wayne itself. These numbers we've been getting in out of Detroit, as you can see, have moved us. We were sitting there in the 20s. We've moved north of 40% right now. There is a lot more to Wayne than just Detroit. It's 55-42. I don't know if you can see this, but if you wanted to look inside of Wayne County, these are the inner suburbs, the other cities that are in there.
I feel like I'm doing something illegal. This is wow. Seeing Steve's notes, my God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out which of those, because the political kind of complexion of those varies dramatically. There are some big places in there that could be good for Stevens. We've talked about places like Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, that be very good for Al Sayed. So that becomes the other question. Wayne at 42%, though, it really is coming around.
So where are we overall, Steve? What's the statewide look like?
Yeah, there it is. It's been hovering at that 3-point margin or so. This is now a little bit inside of 3 points.
Oh, wow.
Al Sayed and Stevens at a 23,000 vote margin. So I think it really is. We could show you places where I think this one here. I think Stevens could get something good out of this for her.
Right.
With more to come. That might be true in Saginaw as well. Oakland, now we're up to 90%. Again, look, now Stevens has done better and better as that vote has come in. These municipalities have come in late in Oakland. Her margin now up to 5 points over Al Sayed. We said she wants to get into the 50s. She has now gotten into the 50s in Oakland County, next door in Macomb County. Look, again, the skew here earlier, I think, was toward a Al Sayed favorable type of vote, municipality potentially. We still have more than half the vote to come in Macomb. You're starting to see Stevens pick that up a bit. Again, she wants to get about where she is in Oakland, in Macomb as well. So she might, let's see as that remaining half comes in, if that's where it is. But we have so much in. Elsewhere in the state right now. Yeah. We're now up to 56%. Again, we're at less than half of Wayne. So again, just Wayne itself, if we suddenly got the rest of Wayne County in right now, this 56 would come, we'd be at 70% of the vote in statewide. Right, yeah. We'd have a clear sense of it. So really coming around to it.
Forgive me, Steve, if you mentioned it and I missed it, but what do we know about Dearborn?
Yeah, so we did. We had earlier in the night. We had a same-day update from Dearborn. It was overwhelmingly. It was exactly what you expect with Al Sayed. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is there more from Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck? Those are the three I'm particularly interested in there. That were honestly, and I apologize. It's just this is the nature of Michigan elections. It's just it's decentralized, and the vote mode reporting varies so much that it's a lot of this doing results.
No need to apologize, Steve.
Apologizing for?
I mean, come on, you're lighting the world on fire. Come on. No, we're going to check back in with you, Steve. It's great. It's great, and we're getting closer. We're getting closer to clarity.
Second by second, minute by caffeine-fueled minute.
Yes.
And Ryan Nobles and Garrett Hake have been with us through all of it. It's so interesting here. And see.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've thrown a million questions at you, but like that might be one here too. Is municipalities within Wayne? Do we have anything we can talk about there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say because it's really tough to say what I don't have expected vote for every municipality in Wayne, and it's kind of tough to say. I do see in Dearborn specifically, we reported that election day vote earlier.
What was it?
I do not see other modes reported for Dearborn, so I would expect other votes there. One of the other places I was looking at was Canton Township.
Yep.
Like I see early vote and election day. I don't think it's all of it, but we would still be missing mail vote potentially in Canton.
Well, okay, stick on that because that's 100,000 people. And that should be. What do you see with? You think we don't have vote by mail?
Correct.
Okay, I'm curious what it looks like.
Unless they put it to the, pre-processing, unless that was all in that bucket.
Okay, so we think it does not have the best Stevens vote.
Yeah.
And what is it at?
We have 5,000 votes from Canton Township. Canton Township.
Yeah.
As of an hour ago. And it was breaking for Syed 74-25.
Okay, we definitely don't have vote by mail.
Yeah.
Just to give you context there, Canton Township, this would be in the western part of Wayne County. It's 100,000 people in that 2018 primary. It was won by Whitmer. Basically got 50% of the vote there. El Sayed got 38% of the vote. So it was about a 10-point margin, a little bit more than a 10-point margin between the two of them. But yeah, again, that's a place Stevens wants to win tonight. I'm just trying to look here. How about Livonia? Do we have anything there?
I'll have to take a
Okay,
look.
sorry, again, you don't have these.
I just don't have
I know, I'm throwing these at
in
you.
one location.
Right, like that's 100,000 people. And that would be a big one for Stevens. Plymouth, with lower population would be a big one, though, in terms of the vote that I think Stevens would get there. Taylor, 60,000 people, would be a big one for her. The gross points all add up to about 60,000 votes.
Livonia, I didn't see a city page for.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of dependent on the county there, which isn't breaking it out in a significant way.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So, and I'm just going to go through some of the big ones to see if we've got more that's coming in. But I think the thing that we're seeing is kind of some stabilization elsewhere. I think we just got a little bit more Kent. We did. Stevens is up to 34. We're doing that thing in Kent that we've seen in other counties now.
It looks like Bay County's complete, which is a bigger one. Which
Yeah. Okay. What do we have? Okay. Yeah. We got complete. Bay City. Okay. This is just north of Saginaw. This is useful if I have the thing in front of me. Benchmarks. Whitmer 18, 54%. Biden 20, 52%. I keep showing you the Clinton ones and then telling you why it doesn't really apply. So let's not show you the Clinton ones. We're just going to show you these two. But 54 for Whitmer got her 52% statewide. 52 for Biden got him 53% statewide. And look where Stevens lands. 53%. That's a very good number for her. She got that out of there. Completed counties. You are. I don't mean. I'm like interrupting you constantly. I can look for completed counties on here too, and maybe that's what I should do. So let me see here. What else we have? Wexford. I'm looking for one here. Let's go next door to Mecosta, right? Newaygo County. Okay. Remember we showed you Big Rapids, Mecosta a minute ago. Okay, Muskegon's not far from here, 95% in. Stevens gets 55% of the vote. Let's go through our benchmarks. Whitmer got 56, 2018. Okay, what did Biden get? 55. Where does Stevens land? 55. She hits her number. Okay, where else can we go? It's of somewhat substantial size. Did I see? I did see. Okay, it's not that substantial, but let's do Hillsdale. It is one of these right down here. I always get confused. Okay, there's Hillsdale. Okay, just about completed in Hillsdale. And Stevens gets 50% right here. Again, just is this number in the ballpark of, well, okay, Whitmer got 53 here, Biden got 55. Might be a little bit more coming in, but Stevens just, again, it's not catastrophic if you miss a benchmark by a couple points in a county as small as this. We're just trying to get a sense of is she in the range here where an overperformance relative to Whitmer in Wayne would get her there. We're almost done this is a big one. This is where I should have gone. We're almost done in Livingston now. Almost. There's more coming in, and clearly it's been getting a little bit better for Stevens as it's come in. She's sitting at 46.5% right there. Again, play our benchmark game. Okay, Whitmer got 61, but remember, this was the outlier for Whitman. Biden 52, and Whitmer got 61, Biden got 50, and Clinton got 38, and the Clinton one. Okay, so really, if there's anything, so Biden got 52 here, right? And Biden, that 52% translated into a 53% total statewide. So getting 52% in this county, again, it's a pretty big one here, exurbs of Detroit. Getting 52% here was part of winning a majority with a bit of a pad, right? So Stevens is under the Biden number, but two things. It's been getting better for her as it's come in, and there is still more to come in. And that 52 was, right. I think, if you're her, I think your target would be like a 49 here or something. So she may end up just a little bit south of that. But again, the question we're asking is, can she get numbers that are right in that range where overperforming relative to Whitmer in Wayne County gets her there? And Livingston's right in, I think really is kind of in that range. Substantial, nearly completed. What else do we have? Did Eaton, we got a little bit more out of Eaton finally? Boy, we've spent a lot of time in Eaton County tonight, but that's because they've been giving us votes. She's at 46%, 93% in, and, we forget the Whitmer, that was the outliers. 52 was the Biden number here. See if she can get that a little further north. But again, part of this is...
Steve,
yeah,
I have a note for you.
Okay, oh, good. Okay, this is me and Adam communicating again. Okay. She is, anyways, yes, she is missing it there. And I think, it's going to, again, with that, if you say 52 was the Biden number, and that gave him a little bit of a pad, 50, so a little bit short of there. Anything else substantial where we really got the full picture? It's just most of these counties, I'm still seeing a lot of outstanding vote. Oakland, did we get a little bit more out of Oakland? 92% in Oakland. There's Stevens. That's where it's a 5-point margin for her right there. Macomb sitting at 44. She's at 42.8%. Let's do this. Let's find out how much is left. I'm going to call this one up. Pardon me, folks. I'm going through the thing right here. Oh, geez. Sorry. We think that's one way of looking at this thing. We think there's about 170,000 votes left in Wayne County, okay? Sorry. We think oh my gosh. Yeah. So we think there's 170,000 votes left to come, give or take, out of here, out of Wayne County, where Detroit, Stevens may have gotten she may have gotten the squeeze out of Detroit already. We're trying to see if there's a few more votes, to come out of there. We're trying to get a handle, to say, on which townships, which cities we have outstanding vote from. But I would just say, as a rule, if you extrapolated this, Stevens is leading by 13 points, right? If she ended up winning Wayne County by 13 points, with 170 left, right, it'd be 17,000 plus 3%. She would net 22,000 votes. 22,000. It'd be an additional plurality of 22,000 votes. That would essentially cover what El Sayed is leading her by statewide right now. But that's a huge if. That she may have gotten her best number out of Wayne already. That's the risk, I think, for Stevens. If Detroit is complete, did she get her best number, and is that due to come south now with what's left there? Because I think when you go through these, townships, when you go through these municipalities in Wayne County, and you just look at what the, where Whitmer. Yeah, you don't see, Southgate. I'm just looking here where Whitmer won big, or won by any kind of, Sumter, 10,000 population, very few votes. Okay. They're gonna come to us. They're coming to us. 2 minutes, folks. Hold on. They want to go through. Let's see what they're going through. Sorry. They want to go through. What district do they want to go through?
They flagged Michigan 8 in the Republican primary there.
Okay.
The Trump-endorsed candidate has fallen into, or is in second place right now, and a candidate that was not endorsed by anyone is leading.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to. So they want to talk about. I got to just catch up on this. Oh my. Oh, I see. Sure. I'm just catching up on this one. Sorry.
On this Michigan 8 race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been so bogged down in the Senate. I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, Hassan endorsed by Trump right here. Obviously, you could see what a surprise it is. We don't have a picture in our system,
wow.
For Smith in this race. Now, 45%. Let's just kind of go through, where this is coming from. This is a completed county right here where Bay City is, and Hassan gets crushed right there in Midland County. We got half the vote in, and that's running about even right now. It's Saginaw. Smith is way up in Genesee County. It's consistent. I mean, you're seeing it across all four, all four counties right here. So yeah, this one kind of blindsided us tonight.
That's interesting.
With the Senate going on. So yeah.
Can I ask you, let's speak about that, talking about the Senate, let's go to that here. And this question about Steve, and I know you were talking about that a second ago.
Yeah.
If we have Detroit in on Wayne County, where else is Stevens looking at? Like, walk through what that looks like here for her in this critical county that we've been watching.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm starting to see here as we take a closer look. So Wayne County now ticking up to about, and I mean, this is close to 50%. If there's Detroit vote left, I don't think it's too much. It does not look like there's much left. So when you looked at this, when you look at Wayne County, the best opportunity for Stevens to go big was in Detroit. So if you're outside Detroit now, we were just looking at this a minute ago, she was leading the countywide vote by 13. It's now come down, as you can see, by 8.5 points. how much more if you froze it here at about this with the vote that's left, she might get an additional plurality of about 15,000 votes out of Wayne. That might be being generous, but you could see if she did that, that would cut in half the Al Sayed margin here. But then the question is, where else is she getting it from? Would she get that from? Where would she make that up? I mean, there are still a lot of votes that are left to come here, like we're saying in Saginaw and in Flint. We're getting more out of Flint. If she's, out of Flint, out of Genesee. But again, if she's running at this, if she's winning Genesee at this margin and not getting a substantial double-digit margin out of it, that's not going to translate into. That's going to translate with what's left into an additional 3,000 votes or so, a plurality of about 3,000 more votes. We were just going through completed counties. There are a couple places where I think she's clearly hit. They're not huge, but they're noteworthy. Where she's hit, I think, what a benchmark would be for her. There are a number of other places, though, where it looks like she's falling just a little bit short of it and maybe in need of something a little bit bigger than she is currently getting out of Wayne County. Again, this is one of those places. I'm looking at Kent County here where Grand Rapids is. 85% is in right now. She's sitting at 34%. We talked about Washtenaw County. Now we're up to almost 80% of the vote right there. Ann Arbor. One thing is, as we say, that last thing that gets counted there, we think in Washtenaw would be the vote by mail from Ann Arbor.
Right.
Could that be a boost for her right there?
So, Steve, how much of Wayne is in right now?
Well, we think about half. We're at 48%. So we think the vote that's left in Wayne, I can give you a number because we did just get more right there. We think there's about 160,000 votes, that are left in Wayne County, right? So, I mean, you could just see how that math would work. If there's 160,000 votes that are left in Wayne County, right? She's leading right now by 8.5 points. So generously, if you said she wins Wayne by 10 points, what would that be? That would be a plurality of 16,000 votes.
Yeah.
That might be generous right now, but if you apply 16,000 votes to the deficit that she faces statewide right now, that leaves Al Sayed still up by 12,000. And then we're saying, okay, look, a prime opportunity for Stevens on this map coming right here, like in Genesee County, where Flint is. Well, with the numbers she's getting right there, what if she nets an additional 3,000 out of what she's getting right now? Maybe she knocks that down to 9,000. I'm giving you kind of her good places right here. I'm giving you maybe an optimistic number for her out of Wayne. She is still, there's not a ton to come, but she is, she's been closing strong with what we've had in Oakland County. She has an opportunity, I think, with what's left in Macomb County, a tough one to get a handle on right here. But again, Kent County, we did just get a little bit more of an update there. Now she's at 34.5. Again, trying to get, I think that's when you're trying to get over 40% if you're her. We got completed, Ottawa County. I can tell you something about this. This is decent size. This is where Holland, Michigan is. And give you some benchmarks that we established here, some loose benchmarks here for Ottawa County. Gretchen Whitmer, right? 2018, we've been saying, pretty good. What did Whitmer get here? She got 48, right? Stevens sitting at 40. What did Joe Biden get? He got 51. Stevens sitting at 40. We think this might be it in Ottawa County. Okay, so those are the kinds of things she's trying to compensate for here, and the place to compensate for it is Wayne County, with about half the vote in and a lot of Detroit.
Hey, Steve, in Washtenaw, the Ann Arbor, home of Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, Eastern Michigan, go Eagles. Only Eagles I'll cheer for. Sorry, I had to get one in. We're running out of time.
4 minutes left.
Isn't the vote by mail there likely to be students who aren't back on campus yet? I mean, wouldn't that potentially be more Al Sayed friendly?
Say again,
Wouldn't that vote by mail and out of Ann Arbor, wouldn't you think that might be students who aren't back at college yet?
Well, generally what we've seen, and it's been kind of holding true here, has been that the vote by mail skews older just in terms of who takes the ballots, who sends them in. But in a college town, right, like Ann Arbor, where the adult population is so liberal, I think, too, along with the younger population, it raises the question. I don't expect to see the kind of disparity there that we've seen elsewhere. But I think, I think it's worth noting she's done the best with vote by mail, and that has recently been the last thing that comes in Washtenaw. But the idea that she's going to be winning that vote by mail by 50 points or something, I think demographically, no.
Okay. Steve, in the 40 seconds we have left, is now a good time to talk about the 2028 primaries? Well, or not yet.
They might be started by the time Wayne County finishes counting.
Zing! 30
On that
seconds,
note.
like tradition we have here, one last word or final thought in the 30 seconds we have left. Steve, to you, quickly.
Look, I mean, Stevens has made this a game tonight. She's gotten closer, I think, than a lot of people thought she was going to get. But that elusive final step for her, we'll see if that proves to be elusive for her.
Ryan.
Over 1 million Democratic votes in Michigan. Democratic enthusiasm, whether it's progressive or moderate, is sky high.
Republicans are showing a DQ strategy. They want to disqualify Democrats.
We're looking at a big challenge for Democrats.
Okay, thanks. I'm comparing notes with Adam again. He's been writing furiously there. Okay, okay.
Yep.
So the variables here are remaining vote in Wayne from outside of Detroit, okay? Are there places here where Stevens does strong enough to beef this number up from 52%, okay? Outstanding question is here in Genesee County, home of Flint. We say there's a large black population in Genesee County. A lot of that is in Flint. Does Flint come through in a way that beefs this margin up for Stevens? She needs that to happen, okay? Saginaw, we've got more. Okay, I think we might have got the city of Saginaw now. I'm guessing we did because she's pulled ahead by 21 points here. I was going to raise that question for Saginaw. I don't know if it was already answered there, but only about half the vote is in right there. So those are places, she needs places here where she can make big jumps, big strides, in addition to what's Wayne would be one of those places. She needs to, I think, pull some big numbers outside of Detroit. We spent a lot of time talking about inside Detroit. She needs to pull them outside Detroit. She needs to pull something big out of a place like Flint. I think Saginaw, it's not as big, but it's not insubstantial. We have the wild card. I keep pressing the wrong county. We have the wild card of the late vote by mail in Ann Arbor. You just heard that conversation, I think, with Garrett. I think he's right. I mean, it's in a super liberal college town like that, where Al Sayed already did extremely well in 2018 when he ran. I think in theory, a big chunk of late vote by mail would be really encouraging for Stevens. That might not be the place where you want to see that. Same time, there's still a big chunk of vote to come here. This becomes a problem for Stevens because you could see how well Al Sayed is doing here. It's not a surprise he's doing this well here. We kind of knew this was coming. This is where Lansing, this is where East Lansing is. But again, there's still a lot of vote to come right there. There might be, as we've seen in these other counties, a more kind of pro-Stevens flair to it. But overall, the opportunity there for Al Sayed to get something out of there that pads his margin and maybe offsets if Stevens is getting gains from Genesee, from Saginaw, from some of these other places, population centers where you got some vote, that maybe he could offset it, here. Where else do we have a sort of substantial outstanding vote here? I just want to kind of look around here. 6%, that's small, but 6%. And this is, we got Barry, we got Grand Rapids. Oh, we'll go down here. Kalamazoo, we got half. Okay, now Kalamazoo, again, a bit of a college at Western Michigan University. We got half the vote. Again, it's in that Western Michigan region. This is where Whitmer didn't do that well here in 2018. Younger population, so I think there was an expectation that Al Sayed would do very well in Kalamazoo. Just to line this up with our benchmarks, but again, there was certainly the expectation was Al Sayed would do well. Whitmer's number here was 48. Remember, she got 52 statewide. The 47 was the Biden number in 2020. Stevens, again, the possibility, as we've seen in these other counties, that this is going to tick up, but this may be kind of a miss for her of her benchmark. We'll see how close she can get to that. But if she's getting really having trouble here in Western Michigan. She's really having trouble in Ottawa County. He had trouble in Ottawa County. Really, I think, having trouble in Kalamazoo County, and really having trouble in Grand Rapids, in Kent County, the Grand Rapids area. Well, look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
We think that's big. We think we got the vote in Kent County. Remember, they came out swinging. We got a ton early. Took a while. It's midnight. We now think we got it. Al Sayed obviously wins. It gets 62. The benchmarks. Whitmer was 44. Okay. Biden was 46 in 2020. As we say, Hillary got crushed with 37. But right here, something like that is what Stevens wants out of here. This is what she got. And again, we've shown you counties of varying sizes here tonight, right? Like we've shown you a lot of small ones in the UP where maybe she's missing by 5. But to miss by this much in a county this big, right? This is like 7% of the vote statewide in a Democratic primary. It comes out of Kent County, and she got beat by that much.
It shows 95% in for Kent County there. The Kent County website does not have all of their vote mode buckets as fully reported, so it's possible that expected vote number goes up, and we still get some more out of Kent County, but we should be, I think, near complete.
But that could also be more election day vote.
Yeah, none of their vote modes are in there, so that would include election day, mail, and early.
Okay, can I ask, is there any way to get a little more water here? Okay, thank you. We never, should we venture out to Washington? We've been on 4 hours. I don't know, are folks fired up for the Washington multi-candidate primary that won't assign any winners tonight?
Yeah, we do. There are some projected, moving on candidates.
Let's take a look, and then. But I think I just think anything. If I can play teacher and give you a suggested assignment,
Please.
Anything you can get us on municipalities in Wayne.
Yeah.
I think if there's any path for Stevens here, it's to post some big numbers and maybe some surprising or unexpected numbers in some parts of Wayne County. Because again, there's a lot more to it than Detroit. There's a lot more to it than Detroit and Dearborn, and it's in those other places that I'm trying to get a better handle on. The other thing is, I said I go to Washington. I'm going to try to see if I can find something here. 1 second. Let's see if this gives us something. It does not. I was sometimes, we did this with Detroit. You can go to the city and find it on their website, but that is not the case. That is not, unfortunately, the case there. Let me try one other here. But thank you. This might be interesting. August 24th, primary election. Here we go. August 4th. No, this is what we already have. Oh, okay. This can answer the question. Hang on 1 second. We do have. Yeah, we do have a lot of vote from. I'm just looking now in Michigan. We do have a lot of vote from Saginaw. We were trying to figure that out. It's a lot of election day, so absent. No, we've got a good mix of both. Yep. Okay, and then. Come on. Oh. One. Oh, come on. Here it is. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get Flint. That's what I'm looking for Flint here. That's what I'm busy doing. Yeah, we don't have. This is what I believe the case was. We do not have Flint. We don't have anything from Flint. So the opportunity for Stevens in Genesee, we were showing you Genesee County, pretty big piece of real estate, and we do have some vote right there, but none of that vote that you're looking at, and she is leading, is outside of Flint. What you're looking at is outside of Flint. We're not looking at anything from Flint, and I think we expect her to do quite well in Flint. So the opportunity for her, for Stevens in Genesee County, right, where we've got, little over 20,000 votes counted, meaning we've got about 40,000 votes left. We have nothing from Flint. So, yeah, just there's an opportunity for Stevens, I think, to get out of Genesee a chunk of votes. Yeah, we'd be talking, 5,000 plurality of something like that, maybe. But she's chasing 33,000. One other question I have here is, this is where it gets a little, when I'm on the air, we say these are the limitations of live. Is there a chance that I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't want to do this on the air. I'm not going to do this on the air.
Right.
I don't want to. But okay. Let me just explain this. We're in. You could see everything that's going on right here. You can see I'm taking you through the best I know, which is I've seen Stevens do enough to put herself kind of on the edge of this, but not enough where I'm like, well, she's right there, and enough where I think there's a couple of key questions that you see I'm trying to address here about Flint, about Saginaw, about Washtenaw, and really, about Macomb, and really about Wayne. And so what I'm going to try to do here is, we got the decision desk. They make the call. Who, when these things, how to characterize these races, how to call them. It's a team of data scientists that we have, and I'm just going to, they do their own thing. They're not in this for publicity and everything. So I do this off the air. So they're going to kill my mic, and I'm going to try to talk to them, and then report back to you. So, folks, we got a cliffhanger. This is what we watch these for, right? So please don't go anywhere. Maybe Adam, you can tell them if anything is there. Are they on, or are they?
I'm calling now.
Okay. Is this mic off? Okay. Okay, I thank you. I hope you stayed with me. I appreciate if you did, and I apologize. But we promised you kind of like behind the scenes, and there we are. So yes, I did talk to the decision desk. I'm not, I'll leave that conversation between me and them. But we're just gonna look. Maybe the best thing to do right now is to do kind of a big kind of reset on where we stand and kind of what the immediate future looks like. It is 12:15 a.m. Right, polls have been closed now for 4 hours, 15 minutes. We've got 2/3 of the vote in statewide. I think that might be a little better pace than Michigan's been on in some of these past primaries. We are at, in the big one in Wayne County, we're at just over half the vote in here. Again, they might be a little faster here than they've been in the past, but it is still past midnight right now. We're still at half. So, 2/3. El Sayed's margin is sitting there at, over 3 points. That's a 3.3 margin over Stevens. We've really seen it hovering in that range, right? For a while now. Maybe it dips just under 3. Maybe it gets up to 4 at some point, but it's really been in that 3 to 4 range for a while now. That raw vote margin for El Sayed, it has ticked up a little bit here, I would say, in the last 30 minutes to an hour or so. So it's sitting at 34%. And so, again, I think the story that has, I've likened doing elections to the old, Polaroid picture, right? You snap it, you wave it in the air, and that you watch that picture slowly kind of come into focus. I mean, this is like the world's slowest Polaroid is what Michigan is tonight. It is just very, very slowly, but, incrementally, it has kind of come more and more into focus. And so I think, the story we've been telling you tonight is kind of, the through line we've kind of been following here is that, Stevens, needs to hit certain benchmarks in some big places and some significant places to have a chance to then win it in Wayne County and in Detroit. So what have we, what can we say we've seen? I mean, we've been doing our thing here where we show you one county at a time, the benchmarks, using those benchmarks of 2018 for Biden and for 2018 for Whitmer and 2020 for Biden. She has hit them in some places. I think she's missed them a little bit in more places than she's hit them. She's missed them potentially big in Kent County. We showed you this one. Maybe in Washtenaw County, where right now she would, if that's where it landed, but we still have more vote to come right there. She really, I think one thing that's emerged is she's really had, that's a bit too big of a circle. She's really had, Stevens, a bad night in Western Michigan, right? And that's, I think, where we see some of the biggest misses. This is a pretty big miss for her. Right? This in Kalamazoo, we'll see where it lands, could end up being a pretty big miss for her, okay? We also have seen, and again, this is, I don't want to overhype it, but it's not insignificant. Just under 10% of all the vote comes from northern Michigan. And I mean, these are not all completed counties, but, right, you see some El Sayed. El Sayed, I think, has done better here than the progressive lane did against Whitmer in 2018. So all those things have a cumulative effect, okay? And are why El Sayed is sitting here in this position right now, up 3 points and change, 30,000 and change, with about 70% in, and it leaves Stevens with what? As we've been saying, this in Genesee County, might be her biggest, outside of Wayne, is her biggest single source of hope right now. It's where the city of Flint is. You got 40% in that, a little bit more has come in. She's leading it by just under 9 points over El Sayed. Can she get a big number, like a monster number out of Flint? Not implausible. Given, the support I think she clearly has with black voters that we've seen in Detroit and, Flint, high black population. This is the second highest concentration of black residents of any county in Michigan. But ultimately, this is a small, it's a big county on the map. It's small compared to Wayne. It's going to produce about a fifth, a sixth of the votes statewide that Wayne is going to. So, if Stevens gets a big number out of Flint, if she gets out of Genesee with a double-digit margin, we're talking 4,000 vote plurality extra, 5,000, 3,500 extra additional to what you see right now, plurality out of Genesee County maybe, what would that do? Well, again, like that might take off, I say 30,000 and change for El Sayed statewide. That might take off the and change, okay? That's the effect of having and that's one of the brightest potential spots for her that's left on the map. Saginaw County, as we said, we're sitting at 71%. Is a good number for Stevens out of there. This is one of the places where I think so far at least she's getting a good number. Adam is sending me another note now that he's reviewed my note. So we are agreed on that. And so it's come around to this point where you're looking at Wayne County and you're looking at a question that's a little different than the one that we posed at the start of the night, where we said at the start of the night, can Stevens hit these sort of benchmarks all around the place to get in a place where Detroit can win this for her, right? Okay, Detroit has largely come and gone. There may be, we're trying to find out if there are a few more votes left in Detroit, but most of Detroit is in. Stevens has won it looks like by just under 30 points. Okay, so it's a big margin for her there, but we thought looking at Wayne, that would be as good as it gets for her there. Okay, and as you can see, if Detroit is basically done, she still finds herself down by this margin statewide. So there is a separate additional question, though, and this is what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or hour or so. What we're trying to get a handle on is there outside of Detroit, outside of Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, these are the sort of the cities in Wayne that get the most attention. Again, Dearborn being by far the strongest, for Al Sayed, Detroit being the strongest for Stevens. Are there other big townships there, cities, municipalities, where Stevens might perform surprisingly well? Okay, because I say that particularly about Wayne because they're so big. There are still so many votes to come out of Wayne County. Like if you just look at the expected vote that's left in our system, let me call that up right now. We still think there are 140,000 votes that are left out of Wayne County. Okay, so Stevens is leading now. It's an 8-point margin in the county right now across everything aggregated together. If in that 140,000 remaining votes, there are some there are some very strong areas for her. Look, if she wins, the math, right? If she wins 140,000 remaining votes, if she wins it by 10 points, she nets 14,000 additional votes. If she wins it by 15 points, right, she nets an additional 21,000 votes. 10 points, 15 points, 14,000, 21,000. Then apply that statewide. If she could knock 20,000 off, and if she has a big night in Flint, now that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in Flint comes in, now you're getting that Al Sayed number maybe under 10,000. We still have vote to come in Macomb, where Stevens has ticked up as the night has come along, right? So if that combination, if there's sort of a big number out of Flint, additional support, additional numbers for out of Macomb, but it's going to be it would have to be some kind of surprise, I think, in Wayne. That is the thing. It's some strength that maybe wasn't, expected ahead of time. And the other thing is, as we say, that's going to offset this a little bit from the Al Sayed standpoint is Ingham County. Okay, the state capital, Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State University, where we're now over half the vote. He's beating Stevens 2-1 here. Even if this remaining vote is Stevens friendly, I think overall, what's to come is still going to help Al Sayed here, right? So he's got more to come there. And why do I keep hitting Jackson County? This is where I want to keep hitting. And Washtenaw County, where you've got that, I keep talking about it, that we think late vote by mail batch from the city of Ann Arbor. That would be the other thing that I think would need to be a surprise here, right? I'm saying Wayne needs to produce some kind of surprise. I think the other thing that would have to happen maybe would be that vote by mail in Washtenaw being, I know we say Stevens is doing well with the vote by mail, but in Washtenaw doing well in the vote by mail is probably only losing by a smaller margin than win it by a substantial margin. From Ann Arbor, it seems very, unlikely when you just think about what Ann Arbor is politically, and sort of the ideological break between these two candidates. It's hard to imagine, but that's the kind of thing. Those are the places where the big batches of votes are. There are a lot of other votes out there. A lot of that is kind of scattered. You're just kind of going through. These are small counties, but, it's still got a third of the vote here, in Roscommon County, we're at 88%. That's actually a fair amount. We took you through Mecosta. Trying to show you there's a scattering, and then I'm giving you ones that actually are pretty complete. But there are still obviously a lot left to be at 71%. But, again, Wayne, we think 160,000. How much? That is 40% of what we think is left statewide. That's why I'm saying a surprise, a surprise from Wayne. Wayne, the next biggest piece of it is what's to come in Macomb, where incrementally, Stevens might be able to make some gains there with what's left to come. And then the next biggest piece is Genesee, where, again, Flint, she can make gains there. But then right after that, you got Ingham. And right after that, you got Washtenaw. Those are the biggest, right there. If I just take those 20, 45, 81, 142. Yeah. Now we're getting to like 70% of the remaining vote in the state. And then you do get into a lot of counties where there's 1,000 here, 3,200 there, 3,400 there. So, and we did just get something meaningful. What was it?
We got Marquette County.
We
the
did.
Most recent one, yeah.
I get to talk about Marquette. Wow. Marquette, home of Northern Michigan University. It is honestly, if I could take a point of personal privilege, one of my favorite places on the planet. We got Marquette all at once. This is like the capital. Think of this as the capital of the UP. Big for the UP, college town. It's complete. I think it's not a surprise Al Sayed won here, but we can show you our benchmarks anyway. Whitmer was 48 here in 2018. Biden got 50 here in 2020. Clinton 36%. But it's just one of those places where you've seen a lot of this tonight, where this isn't the biggest one, but the ones that you say aren't the biggest ones collectively do add up, and you're seeing it again here. 48, 50, 36, right? And this is a college, outdoorsy, it's right on Lake Superior, community. Again, not a surprise. We knew Stevens probably would struggle here, but she would want to be she'd want to be mid 40s. She'd want to be upper 40s. She lands 36. You've heard me say that more than once tonight in a lot of these counties. Let's take a look. Maybe I can show you some other. Was there anything else big that just came in? I know that was about 12,000 votes, so that might have been what. In fact, that was, right? Because
that was
2,800, and he went up to, that was basically what just happened there. So that's what just happened outside. I sit here talking about, what the city of Flint could do for Stevens. Could be thousands of votes. Way up in the UP, the city of Marquette, right, just gave Al Sayed a couple thousand vote plurality over Stevens, right? I'm just going to look. I want to just show you a couple more of these basically completed and of at least medium size. I think that's a good way to kind of illustrate this. Basically completed and of significant size, Ottawa, right? Western Michigan, I took you through that one. Stevens missed, I think, significantly there. Missed a target, I think, significantly there. Let's see. I just showed you Marquette's one of them that's decent size. We showed you Bay, where the Stevens number was actually good. See, it's not uniform. That's what's made tonight challenging. You start saying, oh, she missed here, she missed here, she missed here. They add up. She hit this one. She hit that one. I mean, you are seeing those too. And again, she did for using our use of that Whitmer benchmark from 2018. She she did outperform dramatically Whitmer in Detroit. We did just get, I think this was in the last couple minutes, right? I think this might have been part of what we just, this one just came in though. I guess we did just get Barry. I clicked on it accidentally, but Barry County, okay. just to give you the benchmarks, 95%, decent size, not, Whitmer, 55 in 18, Biden, 52, Stevens, 50. I mean, it's on the edge. A lot of these, she's missed in some. She's hitting a few. And then this is where so many of them land, where it's like, no, it's not 52, it's not 55. But then you could start saying, again, Whitmer didn't need 55 here to win. She probably only needed 50, she needed lower than that. Biden didn't need 50. He probably only needed 50 here if there was a uniform swing. So maybe there's a lot of counties where you find yourself looking at the numbers and saying that about Stevens. Like, it's not quite there, but maybe that's actually, that's a good example of it. Do we have others? But where else were we close to? Okay. I think Isabella County would be one, right? Yeah, here we go. Isabella County. Okay, Al Sayed. Again, now this is a college county too, but let's just go through it. It was Whitmer. Whitmer got 55% of the vote here. Biden got 48. She missed it, right? So we've seen. You can see the pattern for yourself. I don't need to tell you what the pattern is. I'm just showing you with these, with these numbers. Waiting on more on Washtenaw. Wayne just ticks a little bit more. 52, 3, 40. Whatever just came in Wayne, for what it's worth, small amount, was good for Al Sayed because it was just a tick over. 8 points was the margin. Now it's 7.9. So, I gave you the sort of, call it the Wayne surprise scenario that might, lift Stevens here is she got to be winning. She got to be winning substantially what's left in Wayne. Now, I think a lot of this is coming in at the municipal level. It may be a more friendly Al Sayed community that just came in, but and it's small. But so there we are, 71%, a statewide margin of 36,000, nearly 37,000 for Al Sayed. That is 3.5 points, basically 3.4 points over Stevens, and nothing new in Genesee, still sitting there at that 9-point margin, maybe a tick more. Saginaw, we're sitting at 75%, right? Adam, I'm going to take water. What do you have?
I mean, I was looking a little bit around Wayne County, just trying to figure out, what's still going on in those outstanding municipalities. It did look like Dearborn was done. They posted a report that said final report. There's still a question of those Detroit mail ballots that they still have that bucket on their website as not reported completely. Canton Township, Livonia, I still didn't see mail votes from them. So there's still a few places in Wayne there that, we're missing a good amount of voting.
Yeah, no, and that Livonia is a important one because I think that is a place, if you're Stevens and you're looking for a big number somewhere, that's useful because if you're looking for that number, that's, I think, top of the list of where you're going to look in Wayne County, and you don't have that yet. What did Dearborn land at as the final result?
Let me see what I had here. 77-20 for El Sayed.
So El Sayed, 77-20 in Dearborn, right? He got, in the 18 primary, he got 64% right there. So, yeah, built 13 points from what he got back then. Do you have Dearborn Heights by any chance?
Dearborn Heights was still missing mail when I last looked on their website, but let me take a look.
Okay, sorry, I'm just checking my own. No, okay. So yeah, we're just, we've reached the point here where we're waiting.
Currently, 87-12 without the mail vote.
And it was without them. Okay, yeah, because it was closer there. He got he got 64 in Dearborn and 52 in Dearborn Heights, 75 in Hamtramck. This was 2018. Yeah, Canton, Plymouth. So it's, I know it's slowed down here, kind of, folks, but I mean that's the reality. It's kind of blip by blip in Wayne County, and what I've told you from the big outstanding places. I'll look through the list here and see, in terms of raw expected vote left. Yep. Yeah. It's Wayne, Genesee. There's Macomb, Ingham. We don't have anything. That's interesting. We don't have anything from Muskegon. What do we make of this in terms of a benchmark? Because we think we're going to get about 25,000 votes out of here, decent size, and yeah, this one, okay. Whitmer got 50.2% here. This was, and Biden got 54 in Muskegon. So yeah, I mean, again, based on how this is going, I think this would be likely good for Al Sayed. Again, a 25,000 vote. If he were to win it by 10 points, he nets 2,500 votes, right? If let's say there's 20,000 votes, let's say there's 22,500, and he wins it by 10, 2,250. He nets 2,250. That would climb. Now he'd be at north of 39,000. That's what a county like that could do if it. Just based on how it went in these past elections and what we're seeing everywhere else, I think that's the expectation for a county like that. Do we have more? Yes, we're inching up in Saginaw. How many votes do we think are left there? Not many, huh? There it is. We think 6,500 votes are left there. Yeah, I mean, look, 6,500 votes left. If Stevens is winning by 15 points, if we don't know the vote type, 6,500, 650, it'd be 1,000 votes. She'd net another 1,000 votes out of Saginaw, right? I mean, if she got 1,000 votes, nets 1,000. We took you through Genesee next door. Maybe she could get a couple thousand more. Maybe Flint. This is a big one. Wait, I know that's a big one. This is a big one too. Macomb. Let me ask this, Adam. We think there's about 59,000 votes left in Macomb. Sorry, what do we know about how is the vote by mail breaking, and how many are left? How is the election day breaking? How many are left?
So currently in our tracker, we have 14,000 election day votes expected remaining. They're currently breaking 63-34 for El Sayed.
Yep. So at that rate, he would net 4,200 more if it's at that clip. Okay.
And then the mail vote, 44,000 expected remaining. And those are currently breaking 63-32 for Stevens.
She's winning them by 30.
Yeah.
44, 8, 12, 13,200. So if you use those, okay, this is it. Al Sayed is leading right now in Macomb County, 54-66. If we just extrapolate, we're doing back of the envelope stuff here. If we just extrapolate from what Adam just said, then from the remaining election day vote, Al Sayed gets a plurality, an additional plurality from that batch of 4,200. Stevens, from the much larger batch of vote by mail, gets a plurality of 13,200, right? A difference of 9,000 for Stevens. So then at 54-66, right, that would be 35-34. She would end up winning the county by 3,534 votes, if that were to happen. But the other way, the real way to look at that is from where things are now to the finish line, she would be netting an additional, she would have a net plurality of 9,000 votes. So that, if that were to happen, right, 9,000, she'd knock that down to 28, right? We said Saginaw, she might be able to get it down to 27 if it's 1,000. In Flint, if you said 4,000, she gets it down to 23. Now, that has to be countered by, we showed you. We think Muskegon, maybe Al Sayed wins that by about 2,250. That puts him back up to 25. We still have a lot of vote to come. This is a, I don't know, the dagger, but this is a real bad thing if you're Stevens. Ingham has still got a ton left. 25,000 left in Ingham. And I mean, just conservatively, if you said, 20-point margin for Al Sayed, with 25,000 left, that would be a 5,000 plurality for him. That would put him back up to 3,000, right? Just working through those counties. Working through Macomb, through Saginaw, through Flint. What else is left that's big here? And then, Washtenaw. You're looking at. You got 20,000. We think 20,000 votes left in Washtenaw. I say, is there somehow Stevens pulls a rabbit out of the hat with the late vote by mail there? I think she might need to. Oakland, what's left? We got 20,000 left in Oakland. Stevens has been doing well with that. Maybe she wins what's left by 10 points. That'd be 2,000, right? So knock it down to 20. Okay, we just got in. We get 2,800. You just see she's still in that high 20s, 30,000 range going through all of that. That's not Wayne, but that's a lot of other stuff. What just came in?
It was a combo of counties. The biggest one was Jackson at 3,000 votes. She wins that. She probably nets maybe 200 votes or so. Oh, we just got a Wayne update.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see, 6,000 votes.
Is it in the system here?
Yes, that just went in there.
Okay.
El Sayed gets 49% of that.
Yeah.
Stevens gets 47.
Yeah. It's just again, it's just that's not by itself a horrible number for Stevens. It's about even between them. But Wayne is where she needs to be, pressing the gas here, right? She needs vote updates in Wayne that she's winning by substantial margins, because that's where the most votes are that's left by far is Wayne County. And so, all the math, again, we just, to zoom this out statewide, just kind of doing very, very, very rough, unofficial, non-decision desk approved math in, all these other places here, these sort of big, substantial places where vote is to come. Even going through some pretty friendly calculations for Stevens, she's still landing like 30,000 or so votes short, 25, 30, and there's other places on this map too that could help her, but it just underscores the importance of those updates from Wayne. When you get a big batch of votes, when you get a municipality from Wayne, if you are Stevens, it underscores the importance of winning those big, of start taking chunks out, thousands of vote chunks in plurality, to offset. This is, she's close. She's been close all night, but she has been stuck at this sort of, 3-point or so, margin now for a long time. I know we had limited polling in this race. I think there was a poll that showed. We just got some huge. No, what did we get?
Yeah, we just got a couple updates.
Yeah.
So we got Macomb with 18,000 votes. We got Kent with 4,000 and Clinton with another 4,000.
Okay. So Kent, there was more in Kent.
And another Wayne, 4,000. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to just kind of clarify for folks, because I know it's confusing. We say Kent is done, and now we say a couple thousand more came in. When we put it at 95% on here, when the decision desk puts it at 95%, it usually means they think it's done, but they want to check. And sometimes when they check, there were more. But now, look where we are. It marginally brought Stevens up, but only to 35%. Again, we talked about her needing like in the 40s. I'm sorry, what else came in there, you said?
And Kent still says it doesn't have all their dots saying fully reported yet, so there could still be more.
Okay.
Macomb was the biggest one in that one, 18,000 votes.
Okay, and can I say, by the way, that the fact that we keep getting more and more out of Kent, high turnout in a pro Al Sayed place. We got more out of Macomb. Have they categorized the vote that we got? It was clearly good for Stevens.
Yeah, she wins that batch. Let's see. She gets 57% and El-Sayed gets 39%.
And how much was it?
18,000.
18,000. And we said we thought that, 44,000 vote by mail. We said before this that 44,000 vote by mail were left. Mm-hmm. So this got to be vote by mail, obviously, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, it still says half in for vote by mail. Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, that would leave
Yeah,
26,000.
right. Yep.
Right, 20. But now it evens out a little bit. Sorry, I'll go back to statewide, but I think that's useful information on Macomb. That would leave 26,000 vote by mail, give or take, out of Macomb, 14,000 election day. So it's more of a 2-to-1. And are you able to update how the vote by mail is breaking with that factored in?
In Macomb overall?
Yeah.
63-32 for Stevens.
Stays level. So that the math that we did in Macomb, we get a big update of the vote by mail. The math we did basically still stands in terms of that. Stevens being on pace. Remember, we were showing you how if each county, if we were kind of extrapolating it, we said Stevens being on pace to get that 9,000 net from where we were. That's on pace with what we showed you. I just see it changed again. What did we get?
We got another Wayne County update, another 7,000 votes. Stevens gets, trying to pull it up, 54% to 43%.
Okay, I have 7,000 votes.
Yep.
Okay, so she's, yeah, so that nets out to 500 and change plurality for her. She needs to, so that brings it down under 35,000. And I'll just, anything, I keep looking at this because there might be a few in here that offer. Yeah, Allegan County, we have a fair amount left in, but it's dead even there right now. We have nothing from, that's tiny. What happened in, yeah, I think that's a little telling, isn't it? Let me make sure yeah, what was the number?
I also gave you a message.
Oh, thank you. I felt my phone vibrate. So, all right, maybe we'll publish afterwards our back and forth.
Yes, I would love nothing more.
We'll put that out. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
It wasn't. It had nothing to do with the results. Actually, that was a behind the scenes. What's the word here? Technical kind of thing. Okay. Did anything come in while we were doing that?
St. Clair, another 400. Oh, we just got another 7,000 out of Wayne again.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. What do we got?
She nets a couple hundred votes there. She wins that batch 52 to 45.
So 2 7-point victories again. And how many votes? Is it 7,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, so between the last two updates, she netted about, again, just to put in perspective what just happened, right? 7,000 vote updates from Wayne County come in. They break for about 7 points for Stevens. What that has the effect of doing is knocking this number down statewide about 1,000 votes. What just came in from those two updates. So 33,460. Now it is inside now of 3 points. It's 2.9 points. We do have, we'll keep a running tally of this. We now think there's about 114,000 votes that are left. I'll put these up on the screen for you. Maybe that's the way to do it. 114K, that's a K. We think 114,000 votes are left out of Wayne County. The second biggest source of votes we think that's left is right here, Macomb County, 41,000. Then would be Genesee. We think, roughly here, these are rough numbers. We think about 36,000 votes left to come out of Genesee. Genesee is Flint, okay? Ingham County, right, state capital in Michigan State, 25,000. We think 25,000 are going to come out of there. We told you about Muskegon, where we got nothing so far. We think 23,000 are going to come out of Muskegon. Oakland, we still have, again, these are rough. We think maybe about 20,000 that are left in Oakland County. We did get it. Looks like we got another Washtenaw update a few minutes ago. Can you look into that? Because we think now 14,000 left in Washtenaw. But, 114, 155, 191, 205, 230. So that's 253,000 votes in the places, outstanding votes in the places I just showed you. That's the lion's share, of what's left. I say there's scatterings elsewhere. There are a few other places I can show you, but that's the lion's share of it. Do you have Washtenaw?
Yeah, that came in while we were doing Macomb a few minutes ago. That was an El Sayed friendly bunch. It was about 6,000 votes, and he wins it 48 to 47. He won 48, 47. So we think this is probably vote by mail. Yes.
Right. So that's a great illustration. Okay, that's actually a really good illustration what just happened. If we got a vote by mail batch, right, from Washtenaw County, where we keep hyping this, I don't know, will it be mythical, late drop of vote by mail in Ann Arbor, and oh yes, Stevens does great with the vote by mail, but maybe in the super liberal college town where we expect El Sayed to be cleaning up, maybe doing great means just not losing it by that much. Well, look at that. In Washtenaw, not that batch of votes, but out of Ann Arbor, we just got a big vote by mail batch, and yeah, it's basically a tie, right? And so if it moves, okay, right, like, so if that big final batch out of Washtenaw, out of Ann Arbor is a tie, it doesn't do anything for her. It doesn't move her forward or back. If Ann Arbor is to the left, I mean, Washtenaw is a very liberal county, but if if Ann Arbor, University of Michigan town, is to the left of the county as a whole, then maybe that last batch, if it was a tie in the county as a whole, the vote by mail, maybe the last batch out of Ann Arbor is to the left and is actually for El Sayed. So just, again, we've been setting a lot of hype around this final, potentially final vote by mail drop out of Ann Arbor. But again, this is kind of what the map looks like right now in terms of where the outstanding vote is. There is 11,000 out of Kalamazoo left, but Kalamazoo is looking so far is looking very good for El Sayed. As part of the story tonight has been Western Michigan. I think it's a really interesting story. The growth that's been there, the young population, and there were some signs of this if you looked at past primaries. 2018, for instance, and it's really, I think, from the kind of progressive standpoint for them, it's really come to fruition in those numbers tonight. Whatever else, kind of happens statewide. Did I tell you? Yeah, you could say Saginaw, maybe 6,000 votes there. That's a 6. Maybe we'll get a thinner marker, but maybe you probably couldn't see it then. That's everything, almost everything. There are a few. Okay. Allegan County, we got 8,000 left in Allegan. We got about 8,000 left here, but that's an 8. But so far the vote in Allegan County has been dead even. So no clear advantage in terms of what's left there. We got 8,000 left in 8,000 left in Calhoun County. I don't want to ruin my artwork by clicking in a county, but maybe I'll do it this way. 8,000 votes left in Calhoun County. Stevens has been winning it by about 5 points. So if that holds, she would net 400 more out of that. Monroe County, she's been winning by about 10. We have about 3,400, so she could not net 3,400. I'm seeing a lot of counties that are in this category. I say 3,400 left, she's leading by 10. 2,900 left. Well, that one's even. 2,400 left. Even. Yeah. Oh boy. You know what? They're just it's these Western Michigan counties. That's I'm really seeing that. And it does. We think maybe about 2,000 to come. About 2,000 to come out of Kent County too. About 2,000 there.
We just got another Kalamazoo update.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to erase this. You got a sense of it. Kalamazoo, that's a big one. We're basically done, huh? We don't have 11,000 votes left in Kalamazoo anymore.
Well,
Correct.
We've said this before, but
I'm
yes.
sorry. I get so excited when I just want to see 95, and when I see 94, I'm like close enough. And then Adam is correct. We could have more, but this is a probably close to complete picture of Kalamazoo. I'm just excited because I get to do my favorite game of the benchmarks. Whitmer, 2018, 48% in Kalamazoo. Biden, 2020, 47%. Did they make this thinner?
Potentially.
It seems thinner. Maybe it's late at night now.
They worked magic behind the scenes.
If they did, thank you. 38 for Clinton. Right. I mean, there's Stevens at 39. It's that Clinton number. The Clinton number, we've told you all night, was largely offset by a giant number out of Wayne. And we can tell you that whatever Stevens gets out of Wayne, she's not getting the Clinton number out of Wayne. And so, it's another Western Michigan miss for Haley Stevens. That's a story tonight. Yeah.
We just got a Genesee update, 8,000 votes. This is good for Stevens.
Yep.
She wins this 59-37.
22 points, 59. Yeah, this my guess, without knowing, is we might be getting Flint now, because but that moves her to a double-digit advantage. Right? Remember, we said maybe she could net another. From where we were a few minutes ago, maybe she could net another 4,000 or 5,000 votes out of this. So that batch moves her in that direction. But again, just to give you a sense of what she's up against here, that still leaves Al Sayed. He's north of 30,000. Now, that is 2.7, the difference right here, right, between the two of them. That is the closest in terms of raw percentage, I think, that I've seen her pretty much all night. So, she's got to just get some big numbers. There are still 114,000 left out of Wayne. She got to produce something big out of there. But Macomb, we talked about. We think the additional plurality for her there, 30 is winning 27, 54, 81 minus 42. She could probably net, my guess is that what is left in Macomb County, the vote that's remaining, she can probably net about 4,000 from that. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. She could net about 4,000. Slash that off the 31,000 that you see right there. Nothing from Muskegon. But again, do me a favor, Adam. This is a good one. Ingham County. I mean, in terms of the mail, how much is left? What's it running at? Election, because we should close the loop on that.
Yeah. So Ingham County overall, we have our estimate is 25,000 remaining vote. It looks like that's all mail vote at this point.
How's that mail breaking?
Mail vote is currently running at 48 for Stevens, 45 for El Sayed.
Yeah, boy. See, that's the thing. If you're Stevens, it's like that's good mail for you, and she's leading by 3, which 3 points with 25,000 left. That might net her 750 votes. It's going to be a handful. All those votes left right there. Vote by mail's her bread and butter, but Ingham County demographically isn't. And so the good news for her is it looks like El Sayed doesn't build on this margin with what's left in Ingham County, but she may not cut into it with what's left. So again, we say 31,600 now. I could see Macomb slashing that down to about 27. Genesee, with 27,000 left, again, if she were to just, pour it on the way she just did with that last update, she could net 5,000 more. Maybe we do it this way, let's say she could get 5,000 out of Macomb. Oh, I don't think we changed the marker thickness. Never mind. 5,000, but they do great work. I just did what. 5,000. Let's be generous, right? Again, this is non-decision desk approved. 5,000. Take a look. I say I have Flint, and you say 5,000. Okay. Now you say Ingham. Well, maybe it's a wash with what Adam just told us. There. Again, Muskegon, we have nothing of any kind. I really think just the way all these counties have been lining up, I suspect that's an El Sayed County. I suspect we'll just go on the conservative side, maybe say it's by about, 2,000 votes for him. Oakland County. Let's pause on Oakland. Vote by mail, election day. What do we think is left there?
Oakland?
Yeah.
So I see mail roughly in, early in person in, election day 85% in, according to our estimates, with maybe 18,000 votes left.
Yeah, and he is leading the election day vote. Correct.
Yeah. 58-40.
So that could end up. That's Oakland. If that ends up being an El Sayed gain, with the remaining vote that's left there, right? I mean, I'm seeing maybe I could be maybe very generous in these counties and say Stevens knocks off 10,000 to bring that down to 21. Maybe nothing changes out of what's remaining, in Ingham County from what Adam just told us, but I think Muskegon, would move that to 23 for Al Sayed, and then that Oakland, if that remaining vote is election day and it's breaking, and it breaks, Al Sayed, he builds on that further. Washtenaw, we keep telling you, again, like the best case in Washtenaw for Stevens would be it's just a wash from here to the end. Is it just vote by mail that's left collectively in Washtenaw?
Let me take a look. Yes, that's what we have.
Yeah, so look, that's her best case is the vote by mail is a wash in Washtenaw. I didn't mean to do that. It's a wash in Ingham. So the two big vote-producing kind of hubs for Al Sayed that are left, that they don't do anything. They don't move this thing anyway. She knocks a chunk off in these two places, okay, in Macomb and in Genesee. She has a chance in Saginaw to maybe she could get 1,000, maybe. What Adam just told us about Oakland is a bit of a curveball, because if that, if that starts pushing it in the other direction, but put that on hold for a second. If you just took that, 5, 10, 11, I do think Muskegon is going to give Al Sayed something. We already showed you that. Well, forget this again for a second. 5, 10, 11, minus 2, that would get it to 22, and we'd be, and then it's like, can she find a way to get that kind of a margin, some 15, 20,000 vote or more margin out of Wayne? 114,000 left in Wayne. Jackson has vote left. She's leading there by about 10 points. Are you able to see Jackson County, where we are in terms of like vote by mail versus election day? What's left?
Yeah, it looks like we're about 30% in for all of our buckets there. So mail and election.
We think that's about even.
There's about 6,000 remaining election day votes, 6,000 remaining mail votes based on our estimates.
Okay. So that, she's leading by about 10. So if that, she could net 1,000 out of Jackson. I'm just looking for places, I know there's scatterings here, but places where she could still net, like, say, 1,000 votes or more. And, Monroe, I think I told you about that. She could there. She could get 12.5 there. She could get 12.5 out of Monroe. She could get, as we said, Out of Jackson, she could get another. Okay, it'd be close to 2,500 between those two. Calhoun, she's leading. Yeah. Yeah, you know, boy, it's interesting. It's just, if she neutralizes him in Washtenaw and Ingham, takes the hit in Muskegon, let me just give me a sense here. We don't need to get too into it. I'm just going to go through counties that have fairly substantial by the standards of having 77% in statewide left. And I just want to know if the balance of the remaining vote is going to be election day or vote by mail. So I'll give you, if you can check Calhoun County.
Calhoun County, both election day and mail.
Okay. So there's not going to be a huge shift there. I'm just looking for substantial population places where there might be a big vote by mail shift late that could get Stevens these numbers. Allegan.
Allegan. Yeah, these counties. We don't have good breakouts for.
Okay. And again, the motto of Michigan elections is limitations.
Yes.
That's not Adam's fault. That's just the way the system is. So let's 77%, 31,000.
Our most recent update came from Lapeer. It was another 3,000 votes.
And how did it break?
She wins 57 to 39.
Oh, that was the first vote of the night there.
There you go.
Did we have nothing there? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, she's right. I mean, 57 is right in the middle of the benchmark for her there. It would be Whitmer 62, Biden 57. She's not in the middle. She's at 57. That vote was. What do we know about the vote there?
Not much.
They got to change my batteries again.
We just got a Macomb update.
Oh, yeah, okay, here we go.
11,000 votes.
Did put her ahead? I can see the color changed.
She wins the batch 63-32.
That's the clip she's been winning the mail at, right?
Yeah.
So 11,000. We started at 44,000 mail. We got an update of 18,000 to take it. So we now think we have about 15,000 mail left here?
Yeah, it looks like that was, mostly all mail.
Okay. So look what that did. 27,639 right now. That's the margin. 2.3. It's as close as it's been. And 15,000. So now we're equal, I think, in what's left in Macomb between vote by mail and election day. Though there's a question of, is the election day subject to some, they got to change it right now, is that? Okay, folks, they're just changing the battery. If you've waited this long, I don't need to tell you to wait 90 seconds more. We want to see this with you. Am I back? Folks, boy, okay, this is the fun of election nights. I'm sitting here saying, Muskegon, everything I think about, Muskegon this is going to be Al Sayed. Let's credit him with some votes here. This is why it's non-decision desk approved math. We just got Muskegon while we were putting that battery together. Get likely, possibly all of it. Stevens looks like wins it. Now let's put this in some perspective here. What was the number? What was the benchmark here, right? Our benchmark game. The number for Whitmer here was 50.2, okay? And the number for Biden was 54, and Stevens lands at 51. So she ends up hitting the number here. And this was a place, now Syed got 25% here in 2018. So Stevens hits the number here. The effect of this on this back of the envelope math that we've been doing, that I flubbed on this one, right? Stevens is going to win this by maybe. We'll see if there's a little bit more, but she's going to win this by about 1,500 votes. I was saying I thought Al Sayed might win this by about 2,200.
I think we'll get a new Wayne update.
Net swing there of about 4,000. I think a Wayne update's coming in. 26,330, 2.2. Getting interesting. Wayne? You say something coming in?
I think it's coming in, yeah. But we got to wait. Stick on the statewide number.
Stick on the statewide. Oh, yeah.
Or, yeah.
If someone from Wayne's coming in, you want to watch this. We said she needs something big from Wayne. That would be the difference maker. Something from Wayne, en route. Adam knows something. Oh, my. I do think it's gotten very interesting seeing Washtenaw and Ingham maybe be neutral. Is that it?
Yeah.
It was flat.
Yeah.
Well, how much was it?
13,000 votes. 49 to 48.
Okay. So where you saw an update on their site? I'm just trying to.
Weirdly enough, it popped into House Race 13 before it popped into the statewide race, and that's where I saw it. And there was more vote in that House race. If you want to look at that. Because it was
Donovan McKinney. So
got up to 25,000 votes in that House race.
Yeah, this is the one, right? Boy, Sri Tanadar has kept this close. I think a lot of people thought this would look different than it does right now. We'll put it that way. Donovan McKinney does have the 3,000 vote advantage. Again, the DSA taking on the ex-DSA in this Detroit-Wayne County-based district here. But back to this thing we have been watching all night, and it has now gotten someone else just came in.
Yeah, we got an Oakland update, 7,000 votes. So it puts us at 95% in. We'll check on what's going on in Oakland. But she wins that 63-33.
Okay, so I mean that was I was wondering, we were doing the absentee election day. We said maybe it's election day left. If it was pro Stevens, whatever. This might be it for Stevens in Oakland. This might be it for everybody in Oakland. But Stevens, gets to 52. We said she needs to get into the 50s. Remember, she was there at, I think it was, she led by 2 early. She was under 50. She ends up at 52, right? And just again, to put this in some perspective here, in the second biggest county in Michigan, where she lands here in terms of these benchmarks.
I go to the Oakland County website, and the one that still says partially reported is Southfield. So that's interesting.
So they're saying more.
Yeah.
And again, it could be, because when we put this up, that's Decision Desk saying we're reaching the numbers that we've established as the benchmark, as the expected, but now let's see. So that as you've seen, it can be subject to change. We're getting real close. May not be it. But again, 54 was the Whitmer number in Oakland. 56 was the Biden number. So, yeah, this lands, 52. But look, the bottom line here, we do benchmarks all we want. We're looking at a race right now that's basically 24,000 votes and change, is now inside of 2 points. That is 1.9 points, the difference between Al Sayed and Stevens here. More than 80% of the vote is in. We just got more. Doesn't look like it's too much, but somewhere.
Jackson. We got 1,000 from Jackson, 3,000 from Jackson and 1,000 from Macomb.
Okay, so we got we're working our way there in Jackson. It's basically a tie in that county right now. And you say we got more Macomb. Mm-hmm. Okay. How many and what was the break?
It was 1,000 votes. It looks like it was mostly mail, and it broke 57-39 for Stevens.
Okay, so that leaves us at 29,000. This becomes a kind of critical question. To update you.
Here's another Wayne County update.
Yeah.
5,000 votes, 61% for Stevens, 35% for El Sayed.
We said she needs big breaks, big numbers from Wayne. That's the kind. A 26-point margin for Stevens in that update from Wayne. That moves this down. Oh, my goodness. Moves this down to 22,765, 1.8. I'm just going to flag one other thing while we talk about that, and that is where the remaining vote is in Macomb right here. So just to, again, we think now, with that update Adam just gave you from Wayne, we think there are 95,000 votes left in Wayne County, okay? We think the second biggest outstanding source of votes is 29,000 in Macomb, okay? And I want to pause on Macomb because a while ago, we looked at the remaining vote there. There was obviously a lot more, and it was heavily imbalanced. It was heavily vote by mail left with some election day. Everything that has come in since then has been vote by mail. It's why Stevens has the lead now. The color flipped there in Macomb a while ago. Okay, it's been very pro. But based on the classifications that we get in our system of this vote type, that 29,000 left is split now between vote by mail and election day. Now, does that, and the way the vote by mail and the election day have been running in Macomb, they would cancel each other out. If what remains looks like everything else that's come in Macomb, they cancel each other out. But I want to be careful here because right next door in Oakland, that update we just got a minute ago, a very good update for Stevens, was, we had, our system was telling us that's election day vote that's left. And that last big update went 61-35 for Stevens, okay? So if that vote by mail, we've gotten 3 or 4 successive updates here. It's been as pro Stevens as we've been expecting all night. If the remaining vote by mail here just continues that pattern, but the remaining what's coded as election day vote doesn't, that's a big batch of votes there, 15,000 votes that are coded as election day, that if they broke more towards Stevens, but again, she's now in a position 22,800. Did we just get a little bit more?
Taking a look. Small. We got another 1,000 Saginaw and another 200 Van Buren.
How does Saginaw break?
59% for Stevens, El Sayed 34.
Yeah, so getting close there. That's about what we thought. Genesee, we're at about 60. But yeah, boy. Again, this is the kind of guessing game we're left playing the way this is. If that remaining Macomb, I'll call Macomb up, right? Okay. If right now we think there's about 15,000 vote by mail left, right, and 14,000 of what our system is coding as election day, okay, right? And we've been seeing in Macomb County that the mail's been running about plus 30 Stevens and the election day's been running about plus 30 Al Sayed. That would cancel each other out, and basically what you're seeing in Macomb now is what it would be. But again, that what we just saw in Oakland is getting me thinking here, is there a chance that what's coded here as election day vote, if it behaves like that vote we just got from Oakland at the very end there and is pro-Stevens, right? It was 26 points pro-Stevens, what we just saw. If it ends up looking like this is an if. This is non-decision desk approved, but this is just, if it ends up looking like this, then that remaining mail, okay, at 15,000, would net a new plurality for Stevens of about 4,500, okay? But then that would also be that'd be over 4,000 votes for Stevens there too. That would net her like an additional plurality of about 8,000 votes out of Macomb. That would be more than a third of what she. This is a huge if. This is just, we are left with this kind of speculation just given how everything that you've been seeing tonight. I don't need to explain it. Everything that you've been seeing tonight, all these blind spots we're operating with. But what we just saw in Oakland, to me, raises a question about what's still to come here in Macomb. And if what's to come in Macomb defies our expectations and our classifications, and that can happen, that's a big batch of votes right there. Where Stevens has made some gains there in Wayne. We said she needed to make, big gains, big strides in Wayne. We just saw her make one a second ago. And the other thing we've been seeing, let's see here.
We just got another Kent update.
Yeah.
1,500 votes. El Sayed, 54%. Stevens, 41%.
Okay, so 1,500. I mean, he nets about 160 votes out of that plurality. Do they still have more?
Look at their website.
This is like it keeps coming. Okay.
Yeah.
22,985. That must, that's a lot of that is what Adam just said from Kent County.
We do have changes on the Kent County website.
Yeah,
they say election day fully reported, early vote fully reported. Still waiting for maybe some mail ballots out of Kent County.
Whoa. How much?
I mean, I'm very hesitant to guess at this point because we've been saying Kent County is all in for quite some time.
I know what this must be like, folks.
I would hope.
Fun? Yeah.
It looks like the place that is partially reported is Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
So Grand Rapids mail, which I remember seeing before. And it was fairly friendly for El Sayed.
Sayed, okay. So, these permutations and complications.
Maybe it's pretty friendly towards him.
I think that Macomb thing looms as a wild card to me. Because if Macomb is a wash, it takes essentially 30,000 votes off the board and nobody gets any advantage from it. But if there's a chance Stevens gets a boost, a real big boost out of that. I mean, that's a big chunk. And we think she's going to win half that big chunk by 30 points. That's why I'm saying this. 124, 151, 173, 180. I mean, yeah, look, there are 6 counties left in the state of Michigan where there's at least 10,000 votes remaining. There's only 6 counties left. They are Wayne, where there's 95,000, Macomb, that we've been talking about, where there's that 29,000, Genesee, where we think there's 27,000, okay? Ingham, where we think there's 22,000, Washtenaw, where we think there's 14,000, and Oakland, where we think there's 14,000. Now, I told you why I think this is a big wild card, and I think in the context of these numbers you can see why, because outside of Wayne, that's the biggest source of votes. The interesting thing that we've seen with Adam about the vote by mail, Ingham and Washtenaw are the 2 big El Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes to be counted, okay? We think that those votes that are to be counted are vote by mail. And the vote by mail in Ingham is running about even right now. So you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, there's 22,000 votes left here. It's El Sayed country. Well, if the vote by mail is even, this is what if, but what if nobody benefits from that, okay? Washtenaw, the vote by mail was running even there in the last update. There's that added complexity of if it's Ann Arbor. This is a bigger if, but what if the vote by mail is a wash there, right? Okay, so now the 2 big pro-El Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes, now they've been neutralized by Stevens, is what I'm saying. This is if. And then you've got, 27,000 left here in Genesee. This is Flint. This is breaking. This is, a place where, again, if you're Stevens, you could probably still get about 3,000 vote plurality here. Rough. We've been talking about Wayne, where it's, she needs big updates. She got a good one a minute ago. There's many more to come at 95,000. And then I'm looking at it, and then Oakland with 14,000. We think 14,000 left in Oakland still, or was the system slow updating that?
Yeah, let me take a look. It looks like 14,000 still.
Okay, 14,000, and not quite sure. Can you tell what they're coded as in there? This could be a red herring, as we've seen, but is red herring the right word?
Yeah, election day, 18,000.
Okay, but remember the last time we had coded vote as election day here in Oakland, I said, oh my goodness, this is, but it ended up breaking 26 points for Stevens. So if this 14,000 breaks for Stevens, okay, if these are neutralized, if she gets a big number out of Genesee County, okay, 3,000, 7, I'll tell you, yeah.
We just got updates in Midland and Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Another 4,000 votes out of Midland. She nets a few in Kalamazoo, 1,000, and he nets a few there.
Okay, we got, where's the, I don't need the benchmarks anymore. We're not in benchmark territory anymore. We are.
I like that game.
Okay. And Kalamazoo, we think is how do I keep doing that? Kalamazoo, we think is basically complete. Okay, yeah, we went through this. So, 22.7. It comes back down to what I was just saying a minute ago. Where like the big variables here are when we get remaining mail in these two places. Are they neutral? Okay, or is Al Sayed could really use a boost here, right? So. Is the remaining mail in Washtenaw or Ingham? These are big Al Sayed counties, but the vote by mail is Stevens friendly. We've seen updates of the vote by mail in these places that have been breaking about even. If they are even, then you've got two big chunks here left on the map that are Al Sayed overall, but he doesn't get any benefit from them, right? And then, like I said, what if this Oakland, like the last update that just came there that was coded as election day, what if that breaks for Stevens? She won the last one by 26 points. What if she wins another one by say 25 points? That would be a 3,500 vote net plurality for her. We said maybe she could get 3,000 more plurality out of Genesee County. We've got that basically 30,000. It's 29. That we got this 29,000 sitting here in Macomb County. If you look at it, how it's coded in the system, it's going to cancel each other out. It's going to be half mail, half election day. If it does what we just saw here in Oakland County, Stevens could blow it wide open in Macomb with what's left there, right? Huge swing. And then, like I say, we're sitting on 95,000, right? So Al Sayed is 22,440. If these two were to happen, okay, 6,500, you're basically knocking this down to 16,000, right? And then you're left with, boy, this is Macomb neutral? Does nothing happen from it? Or does that remaining vote all break for Stevens, by that like 30-point margin we've been seeing? If it did, then this 16,000 would immediately be cut in half to 8,000. And then you would be left, there are other places here that have, vote. I'm giving you the places, I say, with 10,000 or more. But it is, those places account for the overwhelming majority of what's left. And then you have Wayne sitting there, and we're trying to still figure out, exactly, they're just coming in one small piece at a time. So big variables here. That Macomb, is Macomb even? If it is, that's very good for Al Sayed. Does the remaining Macomb break big for Stevens? Obviously huge for her. The remaining vote by mail in Ingham and Washtenaw, is it a wash? Is it break even? If it is, that's great news for Stevens. Does Al Sayed still get another big bounce out of that? If so, obviously great news for him. Oakland, that remaining vote, does it behave like that last batch that we just got, that Stevens won by 26 points? Great news for her if it does. If not, advantage Al Sayed. And then 95,000 in Wayne that's coming in from all these different corners in different permutations. Are there big batches that she just had one a minute ago for Stevens? On top of these other things, are there big batches for her there? And also, as I say, Genesee. Am I being generous with Genesee in saying she could net another 3,000 votes out of that? So those are the big questions. As we're sitting here with 83% of the vote in statewide, with El Sayed sitting at 22,120. I'm happy to just sit here and watch it. If you guys are, just watch it. I mean, it's like this has been, you could probably tell the way I've talked about it tonight. I mean, we've just, me, Adam, we've been trying to like just make sense of this on the fly. And, there have been swings here where you're like, this is of all the states we have been doing these primaries for, I think just this is the most complex. The puzzle on this one is the most complex because it's just, as you've seen, nothing is straightforward. It's almost like got a House of Mirrors effect watching these vote returns come in. Nothing is as it seems. It's just not straightforward at all. But it's just made for this kind of dizzying night here where you're looking at it and you're saying, no, Stevens is missing her targets. No, she's making her targets. No, and now it's wrapped all the way around to this. And I think that's the best I can give you in terms of what the major questions are at 1:30 in the morning, 5.5 hours after polls close. But the good news is, I mean, look, we've really kind of, it finally has come around to a place where we've got like six things here, almost maybe six updates we're looking for. So what's the next one that's going to come in? 22,120. Keep an eye on that number. I'm watching it with you. I won't, at this point, I'm not going to go jumping into any other counties. We'll just react when we get an update. But yeah, again, although I will say almost anything right now that substantially moves that, well, the one thing that could move that El Sayed number north too, that's the wild card, should have said, our friends in Kent County and Grand Rapids, we've been on like, does that mean something?
I just saw the number change, and so I was
changed. What was it?
I see two counties, Monroe and Roscommon. Monroe gets 2,400 votes, and Roscommon gets 600.
Okay, and it nets out. That's the other thing that's happening. I have given you, as I said, the places with 10,000 or more outstanding votes that can, in one update, really move this needle or tell us something important. At the same time, the rest of this map is filling in these counties that are colored in but are not at 100%. They are slowly filling in like that. That will bounce this number around a little bit in this zone. But what we are looking for here is anything that substantially moves this number in either direction, or an update, if we get Washtenaw, if we get Ingham, and this number doesn't budge, that's just as important and that's just as significant. Something significant. It went down. What was it? Where did we get it?
Genesee.
We got more Genesee. Okay. So this is Flint. We've been saying, I said, could she net another 3,000 or so out of there? It looks like about 2,000 maybe she got out of there. Stevens, again, she's going to win by almost 20 points. This is not 100%.
That's wrong county.
Oh, my God, it's Saginaw. What an idiot I am. Okay. Look at this, 78%, even more. The label Saginaw should have told me I was not in Genesee County. Okay, wow, okay. Thank you, Adam. Still a ton to come here. Not a ton, but that's a good amount. That's only about 3/4 in, and Stevens just got another. What was that update? How did it break?
So it was 12,000 votes, 54% for Stevens, 41% for El Sayed.
Yes, that's about a 1,500 vote plurality for her, again, with more to come. We said the math I was using there, right? They're saying, boy, this could get really dicey here for El Sayed. The math I was using there said the remaining vote out of Genesee, could it get her between 3,000, 3,500 votes? She just lopped off 1,500 right there in that update, still not at 80% in there. So again, that was one of our big ones. That's one of our big six, call them the big six counties with that outstanding vote. Although I think with that, I wonder what they're down to. No, they're still over 10,000. Yeah, still 15,000 left there. 1, 2, 3. There are six counties over 10,000 here. We'll give an honorable mention to Calhoun County, which is right down here, where we've got 7,500 votes left. Calhoun County, by the way, right now, Stevens is leading there by 8 points. So, I mean, again, if she were to win, let's say by 10, the remaining vote in Calhoun, it would net 750 for her. It'd lop 750 off that total. But again, we've said. So, something. What was it?
I don't see anything big.
Someone just came in. I went from it's big because it was in the high 19s, low 20s. But what was it?
Iron County, 359 votes.
Okay, we're up in the UP. Okay.
We just got a Wayne update.
Okay, whoa. It looks like it was a good one for El Sayed.
Yeah, it was 7,000 votes. He gets 66%. Stevens gets 32%.
Wow. Okay, and again, we're flying a bit blind on where these are coming from. That might be, there are some places there in Wayne that we know to be very El Sayed friendly. That might have been one of them, but that sets Stevens back. Now she's back at a 22,291 deficit, but still, that leaves we'll sit on this, scream through the TV if you see that number move. That still leaves 89,000 votes in Wayne, and as you can see, they're just sort of.
Yeah, we got another Macomb update, 6,000 votes. It's Stevens 63%, El Sayed 32%.
That's the exact clip we've been seeing for like 3-4 straight updates here. This is why this is why I said Macomb is the swing here, because it's coded as half male, half. That was coded as male, I assume, or was it?
That was coded as male.
Right. Okay. So it's playing to type right now. According to what our system is saying, there's now more outstanding election day vote than vote by mail in Macomb County. But I'm just not sure how that election day vote, what's listed as that, is going to perform, because the other way of looking at this is, that leaves you, now we've got 6,000. We got 23,000 votes left there in Macomb. If it all breaks. We've seen 63-32, 63-30. We've seen 30-point wins for Stevens in these updates. And again, with 23,000 left, if she just kept doing that, 23-46, that'd be about 7,000 additional votes. She would, a plurality. She would knock that from 20 to 13,000. If it all breaks her way, this is to me in my mind right now, at least, it's a huge variable, because I think Macomb could be it could be a wash from this point forward. It could even be it could even net out to El Sayed's favor. That's a bit what the coding that Adam's given you is saying, but it hasn't been performing that way always. It certainly hasn't next door in Oakland, and I think something else was minor that just happened.
Yeah, Sanilac. You also have a update in your phone as well.
Oh, okay. Jeez. This is the fun stuff. Oh no, what do we do? No. Can you ask if there is any possible workaround?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I mean, we can't come this far. Okay, that's why Macomb is just like it would change the game completely if the remaining vote in Macomb is all like what those last 3-4 updates have been like, because this number would come crashing down. And again, we think Stevens is going to get more out of Genesee, and we think there's still vote in Oakland that if it's like the last update, she won the last update in Oakland County by 26 points. So if the next batch, which could be the final batch out of Oakland, behaves that way, I mean, if that happened in Macomb, that happened in Oakland, and that happened in Genesee, I mean, this number is 5,000. With still 89,000 in Wayne, and that mail question, vote by mail question in Washtenaw and in Ingham, and just a scattering coming in elsewhere. So we're just like you. If you're watching this, we're just waiting for that number to budge, and to see if it's from one of these significant sort of, I call them the big counties. They're also sort of the question answering counties right now.
It might be an obvious point, but the thing I've been thinking about for the last little bit, as we've seen El Sayed, sink below.
Sorry, something just happened.
Wayne County, another 5,000 votes. Let's see how it broke.
Yep.
53% for Stevens, 43% for El Sayed.
So it's a decent update for her. It knocks it, I mean, this is about as close as she's gotten so far. Just a shade under 20,000. That is 1.4% statewide. Okay, 19,791. Brings the number in Wayne to 84,000. 84,000 votes remain in Wayne. They've been, I think what I've been seeing, and again, the pattern can change. I'm just going to circle this because, again, this is the all-important number right now. Every time that changes, we got to see. They've been kind of going back and forth, right, trading blows in Wayne. So obviously it's a game changer if one of them can string together a series of really good updates there. But I'm so focused on, if I could know one thing right now, it's what is the entirety of that remaining Macomb County vote, those 23,000 votes in Macomb County. What does the entirety of that vote look like? Because you can make an argument that it's going to break even or even be slightly favorable to El Sayed, and you can make an argument that it's going to be like a 7,000 or 8,000 vote plurality for Haley Stevens. And the difference in the context of this between those two possibilities, obviously, is enormous. And so that's, of the things we're looking at here, that's the thing. If I could wave the magic wand and know right now, it would be that. So any update is massive now. If we ever got, okay, we got something just went now. Is this another Wayne update?
There's another Ingham update.
Oh!
14,000 votes. Is breaks for El Sayed. He gets 55% of them, and Stevens gets 40%.
He won a vote by mail update, right?
This is coded as a mail update.
This is significant. We said, I'll go back to this while we talk about it. Yeah, again, we said the thing we were sketching through, right? We raised the big questions about the big six. This is one of them, Ingham. It is overwhelmingly an Al Sayed county. We know that, but the vote by mail there, the question was, could Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw in the vote by mail, thereby taking tens of thousands of votes remaining in a core El Sayed county, and El Sayed walks away with no additional plurality out of it. That's the question we were raising there about Stevens. That's not all of it that just came in, but that big batch that just came in was not even. It was double-digit El Sayed, okay? So it has boosted that statewide margin. Remember, it's boosted it by about 2,100 votes. It's boosted the margin here in the share of the vote to a point in 1.6 points right now. That was if you're El Sayed, it was a very good update for you. Again, we're looking for things here, the answers to our questions. And that one was just answered in the favor of El Sayed. That also heightens the stakes for we're asking the same question here in Washtenaw County, where we're waiting on vote by mail, where it's a core El Sayed county. Can Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw with what's left there? Keep this number from going any farther north like it just did with that update from Ingham County? Or is what we just saw in Ingham County going to happen again in Washtenaw County in that 21,000 climbs to 24,000 to 25,000? That's a huge thing. If El Sayed lands that 1-2 punch here, that's massive. So again, we posed those questions as those we talked about those six going above 10,000. And 84,000 in Wayne. Oh, we are getting down to starting to see the bottom of the barrel, right? Is that the metaphor we're going for here?
Sure.
The bottom of the barrel is a bad thing.
I
like elections. There are only 5 counties left now, though, over 10,000. Ingham falls under 10,000 with that update. 21,846. We'll just kind of wait for the next one. They've been coming in pretty regularly. Did we get any? Can I ask you about the thing we were exchanging messages about?
Yes, but you wouldn't like the answer.
Oh, come. Oh my gosh, is there anything? Any?
We'll keep working on it.
Don't. Okay. Oh, I mean, can we just set like a tripod or something like? The town square?
I love Town Square.
Could we do that?
We got another update from Lena Wee.
Oh, it's just we've come so far. It's finally getting there. We're talking about, can we keep this going? Sorry, you could probably figure that out. I'm sorry. You said we got a small amount, right?
Yes, another 1,500 votes. El Sayed wins 52-43.
Okay, that's one of those. It's just going to bounce it around in that zone. Sorry,
I get a flag from the decision desk that the next Wayne County update should be Canton Township.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we just got a small incremental one. I don't, unless it's from a major county. I don't think
it's
it's
from Jackson.
Okay, and it kind of broke even.
Yes.
So the decision desk is telling us that the next Wayne County update is going to come. Come on, show me. How come it's never the one? I got the Wayne municipalities. Have you seen it, Adam? There it is.
You displayed it to the camera a few hours ago.
I was showing it off. Okay, and you said Canton is the next.
Yes.
Okay, so to set the stage for this, because I think it's a fairly important one, we're talking here about, circle it again, just everybody shout if it moved. Oh, it did move. What happened? Was that Canton?
That was Leelanau.
Oh, okay. That's high income. Yeah, that's right up here. This is what they call wine country in Michigan. I'm not kidding. There's like 18 wineries here. It's looking out right over. It's beautiful. It's a high income. Anyway, it actually helped. It helped El Sayed. Those are the high income, high education attainment there in that kind of Grand Traverse Bay area. So that boosted him there too. It was not one of the big six, but that was. Oh, something. Is that Canton Town?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Why do I hit Monroe all the time? Okay, this just came in Wayne County. Our decision desk is telling us that this is Canton Township. Canton Township is in the western, sort of right here in Wayne County. Give us what the breakdown was.
So this was 20,000 new votes, 54% for El Sayed, 44% for Stevens.
Okay. Context for this: 100,000 people live in Canton Township. The number in the 2018 primary was 49. It was 49 for Whitmer. Okay, it was 38 for El Sayed. Okay, and it was 13 for Tanadar. Right. So the progressive share was 51. That's one way of looking at it. And tonight El Sayed gets 54. Right. The Whitmer share was 49. And tonight, Stevens gets 44. So that's a not inconsequential update. This is one of the bigger townships, one of the bigger sort of jurisdictions in Wayne County right there. And that was very helpful, as you can see, to El Sayed, who's gotten a couple pieces of good news for him in the last few minutes. He got that good news coming out of Ingham County, and he got good news coming out of Canton Township. Again, we're getting a little bit not far from, but relatively speaking, the edges of Wayne County right here. Are they telling us any other specific places on the way?
Not at the moment.
Okay, but wow, what that did, just to give you the sense of this, folks, look, that knocked the remaining vote. We're down to only 64,000 votes left now in Wayne County. We are still at 23 in Macomb. Boy, those last updates were if you're Al Sayed, we keep swinging here, right? If you're Al Sayed, you're watching that number come down and down and down, and you just brought it back up 5,000 votes, a net of 5,000 votes with these updates. And again, you're watching, if you're Al Sayed, you want to keep this number as stable as you can. Obviously, you want to grow it, but you want to keep it as stable as you can. And you want this number, you can't wait till you want to get this number down, because that vote is volatility, it's unpredictability, and there's still 64,000 left there in Wayne, and there could be good places there left for Stevens. We just got more. Where's it from? He's at 25.5.
Updates from Kalamazoo, 6,000 votes.
Oh, okay. It's out of our big six, but yeah. Why do I always do Berry County for this? Kalamazoo. Okay. Kalamazoo, like Grand Rapids, it's the gift that keeps giving votes. We keep getting to 95 and more. Al Sayed, wow. Stevens got that as close as she's gotten it all night. Al Sayed has responded here. He got a little assist. We are on our big six, but Kalamazoo, Leelanau came through for him too. Kalamazoo, Leelanau, Ingham, big update from Canton Township in Wayne. The ball is in Stevens' court right now. Again, with what is left, 64,000 in Wayne, and then Macomb, 23. I'm more and more. This 23,000 in Macomb County is huge. Huge. I think Stevens now needs it to be. We're saying, is it going to be about even? I could make an argument based on everything we're seeing, why that's the case. Is it going to be Stevens netting 8,000 vote plurality? I think she now increasingly needs it to be the case, that it's that 8,000 vote plurality. I continue to say, if you could tell me one thing right now, it's the makeup of that vote. We got 15,000 left in Genesee. That's where Flint is. We got, again, there's 15,000 votes left here in Genesee. We think there's 14,000 votes left here in Oakland. 15, 14, 23, 64,000 right there in Wayne. Who am I forgetting here? Do we have any other? Oakland. Oh, Washtenaw, right, of course. There's 14,000 votes left in Washtenaw, right? So the game has changed a little bit since we last went through this math, because if in Ingham is still, there's outstanding vote, but we're inside of 10,000. That last one was significant. If what happened in Ingham happened in Washtenaw, then that number goes further north, for Al Sayed. If the remaining vote in Macomb is a wash, which is possible, then that number would stay north. And then look at this. Suddenly, you take almost 40,000 votes off the map. You'd say, well, Stevens can get a boost out of Genesee County here. But, 15,000 votes, it's only going to be a couple thousand, 14,000 Oakland. And, Al Sayed, again, just the fact that he was able to put up that number in Canton Township there, right, there's a breadth of support inside of Wayne County there for him, too. Again, it raises, if she can't get it out of Macomb, that Stevens really needs something we haven't been. She needs the remainder of Wayne to be just overwhelmingly for her. But if she does get it out of Macomb, if she does get that 30-point margin she's gotten in the last 4 updates out of Macomb, it's absolutely in it. 25,544. Looking at the clock, what do we do?
They were still working on it.
Okay, I appreciate it. I know this has been I know it's been a super long night for everybody. There's just some I'm not the only one that works here. They need the studio, and folks around here have been working. We don't stay up till 2 a.m. doing this every day. So I truly, truly appreciate everybody in here. Been taking part in this. Do you guys want to come take a bow? Do you guys want to? Can I get you guys on? Can we show these folks? I'm serious. Do you want? I'd love to show the room, maybe. The people that make this happen. Here we go. Take a bow.
It's the best.
All right. We've made it to everything. We'd make it to 2 a.m. for one of these.
Never.
Steve, I do have another Wayne update.
Oh,
for you.
yeah, this is big. This is big.
So we got another 6,000 votes.
Yep.
El Sayed 62, Stevens 35. We just got another 11,000 Washtenaw votes.
Yep. Oh, this is huge.
El Sayed 59, Stevens 39.
Whoa, folks. We've been asking the questions and we're getting the answers. That vote that just came in Washtenaw, that would have been mail, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Let me double check.
If the answer is yes, that's
yes.
Yeah, okay. We asked the question in Ingham County, could Stevens fight Al Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Washtenaw County, could Stevens fight Al Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Al Sayed just won that batch by 20 points. Could Stevens consistently roll up those big numbers in Wayne County? There's another big update right there. Al Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in. Al Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago, it was down at 19,000. He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County, Ingham County, Washtenaw County, and in Wayne County. 2 big updates out of Wayne County that are very strong for Al Sayed. We're at nearly 90% of the vote in statewide here. He's taken what was a very precarious position a few minutes ago, and he has now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left out of Wayne County. That's the biggest source of votes that's left statewide. That continues to leave these 23,000 votes out of Macomb that I've said are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000 right here in Genesee County, and only one other county left right now with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. That is Oakland County, 14,000 right there. And there it is, folks. NBC News Decision Desk is officially projecting that Abdul El Sayed will win the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Michigan. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. He will be the Democratic candidate this fall in the general election against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who won the Republican nomination unopposed. Rogers, who sought a Senate seat in 2024, narrowly lost, seeking a rematch, seeking a rerun here. He will do it against Abdul El Sayed. I am not going to make this go any longer than it has. Thank you all who have stayed with us tonight. Thank you to everybody here at NBC who has made this possible. Behind the scenes everywhere, what an epic night this was. What that flourish that Al Sayed had at the end there. If you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was closing the gap. It looked like she had a path, and Al Sayed just shut it off in those last 6 updates we got. That was an incredible amount of drama in the end there after a long, long night. And if you stayed with us through it all, God bless you. Thank you very much.